Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Erangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
it is crucial. Second, he's got to get that opening.
Hey everyone, welcome to The Rotation. I'm Mark Power. Firstly, apologies I wasn't here last week. You got a little video version of me, but the action was outstanding. Couple of phases. First phase one, number one, we had a outstanding kick off the bat, but the big story was that BBL got dropped out of it, and a couple of teams though had to go through to phase number two. We topped up that prize pool. We topped up the players, we topped up some more teams. They got involved and they duked it out again for a second day. That second day, loads and loads of actions unfolded, but we only took another 6 teams into that final day, though we showed our only top 4, and wow, what a day it was. PUBG weekend last weekend was outstanding. A PUBG weekend is going to be outstanding because we are about to kick into the grand finals. This means we reset the lobby. We got our 16 teams and they are going to have to battle it out for the first 3 days. But the people that are going to show us the way through that are our 2 wonderful casters. I'm proud to announce though, we've got the wonderful Toby and Falex joining me now on the desk as we welcome these 2 amazing guys. Hey, obviously look, Toby, for me, for last weekend was a great start, a great showing, and with the format was really different because every day they had to reset. That obviously had a different output for the teams. Do you think these teams are going to take that same mentality this weekend, or are they going to play that longer game we expect?
Well, I mean, I hope that they, to the best of their ability, get off to a really strong start, because we've seen it many a times where if 1 or 2 teams do manage to really pull ahead early on, they become hard, if not near impossible, to catch up to. And with their only being 18 games to play, you want to get off to a good start against some of these teams that look very good in the qualifiers.
Oh, 100%. Some of those teams that did kick off early doors, especially on phase number 1. Obviously, for BBL, obviously, as I said, didn't make it, but they were one of those guys that I had riding to get through. But obviously, Falex, for me, any early predictions coming into the finals? Any teams that you're keeping your eyes out for?
Oh, there's plenty. Well, first of all, welcome, Mark. It's good to have you have you with us on the stream. I mean, it's been, I don't want to say lonely, but it's good to have you here. But yeah, I mean, we gotta talk about the partner teams, with the EMEA partner teams, especially the 5 that qualified through phase 1. I'm talking about Ascend that has a phenomenal phase right now, not only in the recent international PGS, but also in the qualifiers here. I mean, they just look really dominant. They look really confident with their newest addition, Kovo, as the coach. They look very promising also in terms of using the newest additions. We've seen some emergency pickups being used by them, and they were the first team to actually get a chicken dinner with it as well. So I do have to go with the set, man. They're looking brilliant right now.
Yeah, looking strong. They were the ones that rotation with that emergency pickup and got that chicken dinner in that same game on that Mirror. But hey, look, let's have a quick look though at the teams that are going to throw into this lobby on day number 1 of the finals. So obviously, as you mentioned, Ascend, FaZe, Push and Shoot, Twisted Minds, DA and Foot, obviously they all qualified though on that phase number 1, and as I mentioned, obviously BBL, they didn't quite get themselves through, but they did manage to qualify though in phase 2. Following them was Entropic, our August, Exalt, After All, and How, again How, who I thought would have been one of those teams that might have been getting through on that phase 1, but they've had a little bit of misfortune. Then we threw over to phase number 3, and you know what, from a viewership point of view, is one of the ones I really enjoyed watching, because one, it was only a top 4 placement, as we did get 100 ADR. That was their first day, guys, coming into the competition. Unlike the other teams, that was their only chance to get through, and they only had top 4. Then we had Pod, who actually started in all the way from phase number 1, but BFG and Win or Die had a really bad phase number 2. If I remember rightly, BFG didn't actually hold anything up. They were bottom of that table, and they didn't make themselves very well known. I had a quick chat with the team though during the week, and they actually said, hey, do you know what, we need to make sure we reset ourselves and go back at this. But this is going to be BFG's time, Toby. I'm keen to see if this team can come out strong today, but I think they are a little bit of an underdog.
I mean, I hope so, considering, as you were just kind of alluding to as well, how they pretty much got nothing going at all on the first phase. Then, I mean, coming into their second day, day 3 as a whole in the qualifiers, I did not expect anything from them, but they come out with a 4th place 10-kill game to kick things off. If they can start off that same way today here on Taco, that would be, I mean, absolutely phenomenal. They clearly got something going from their first day to their second, so hopefully now with a week to think about things, they'll be even more ready for the grand finals.
Yeah, talk about being ready though. I don't think one of the teams was ready to be dropping out quite early. It's worth mentioning, I think, Falex, at this point now, Na'Vi didn't quite make it, and then with Solo as well. I think that's a bit of a shock to the community, right?
I mean, absolutely. It's such a given that Na'Vi is always in the grand finals, and you know that team. Talking about Example, talking about Melman, all these big names and big players. They're just not going to be in this lobby. It feels kind of weird to some degree not seeing them today. But then again, I mean, they did have their chances. It came down to just a couple of points in the end. But yeah, you got to talk about the form. I mean, best of 6. It's rough. You got to make your games count. And at the end of the day, they just couldn't pull through.
Okay, well, let's actually look at the final lobby though. All those confirmed teams. Obviously, we saw the phase 1, 2, and 3 segment though from it. But obviously, with our final 16 teams, we also want to have a mention about our PGC points, because this is what the event is about. This is where not just the lion's share of the prize pool, but it's actually these PGC points. Now, for me, Toby, a lot of these teams, a lot of these teams will be eager to get themselves even a couple of points on the board, but there's a couple there we're going to be looking for. Look at Ascends, maybe, how they're going to want to have in better days, especially for the PGC points, right?
Oh yeah, it's gonna be absolutely insane. I mean, the fact that we have this amount of PGC points in this tournament as well is incredibly big, considering the fact that right now, as it stands, Howl is in first place after winning PEC Spring, and they're only 100 points ahead of what you would get for winning here. So a ton of PGC points on the line, which I think is quite literally what all these teams are fighting for.
Yeah, it's definitely a longer game to be had here, not just the prize pool, but obviously the PGC points. But look, it's a nice time obviously to have a quick chat though. The map rotation, I said to you guys last week, I was actually sitting back and watching, and Tago for me was such an interesting map. I know we only saw it 3 times, but and also we'll have a look at the map rotations that are coming up. But Tago is such a swing bat, and the feedback so far from the teams here, Phalanx, is that it's been a bit of a mixed bag. Some of them really like it. They kind of like the open ground, and they like that ability to do those 2-2 splits. But some of them haven't quite got a game plan yet for it. Do you feel like the next, obviously we've got Tago once a day, but the next 3 Tagos are going to be the map that the team that can improve the most might be farming the points?
Yeah, I mean, Tago it's still so early, and we've seen so many different playstyles in Tago already, not only in the qualifiers, but also in the first 3 phases that we saw last week in the playoffs. But then again, I mean, all the teams, production queues ask around, we've looked through social media as well, almost exclusively been positive feedback. So I'm thinking everyone has to some degree at least had some kind of chance to train on it, and has to at least have some kind of an idea on how to play Tago now on. I mean, it was 5 days now since the playoffs as well, so I wouldn't even say it's going to be necessarily improvements now from day to day, but I think the last 5 days will be, should have been the most important thing in terms of preparing for this, and especially Tago, because as you said, I mean, it's so many new additions, and Tago being I mean, in terms of learning, the biggest one, they just got to make it count, and I think we're going to see more Tago in the future, because honestly, it's amazing. So far, it's been nothing short of amazing. I personally, I love it. I'm a big fan of it.
No, I am with you on that. Do you know what? I actually like the Blue Zone nade. I feel like the Blue Zone nade, every game I seem to be watching was a different team taking a different stance on the Blue Zone nade. And if I remember right, I think it was phase number 1, we saw FaZe on top of that roof though with Digital Athletic, Toby, and they were just throwing those Blue Zone nades, trying to force them out and allowing them not to dig themselves in. I think that was our first real exposure towards that Blue Zone nade. But I think probably, obviously with the tournament coming on, are we going to expect teams to use this utility different?
I don't necessarily think so. I like how, I mean, there was a time where the shotguns weren't meta at all, and then people dared to push buildings. Then shotguns came around, and now people don't dare to push buildings. But because of the Blue Zone nade, now people don't have to push buildings, because the people inside the buildings have to come out to them. So I like it as kind of a shotgun counter, in a way, that you can just lob one in. At least then you know that in the corner of the room, right when you enter, there ain't going to be no one there. I think that's primarily how it's going to be function as, like, just to force people out of the kind of top positions in the game, especially in the game.
But definitely there's people hiding out anyway. I wouldn't want to push my way in there with these players that are in the lobby. But hey, look, I wasn't here, but I was secretly smiling though at the fantasy, or the Twire Fantasy League, and I was happy. I was over-analysing it. But let's have a quick look, because it's the first time I get to have a look where you guys stand and the points. Oh, isn't this not? It's not bad, did it? I know both me and you, Toby, had a couple of players that weren't playing early doors, but those points there are not too bad.
No, it's sitting pretty good, sitting pretty tight for us as well. Let me have Phalanx a little further down the leaderboard. That's what it is.
Yeah, thank you, Toby.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. But I mean, overall, it's been a very difficult one to predict. Also, with how teams have been changing out each and every day. I think with the likes of honestly all our teams right now, they're looking looking pretty strong for what we're going to go up against, all putting our money primarily on some of these partner teams.
And look, Felix, you obviously look at this as the first time I get to look at your team. Obviously, I've gone for his Chris, same as Toby. We've both got Clib in there as well. You've gone for a complete different team. Just talk to me a little bit more about the pickings of your team, mate.
So I got to talk about Michael especially. I think he's been absolutely phenomenal in not only in the playoffs but also in just recent international tournaments. So I think Michael's it's a huge part of his team. I think he's going to come out fragging again if they get big points or big kill point rounds. It's almost always Michael opening things up. He's always good on entries. So I think Michael's kind of a given. Brex, I feel like in more, especially now the grand finals with more of the EMEA partner teams, whereas in playoffs there was still some, I think, lesser international known teams to some degree. In phase one, not so much, but also in the later stage. I think whenever there's a not so, I wouldn't say, let me go like this. In a PG's lobby, I would have picked Chris as well. But I think Brex, I think he's got more confidence in less top international lobbies, and that's why I to some degree think he's might just get a couple more frags than Iskris. We saw that qualification, for example, for PGS. We got, I think, 11 frags just on his own. And I feel like that, I watched throughout his PoE, I think that was mostly down to his confidence. So, I mean, I had to go for Bexco here.
Yeah, it's a good pick. The other one I actually really like from you is Pin for Pod. Now, Pod for me, they started in phase 1, but didn't quite get themselves through phase 1, phase 2. But they had such a great late games on phase number 3. And Pin seems to be always that player that kind of is staying alive. Was he, I don't want to sound disrespectful, was he just a random pick for you? Or was you watching him in that sort of phase 3, Felix, and going, do you know what? I need this guy on my team.
I feel like him and his whole team is a little bit underestimated. They are underestimated. I feel like they should have qualified earlier, and I was saying that on the last day as well, especially that very last round that we saw. They do get into late game very consistently. I'm not sure how it's going to be in this lab because obviously the drop spells are going to be changing, the times are going to be changing. But I feel like if they do get the rotations and then they pop up in the late game, they can have maybe 1 or 2 games, maybe already the very first day where they get a bunch of points. And I think Pin has been a very good anchor for that team.
Yeah, no, and then he obviously backed up with Hakatori as well. Such an outstanding player. So yeah, Pod, when I was picking my team, was definitely a team I was looking at, and I was actually tied up between sort of Clib and Michael myself. I actually went for Clib because he done so well last week for me. Obviously, Toby, take me through obviously your team and why you ended up, because we obviously picked the same style of team, but you had a different pick though when it came down to phase.
Yeah, I mean, I like to, whenever available, I like to do that, pick one really expensive player, but for the most part in a lobby like this, there's so many players that has big frag potentials. Chris, obviously one of them. Clip, obviously one of them. For me, T-Bone and Corexi were maybe more of the, whenever they do pop off, they really pop off. And seeing as how FaZe played through for like the phase 1, I know that Corexi is more of a bold action guy these days, and you don't get usually don't get the same amount of damage off of a bold action player that you do off of DMR players. But with how consistently FaZe made it into the top 5 during the first phase of the qualifiers here, I'm expecting to see a guy like Corexi, I mean the whole team really, to be alive come end game, which also usually translates into points. And the same thing for T-Bone. I mean, he's usually one of the heavy hitters on the PUBG Esports team when it comes to damage, so I'm not too worried. But it's again one of those rosters where, and that's just me and my luck with fantasy, I can have a really good roster on paper that then just does nothing. So maybe I've cursed them all, I don't know, we'll have to wait and see.
Mate, I am the worst with fantasy, mate. But I just kind of pick the same consistent players sometimes. I'm like, hey, they're working out for me. Clib's been that consistency for me quite, and I've been tied up a little bit between him and Michael. As I mentioned, Michael, though, outstanding week last week was just insane coming into things. Now, look, obviously for me, I'm eager to see, obviously, the Tago. I want to go back and quickly talk about maps and how it's going to run. Obviously, Tago for me is the swing bat, but I want to see more of those sort of emergency pickups, because we didn't really see him in Tago. We saw a very heavy on that Miramar, and then that military game you guys were casting. Wow, what a circle that threw out to be. And then we saw, obviously, was it like 7 teams, Felix, that took the emergency pickup? Surely that's going to be something that these teams are going to have to put in their back pocket this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a very unusual amount of military circles, so I guess that's what, you know, anything at the end of the day kind of came down to, on why so many were being used. But yeah, as we said, it was kind of interesting to see how wasn't that much the case in Tago, especially since we do have a similar amount of bridges, and, you know, crossing especially in the early phases. We saw lots of skirmishes being around the bridges being done as well. So these could have been essentially eliminated if they would have used the emergency kit. But at the end of the day, I mean, you still got to find one first of all, and maybe the teams just haven't trained with it. I mean, at the end of the day, Tago as well. There's been a big discussion whether or not even you want to play compounds, because a lot of teams have the theory that even there's lots of open space, lots of open spots you can play in are very advantageous, and sometimes not even the best of cases to do play the hardcover. So, I mean, maybe that comes into play as well, and they just don't even want to use it.
Oh, yes, that is that swing back. I think you guys mentioned it last week on stream, was about actually, do you play the edge zone? I think, Toby, you was going through it, that the edge zone game might actually now change with the emergency pickup. Again, it's that, hey, do you think this is going to be we're going to see more teams? Because look, we've got Afterthought here. These guys like to play the outside before pushing their way in. So, are we going to see them not do this anymore and maybe take a jump now to the middle zone?
I mean, there's a chance that you'll see them try and do that. There are quite a few of the edge-heavy teams have been eliminated from the tournament already, but there are still plenty enough in here still that don't only like to play late, but also like to stick around the edge for a while. But then you have a lot of teams also that like to play late, but then like to bomb at center. The likes of Ascent like to try and commit to a position again into the mid and late game. Howl the same exact way. And those are the teams that I'm referring to when talking about some of these rosters that the edge teams, the succeeding edge teams, might not get a chance to run into now, because they can just kind of surpass them with these emergency pickups.
And let's have a quick look though. The teams, as they are getting ready in the lobby, which we're getting told, the lobby is pretty much there and there. But a final reminder though, these are our 16 teams. And look, I'd love to know you guys in chat. Put out in chat who are the ones that you want to be getting to win this one. But also, don't forget, guys and girls, we do have the competition on the go. Competition though, look, Felix, take us through what is up for grabs though when it comes down to our mousepad.
Ooh, well, talking about the mousepad, I think we are going into the game already, but either way, I mean, do head over to propads.gg if that's what you mean, and there is a lot of mouse pads you can not only buy, but also you can customize your own one, and that's the special thing. Not only can you customize, you can put in your own pictures, you can put in, I saw some great ones on social media already, by the way. You can put in your own pictures, you can put in your own designs, you can paint it already in the browser, so make sure to head on over to propads.gg, customize it, and share it on social media with the hashtag TheRotation, and with a little bit of luck, not only do you get to win the mousepad yourself, but also maybe if you do use the hashtag TheRotation and share some highlights, chance a bit of G-coins. Yes, G-coins.
But look, we'll come back to that. I know what I'm going to go do, and that is go to design my mousepad, as I've already thrown mine out the window. Let's hand it over to our two amazing casters, because it is game number 1 for the grand finals. Let's go.
There we go. Just like that, Mark was gone. Here we are once again, Felix, ready for some PUBG action. This time around, of course, the grand finals, and Taco. Once again, we've been blessed the last 3 days. We've had Taco matches. We've had a new circle pretty much every single day. I'm hoping that today is going to give us even more spiciness, even more creativity in terms of where we're headed. Do you have any favorite drop spots on Taco that you want this one to go to?
Oh, drop spots? No, not necessarily, but I did like the very first Tago circle that we had around Terminal, because I did feel like that was a fitting start into the whole Tago storyline, and I gotta go back to it. I mean, that whole area around Terminal is very good for competitive play, I feel like. You have lots of dips, lots of ridge lines, and there's not, especially it's not much hardcover where you can potentially get these safe wins that we're talking about. Where, for example, we saw pod having, I think, in the phase 2 very first game even, and so I do like the circles where, you know, it's not necessarily decided by who's got the best hardcover.
Well, here we go, everyone. Grand finals underway as a very northern playing path takes us across Tago. 18 matches to go until we will crown our victors of the rotation, and who will come out with a buttload of PGC points, including a top of the prize pool. So much to play for. I hope you're all enjoying your Friday as we're taking to Tago here for the first time today.
And we do get to talk about that storyline really quick with the PGC points, because there are 2 teams that could essentially already qualify, or at least be almost there already, right? With a good placement here in the rotation. That's how important this tournament is at the end of the day, and that is obviously Howland Ascent. Ascent, especially if they make a good placement here, and I mean they're kind of bound to at this point. I mean it's 18 maps now, and the chances are really good for them. So if they do get a good placement in this one, I want to say top 2 essentially will make it almost impossible to drop out of the PGC qualification.
Yeah, they would have to pretty much zero out on both the PGS2 calls and PC4, but we'll see. We'll see how things go down once we get into tomorrow. Once we get into Sunday, of course, we'll have a better inkling of how the scoreboard is going to sit coming into it. But over towards Twisted Minds, this time around, not contested formulation ain't here, so they got plenty of space to maneuver. And we are going north, so, as we wished for, variety once again.
Yes, it is going to be that North Army base circle almost. That's gonna be yeah, an interesting sight for BBL. Looking at the map right now, they're gonna be very happy about that one. And for the rest of the teams, I kind of want to touch on Arclus really quick because we did see them having hard drops or at least fights on almost all of the qualification maps around Fishing Camp and towards that southern compound with, I believe it was Exalt. But this time around, they do have space over there. Wouldn't say they've got lots of space because at the end of the day, there's Twisted Minds on the other side of the bridge, and we did see them being aggressive over there against against Formulation Gaming in the playoffs as well. But that's at least a lot more space than what they used to have in the playoffs, and they did make it work as well.
True. Well, I like the idea that the Northern Island is, because I always thought of it as being pretty much equal to rotating north on Erangel, where you could go over North George, South George, whatever, but you have a pretty easy access point. When you look at it now, what's inside the circle is effectively only 2 like proper bridges, and then you have the one where you have to jump across, so there's no getting back the other way around. I think it's going to be a little more tricky, especially with how many teams are like on the straight southern side, to kind of dictate how these rotations are going to come on through as we take a look at Entropic.
Yeah, and Entropic, it's an interesting team to touch on as well. They did have their struggles in the playoffs. They did seem to be a bit shaky. They seemed to be a bit inconsistent. But then they had these rounds where they just absolutely popped off. And that's what I was talking about early on as well. I mean, that's a team of absolute fraggers. And with the news addition of Maxi, we see it over here as well. Maxi joined so that Entropic... Maxi joined Entropic that way around, so that somebody would have a bigger in-game head than him. And, I mean, yes, he is it wasn't necessarily there to increase their fragging power, because I feel like with Nailab, Ivers, and Lucaris, they do have a lot of fragging power already. But they... despite that addition, still seem to struggle on the rotations just a little bit, and especially their entry points. But then again, I said, if they do start rolling through the lobby, if they do start getting to these fragging positions, we saw what could happen in the playoffs. Best example for that was the wipe on Na'Vi, and sure, they didn't win the round, but they did essentially secure their qualification spot, or at least their grand final spot through that round as well. So, I mean, they're a scary team if they do start rolling.
They sure are. No way around that. And with what we saw from the nail-up, I don't like to call it a 1v4 because his entire team was there and helping, but they made Na'Vi of all teams look like a team that doesn't know how to fight up close, and that's quite literally the one thing Na'Vi is known to be good at. So that was pretty impressive, and that's kind of what got them turned around in terms of their momentum. Here we see Howl flying their way towards the circle, having already now made it inside. I'm loving that we are not seeing any hot drops, actually, considering the fact that that was pretty much happening at every other takeover so far. As I say that, Vart does find 2 actually on to push and shoot. I'm not sure exactly how that one went down.
Yeah, we're gonna take a look now, and yeah, it looked like it was on rotation. It must have been, right? It was in the deep forest, but either way, Foot is gonna start this one off with 2 kills. I mean, they are very much favorites for this whole tournament as well. I don't want to count them out at all. I mean, Balanam's just so incredibly strong. They've shown us what they can do in phase 1 as well, as more shots are coming out right now. After all, is going to lose a play on the rotation as well. DA, that must have been intentional as well. I do think DA camped that bridge. The timing's just been perfect for them. So DA is going to pick up a frag as well very early on, and they will make it out as 4 because Matrelli's on the other side has got their bags covered.
Exactly, and that's again kind of what I was alluding to just before. There are only so many access points to cross on over, and DA, well, I mean, known to be a team that likes to be kind of the shoe, or the rock in the shoe of other teams trying to rotate forward. That is exactly what happened to After All there. So taking some casualties early on, and for DA, able to get a few points, kind of get a read of how many teams are wrapping in behind him, and then make a move for themselves. Pretty much in DA fashion.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if they're going to play through the city, because Pod is already positioned very well to potentially greet them. So they do have to be careful on that one, but yeah, Pod is split very far as well. Talking about splits right now, BBL looks like they're going to group up on this compound, because they do want to
Also nur bei mir, ne?
potentially, yeah, fight off in Tropic, but Tropic has, I guess, just realized that there's BBL on this compound, because they are leaving.
Yeah.
I was confused for a second. Are they going to commit to this breach right here? But it doesn't seem like it.
No, it's a dangerous position to try and push forward from your sitting in what we saw last week and proved to be like pretty much a nade funnel of just explosions coming your way. So smart from Entropic to push up close, see what was given to them, see what was free, and then calling quits on it when it got a little too dicey.
Yeah, Lucarus is going to be shot at, but he's going to be able to change his vehicle, no problem. So looking at the map right now, we do see there's been a lot of early rotations, I do want to say. Plenty of these bridges have been used, and then obviously the early rotations are valuable, because most of the times, if you do rotate early, there's no one going to be there to greet you on the other side. As we've seen, you know, happening with DA, obviously. And After All. But they will make it across all of them. And that's the terrain I was talking about. Not only, you know, around Terminal, but also around the northern side of the map. That's such an interesting terrain to, you know, potentially have a late game area in, because there's barely any hard cover, and lots of these positions hasn't really been played on the big international stage.
Well, let's see, he has Twisted Minds, well aware, I believe, that they have opponents nearby, of course, trying to make sure that no one's able to sneak up on him. 180 hours, same thing going for them. You see Win or Die on the minimap there, coming in from the sky. Let's try and find a better position to go to. I'm curious, are they just going to full commit down towards the army base? I believe they might.
I'm guessing,
just,
yeah.
Wrap all the way up north and actually kind of backfill BBL. And they have to be ready for that too, because they themselves, BBL that is, are currently trying to fend off against Entropic. If, as you can see here, if Win or Die can do damage in return, that's BBL now fighting on two fronts.
Yeah, so they will drop down. As you said, they will make their entry in towards army base. And they will land as 4 there as well, so it hasn't really been a problem, but then again, they will start off without any vehicles, or without any real information. That's always the big kind of, you know, disadvantage using that emergency parachute. Talking about After All right now, and talking about rotations. Looks like they might just lose another player here. Marcus surely is going to go down. He rotates straight into the next 2 players of 100 ADR. The one team that only made it through with a single chance in the playoffs. They only played in the Phase 3, and through their miraculous run, we do get to talk about that miraculous run. That one round where they, I do believe it was 17 or 18 frags in that Miramar game, where they just literally just plowed through the edges. And therefore made it and qualified safely on through. But yeah, one chance was enough for them.
And impressive, I mean, really impressive performance in that match for 180. I'm still curious to see how they're going to play here now that we have pretty much all of the top teams here. Of course, by the time 180R joined the fray, a lot of the more heavy-hitting teams had already qualified through. So clearly, some of the competition were easier, I guess you could argue, without being disrespectful to anyone in saying that. So curious to see how they're going to perform now that we have, especially in terms of EMEA partner teams. Now you have pretty much all of them here.
Very interesting rotation coming in from FaZe. I was looking at the map feed while looking at the game right now, and I almost wanted to ask, where is FaZe Clan? They were all the way down to the southern part of the map, and I expected them to rotate in with the emergency parachute on the second circuit pod, but they did make it in just a bit earlier. As you can see, they just landed on the western side, and therefore they did make it to a safe space, but therefore they aren't going to be centralized for the next shift, and it's going to be centralized again to the south of Army Base.
Yeah, well, up towards the north of the map we go. As right now the mountain is pretty much where I would imagine most teams are going to try and collapse. A lot of teams are already here, and it's at this point really somewhat limited how many more teams you can fit in. without there being like a bunch of fights going on. Compare it to Potato on Erangel. It's an amazing spot to play around when there's only 1, 2, maybe 3 teams. But once you start adding more, it's just too much out in the open. And I mean, everyone's going to shoot everyone in the back or try and do like early crazy pushes. That's then going to end up in trouble. Now we see here, as what you're saying, more and more teams are starting to get close.
Yeah, so that's going to be the one big advantage that the teams like FaZe and also, I mean, Foot to some degree have now playing on that edge. Due to the fact that everything in the middle right now is pretty much high ground, they will have an easier time clearing out the edge in terms of, you know, catching off rotations. And I think that's what they're trying to do right now. We can see Foot, they do have the opportunity to rotate further in, but they're going to stay on the edge for now. Same kind of applies to Twisted Minds to some degree. They do have that high ground, but they do not decide to push further in.
Teams trying to make space, trying to figure out exactly what's happening around them before being forced to make these aggressive moves. So right now, as you can see, have a push and shoot, trying to keep Twisted Minds at bay. Twisted did lose one earlier, so they themselves aren't too eager to make these over-aggressive plays, at least not for now. You can see here, Batul is trying to get to safety, but not able to do so before Shinken takes him down.
Yeah, it's good shots coming out from Schengen. I wasn't a fan of what Podunans just tried to do, at least not without cover. He must have known that that was going to be a dangerous cross, but he goes down either way. Smokes are coming out. He should be revived. I mean, looking at this, even 100 AR could potentially go for a backstep here on towards Push. But you've got to remember, Push, I do believe they lost 2 players very early on. Yes, they did lose 2 players very early on, so they got to be careful themselves. They can't really make a move up on this. And they won't be able to either. You can see Perfecticus is there to potentially greet them if they do want to close the gap in terms of distance. But they will be fought off for now, and Batulans will be back up on his feet in a couple of seconds.
It's very interesting looking at the map here, seeing how many teams are now wrapping in from the west, where the east is completely open. Gustav able to take down Tegas as Spitfix try and make their way on it, but they are instantly greeted by the firing squad of FaZe.
And this is interesting. FaZe is still making a kind of a wide 2-2 split, and even though they just greeted Bitfix Gaming, none of the other players, namely James and Fegs, are looking to rotate further towards Gustav and Correction. They have that much trust in them, but now comes the third party. Miko's going to headshot Gustav, and it's going to get stolen by Salty, and that makes it very weird for FaZe because they just weren't ready to commit towards this edge, and Bitfix didn't even rotate on through. That's going to be a heartbreak for FaZe because they didn't expect there to be any resistance after that initial first frag.
It's just a weird position to be in. Again, I mean, obviously we're on Taco while these players have all played, I mean, ranked games for almost a year and a half on this map, or at least just, I mean, played this map for almost a year. There is still, like, in terms of angles, knowing what you're visible to when you're peeking certain spots, that teams have still yet to find out in a competitive setting. So for Gustav there, thought maybe was safe from more angles, then didn't realize, holy hell, we have Ascent just over the other hillside, and they can actually see me from here. And now, off of what I was just saying before, this circle gets really interesting, because not only how we headed east, but look at how many teams were out west before. That's the cluster of Bitfix FaZe, what was Ascent, and now Entropic as well, where the east side here is completely free.
Yeah, I do want to say that's mainly to the fact that you have more, I want to say, easier rotation paths on the western side through the roads than on the eastern sides, where you kind of have to go through the forest, and you're always being at a disadvantage rotating through because you're going uphill and it's really easy to shoot you out of the car. But then again, I mean, Excel, for example, this is going to usually favor them. They've got plenty of space, but going up to the western edge, and Choppy, I think, just about cleared out BFG. I think it's only Ronick left who's making his way on through, but there we have it. Bitfix Gaming is going to be the first team to fall short and round number 1.
Yep. Down they go. Out they go again. We were going to lose teams on this hillside eventually, and they will be the first to go. Push and shoot immediately there to follow as Apocalypse finds one. You can see now Ascent having to try and fend off against Orcless. They want to get this one done with fast. Unfortunately, Nate's come through to help them because you do have FaZe pushing up right behind him.
And these have been great injuries coming in from Ascent. Both these players cleared out, and I think it's just one player left now, and his position is known as well. Bresco's already looking for him. Nates are coming out. He doesn't need anything just yet, but he's only half HP on the other side, so that surely should be the frag he's waiting for. Flash comes through, and that should secure the 4th point early on. It's only FaZe 3 and Ascent are already starting to clean up their edge. There's only one team behind them, and they've already lost a player as well, and that's FaZe Clan.
Break scope, peeks on over, finds the final as they get the confirm here, but again, from one fight straight into another. You have one team set just up ahead of them, and you have FaZe pushing in from behind. They need to be very swift in how they approach the same thing for Entropic as the circle starts closing in. BBL knows they're coming, and they're actually in vehicles crossing over now, so a little space given, I suppose, to Entropic in the transition forward.
Yeah, and Sharpik, they're surely going to run into BBL here, right? But BBL is just rotating out of the army base as well, so they might just rotate it with good enough timing so that BBL is rotating out of the armor base. That should give Sharpik a safe entry into this one. But going back over to Ascend, I do gotta say, what's really interesting, Twisted Minds were above them the whole time, and due to the fact that they lost a player early on, I think that's why they decided to stay edge, because they would, in theory, have an entry already deeper into the zone, but they do want to fight this against Ascend, and that's going to be a 3 and 4 coming up.
Yeah, it sure is. I think Twisted Minds is smart and just sitting here and waiting it out. There's no reason for them to over-aggress. Instead, allow for Ascend and FaZe to take the fight here. Now, as you can see, while they're driving forward, they're trying to spot Chris. Does he see him through there? I think Chris does.
Yeah, just about through the leaves. I think he hit 1 or maybe 2 shots, but it wasn't enough. Oh, it's Chris! Hits the flake onto Perfectix, but Spyro's going to trade him out. Ascend is in deep trouble. I don't think they will be able to get any of these players that are going down right now because they are deep inside the blue zone. That's what I was saying. Twisted Mind, they didn't calculate their chances going inside the zone too well, so that's why they wanted to fight out in towards the blue zone, because that's what they thought they would have the advantage on. But little do they know it's Ascend on the other side. But as I say that, more frags are coming on through. Killiaka, unfortunately, gets taken out by the blue zone, so that's 1 kill denied against Twisted Minds, but they will be able to clear this out together with the help of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, they have to stay out here. They have to play the edge. They know there's simply too many teams on their side of the circle for them to just try and push through it. So, smart in sticking around here for as long as they did. Will they be able to get the rest on up? I believe they will, as DA now starts encroaching as well. But FaZe still out in the blue linker in. FaZe 4 damage does hurt, but not enough that FaZe can't stay alive out there, at least for a little while longer. Yeah,
it's going to be interesting seeing how many meds they have. You can see DA and Twisted Minds are still looking to potentially hold off these edges. I think especially Twisted Minds, they will be greeted over there. Will they expect Correxy, though, is the question.
I can't fault them for not doing so. Considering the fact, considering how much fighting there's been going on here, I think they would think that Twisted Minds is the last team to make the push on through. But here we go, Lyron sprays on over, spots 1, gets the second down as well. As Perfectix falls, nice orc spray coming through from Lyron to secure the double.
Massive frags coming out from Lyron. Digital Athletics, they were the last team potentially hold off this edge, and they're doing great use of that position. 1 more nade potentially coming out against FaZe. If that would have hit, I mean, that's just the icing on the cake, but it's not going to. I think the last player of FaZe might just add to the blue zone. So DA still got 4 alive, and they just got 3 frags off that edge. They're in prime position to potentially make something work out of that southern position now.
And in the meantime, over towards the east, I mean, PUBG, PUBG Esports, Exalt, they just chill. The entire west side here is burning, but they get to sit around and wait it out. Fex did manage to make his way inside the circle. So we'll see what he can pull off here. In the meantime, James has done the exact same thing, or at least as close to, but he needs Fex now more than ever to push up here and assist him.
This is so interesting. I mean, FaZe essentially has been running through this. Fex now on the lurk. He gets 1. He should get the second one as well. And there he goes. DA's in shambles right now. And even though Fex can't get the clutch in the end of the day, it is going to be 2, potentially 3 points. Not sure how fast the blue zone is going to work. I think they will get 1 res, probably. But I think there's another point on the board for FaZe Clan. But talking about FaZe Clan and salvaging this round, that's way more points than I would have expected them to get.
Yeah, able to rack up a few extra in a pretty tricky situation, but not getting the confirms on them now. Unluckily, it's going to leave them with only 2 points this game. So I thought maybe Fex was going to get at least 1 of those, but not going to happen. In the meantime now, ADR, they've been chilling for a little while now. Of course, with the fight coming to them eventually, they will have to stand their ground. Good thing for them is they've had to fight very little, so now they get to fend off here with full Kevlar and helmets.
And Sharpik made it in as well with the west side now. Shots coming down towards BBL that just ran out of the army base as well. Fortunately for them, before they took this fight, they didn't know the zone was going to hard shift in their favor. So now they are inside, but now the nade comes in, and there's Ivash opening it up. Smash and Rustam go down immediately. I think at this point they will surely clear out this edge, aren't they?
Yeah, I can imagine. BBL, I'm not sure how they're planning on staying alive down here. In the meantime, win or die, taking a fight towards after all. That's just in the southern side. Hurricane peeking on forward, trying to kind of assess the situation as they have managed to make some space for themselves again.
Oh, we have it in Rusen. Looking around their left-hand side. After all, they've been caught off guard in this round too many times. That's why it's only a solo left alive. But win or die, we'll get some shots in themselves. That's smashing in a nice little headshot. And somehow Enan's gonna make it out alive here. Oh, that nade! What? What kind of sniper nade was that? Leos shuts it down, and that's after all eliminated as well.
Yeah, Win or Die have been able to not only push on forward, but also clear out the compound completely. And that's off of them emergency parachuting in as one of the last two teams early on in the match. Very, very well rewarded with how they were able to aggress forward and kind of backstab BBL to this position.
There we have it. 100 ADR. When we were talking about them, we weren't sure what to expect in this kind of grand final lobby. I mean, it's a whole different thing having a 17, 18 kill game in a playoff stage than having it in the grand finals against some of these EMEA partner teams that are so internationally experienced, but they're holding their own right now. 3 frags on that western side, but sooner or later they will have to fight off more, because I think DA is just sneaking up on them. I'm not sure if they realize it.
I believe this is the downfall of
Entropic.
At least one should fall off of this, and yeah, there you go. Look at those go down. In the meantime, now DA finally committing to the wraparound on ADR.
This is so interesting. DA decided to go for that fight. They have every... in that situation, they could very well just stand back and not take this fight just yet because we're not even in the placement zone. But they do want to clear out this edge. They do want to take control of the round. And that's what I like about DA. These kind of split aggressive decisions. First frag goes their way and the flash as well.
Apocalypse trying to wrap on forward as well, as they want to clear out PUBG Esports before having to push further forward themselves. But they've taken 2 casualties already, as we're trying to have our eyes on 2 fights here. But does lob a nade on over, find the double with it.
And there we can see Howl in big trouble. Vard might just have the angle on towards Apocalypse as well. For now, he's going to smoke himself. Just want to potentially just take this gas off the pedal for some reason. They don't want to immediately run into Apocalypse. Maybe they're expecting some kind of push from Park coming in, but now they should hear them fight on the eastern side. And that's Part against Exiled. That might just HC might just give them the opportunity to rack up some more kills, because HC has some... yeah, has some vision on that edge, but now Owl is going to be eliminated first of all. And even though Beamy gets shot down from behind, that's just plenty of kill points going their way. 7 at the moment.
Yeah, trying to rag up even more as Vard finds the 4th pot. Only rocks on his feet, I believe, right now. Trying to lay low as best as possible. Issue is Circle's just shifted away from him, so ain't gonna be easy for him to transition anywhere at all. We are getting into placement points, so at least Rox has got that good for him, which is nice. But Circle, as I said, up towards the northwest, playing in favor of ADI. If they wrap down, taking out RDFS, which is exactly what they just did, they will have a lot of space if they can maintain full control of this west side here.
Yeah, such a great shift for them, and DA, the ones that were harassing them from up top, have now decided to switch on over and potentially get some backstabbing action in towards Foot, but they're not really getting the entry, so they will potentially be forced to just rotate in straight through as well. And look at that, the entry isn't exactly perfect, and that's what Kobok is thinking about. That sideline is too open against Foot, so they will potentially have to rotate west again.
Exalt able to wrap a bit further forward, trying to completely pin down PUBG Esports here, which is, well, that's right now. At least they've kind of isolated the direction of which they can go. 8C peeks on over, doesn't get eyes on one. In the meantime, up towards the other side of the circle we go. As Hyrusin continues the onslaught alongside Win or Die. BBL out.
Wow, BBL just got shut down by Win or Die. And that also means Win or Die now with massive control. They didn't lose a single player, even though they had plenty of knocks throughout this round. But looking back over towards Ford, they finally will be greeted by Exalt in that game. They've been looking at each other for so long. Now finally, some knocks have to come out because I don't think they can coexist in this one. And look at that, Exalt has got all the positions. Small smokes are coming out to potentially make some space for Foot. Well, looking at DA, they can't let this fight happen without at least, you know, shooting some shots in that direction, right?
Yeah, a little too worried, I think, of ADR pushing over, but
wow,
Ferris, well, he made it easy. Just take out all of them with utility, and then allow yourself to push further forward. None of them having to stop to heal. Just plenty of space to maneuver. And now, as you can see here, ADI is actually wrapping up behind him, so smart, I guess, from DA not to fully commit to the fight towards the east, because they have their own fight happening in the west.
Look at these chickpeas. Rogelius is really feeling it right now. Unfortunately, he's already lost 2 of his teammates. DA has had some interesting decisions up there on the southern side. They couldn't really decide on which edge to focus, and they didn't really get the entries on the eastern side, so that's why they will focus back on the western side now. And excuse me, they only lost one of the players, obviously. That's where the first knock comes in as well. Hoot will open it up, and that's 100 AR getting shut down on that western side time and time again. They did harass them earlier, and maybe now they can finish the job.
Yep, Ferris peeks on over, finds one again. This is the third party they didn't want to have to deal with, but the issue for DA is they were too slow on the trigger. They didn't pick a fight to take, and therefore kind of both the fights, or both the teams that were in those fights end up coming to them, which in the end makes them the ham and the sandwich, and they fall because of it.
Yeah, the indecisiveness right there on which edge to commit to, I think was mainly due to the fact that they didn't know the terrain 100%, because we could see Mark wasn't really sure on which edge to go to because the sightlines were so weird, just in the middle of it. So, yeah, at that point it was already too late, but I think that could have been prevented with maybe just, you know, knowing the sightlines a little bit better. But that's, at the end of the day, you know, what this grand final is here for as well. Experiencing Tago for the first time on some of these circles.
Yep, so far I'm liking what we're seeing. This game has been quite a bit more chaotic, I'd say, than what we've seen from the previous Takeover matches. It's pretty much been fighting non-stop, very Sanok-esque in how it's been unfolding, with first the West completely lighting up and then the East now the same. But of course, when we have an area of the map where there's pretty much been no compound fighting the entire game, it's like this is just how it's gonna go. You're gonna see third parties become fourth parties, then fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth parties, you name it. And the good thing for the teams that have come out victorious here is that they've been able to kind of stand their ground on their respective sides of the circle. Win or Die haven't had to do too much after they took out yeah, this was a pretty lucky
that was close, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Win or Die, I mean, after they took out after all, they've had quite a decent amount of space to work with. So we'll see if they can now also claim this one.
I mean, win or die, this is their game to lose, but at the end of the day, they don't even have man advantage, really. So they need to be careful on you know, committing to one edge too heavily. First knock comes out, though, towards Fade. And that's an interesting one. And by the way, I just want to notice, or quickly shift your attention, we don't have a single EMEA partner teams inside the top 3 in the first game.
No, true. It's been a grind for all these teams to try and make the late game here, and I think everyone really has been pretty wounded. As I say, that Win or Die arguably the one to be the least, as they've been able to shoot at people from afar for quite a while. But Exalt, they've been up close and fighting. The same thing's been the case for ADR. Now, Exalt starting to wrap down that north side, able to find the first one, but they need more space to maneuver.
And Layer's just going to open it up as well. Great nade onto Ferris. The next one comes through as well. It's not going to shut down the knock player, but it's going to deal massive damage towards the surrounding ones. And there he goes! Ooh. He shuts down the knock and knocks another one. And that's Exalt in deep, deep trouble, because I'm not sure if they can get these... yeah, if they can get any knocks back. Really, I don't see any sidelines where they could potentially trade this out. And more nades are coming through. Fate is going to bleed out as well.
The good thing is they're inside the circle. Issue is now they're within, I mean, not only nade range, but these blue zone nades, whenever you get a knock on one, that's... If you thought it was easy to confirm kills with mollies, blue zones are even better, because they take up such a big amount of space, and try and crawl out through those and also have a teammate come pick you up is practically impossible. But no, more confirms come through. As Exalt is down to 2 alive. Win or Die, though, yet to take a casualty in Leosh. Only 300 damage, 300 damage done, but 6 kills. That is a good amount of stealing coming this way.
Yes, and I want to just quickly touch on his positioning right now. Massive, absolutely massive. The ridgeline he's playing is perfectly positioned between 12 of these teams. And even though you might think that's kind of risky, he's got full back support, and he can keep both teams at bay perfectly. He puts some shots to the right, puts some shots to the left, and all he needs to do is let the blue zone work in his favor. So Leos is really perfectly positioned right now. All Win or Die needs to do right now is not lose any players unnecessarily, and Aruzen is in a really bad spot at the moment.
Yeah, well, he does manage to find the knock onto Wubugi, so he will be alright for now. But as you're saying, tricky spot to be in. Hiruzen does end up going down as Win or Die try to continue to wrap their way further forward. Extents might actually be able to pick him up here, though, if he plays 1 or 2 good nades to, even if he doesn't get the knock, just kind of force Arch to sit back and heal. He might just be able to go for the rest here.
Yeah, he might just. Leos is being taken down very low as well. Some trades on the western side. Monodogged is going to shut down Aguzi, and that might just make it interesting, because now ADR has realized they might just have an advantage pushing this right now. They do at the moment. It's 2 knocks. One of which is Exile, one of which is Win or Die. Now Exile is eliminated. That still means that 180 has got the manage at the moment, and Hurricane, even though he's very low, should get back up to that 100 or at least 75 HP in a matter of no time.
Yep, Leosh trying to set up close, be that threat up close, and that nade is perfect. It's just Leosh left alive now.
My goodness, and Leosh, he's so close though. He might just get that first knock. He's falling though. He's going to take that 1v1. He's going to shut it down as well. And 100 ADR, that one team that only had 6 chances to make it in towards the grand final is going to open up the grand finals with a massive win. And that's a deserving one as well. They fought their way through the western side, and they did not make a mistake on any of the fights that were given to them.
No, absolutely perfect on their execution there. They knew when to not only take fights, but also when to back out and kind of just let fights unfold. Because it's always so tempting when you have a fight happening nearby to want to go third party. But they knew some of the fights that were going on, especially the ones on the southern side. Yes, there might be 1 or 2 kills for us to claim here. But if we give up a really good position in order to take those kills, we might lose because of it. So very smart in their, I don't want to say hesitation necessarily, but in the decision making at least to kind of navigate their way to the win on this one.
Yeah, and I mean, they did have the better position at the end of the day as well. I mean, Win or Die down there, sure, they had the man advantage, but they had to push out of the compound. And the sidelines were just really bad for them, especially since Exiled had to be fought early on as well. I still feel like they could have made it work. I mean, the first 2 knocks, I'm not sure who threw the nades, maybe it was Leosh as well. The first 2 knocks and flushes were so detrimental for them to potentially win this round. And even though they couldn't, that was a great entry against Exiled.
It really was. It really was. Interesting match as well, as we've now seen one more kind of Takeover, I suppose we can call it. Again, I like to compare it to a kind of very early on guaranteed potato ending on a Wrangle, or maybe even Stalber ending to some extent, just with more trees. Even though it was a difficult area of the map to see teams fight through, I still think it was pretty good. I mean, in terms of how much cover teams had and whatnot, it's just because teams have only been here so many times, which is practically none up until this point. It's very difficult to know what sidelines you have, what lines you have to be kind of worried about, and we saw it unfold there. And I think that adds to why it became a bit more chaotic. Teams just don't know the area well enough.
Yeah, that was so interesting. We saw that first knock against FaZe Clan on the very western side. I think Mika shut down Gustav, if I remember correctly. And you were saying that might just be due to the fact that the sidelines aren't 100% sure. You don't really know perfectly where each of the teams could potentially have a spot to play in on that western hillside. So yeah, it's going to be interesting going forward.
It really is. Well, I'm going to give you a little break here, Felix, as we invite back Tom. So, Tom, I don't know what that is. I'll say it's Mark. Where did Tom come from? I'm not even sure.
I'm not so sure.
In any case, let's get him back. I'll give you a break. You can get a breather. Maybe I'm the one that needs a break after this. I can't even get Mark's name right anymore. I think at least it's... oh, well, yep, there we go. Welcome back, Mark. Oh, Tom, I should say. That is now your name. It has been decided for you. How did you enjoy that match?
Mate, that was a good map. And I'll be Tom. Don't worry about that. It's the finals. We take it. It's not about us. It's about the games. Mate, talk about that shift. I was actually excited to see that north side, that plane actually show that military base. And that was great. And then it just shifted heavy east. And wow, the sea of colours did not disappoint us, though. So many teams ensured destruction, though. He was literally fighting outside of the blue. And if it really interesting for me, actually, DA and Twisted Minds, they actually went hunting for kills into the blue at that point. So those guys really want to start off aggressive, I felt.
Oh, it was chaotic. It was definitely a very close quarter skirmish, kind of from phase 2 and onward. It's very rare that we see these areas of maps where there's quite literally no compounds, other than the one that Win or Die and After All fought over. It was all open field fighting, and it's very rare that from that early on in the game you'll see that happening. But well, I guess that's where Takeover brings something new.
Yeah, it does bring something new. Do you know what? Let's have a quick look at those action replays that the production team took on that game number 1, because yeah, it did come down quite a few times to just line of sight you guys were talking about. You got it so right, because these teams just didn't quite see it. We saw some early doors. Ascend being one of these teams that were on the east hand side, though, as they were taking. You can even see, look at the sea of colour down there. It was just a mass. And this is the point where DA just kind of was committing to take that fight in that southwest corner. But for me, they should have stacked going that way, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly difficult to, again, maneuver around that area. And also, I think DA may be respecting the potential of a push coming onto them earlier. Was a, what can you call it? Like, they gave teams around them a little more respect than I think they should have. Because when they did go aggressive, as we see here, they just instantly brought it to Twisted Minds. Had they dared to play the same playstyle against some of the teams later on in the game, I think they would have come out much better.
There's some great shots though from Lyron. Now this is outstanding from Fex. Look at this. He picks up one, sees the head of the second, swings across, doesn't quite get him for one, and commits to go get that second kill. That was a great play. FaZe unfortunately eliminated on that push though, but Fex put another 2 knocks. Didn't get the confirms here. For me, actually, let's quickly talk about Win or Die. Win or Die, they parachute themselves in towards that military camp. They were gifted as well, Toby. They got all those drops, and this was where we actually had to see them take the fights. And you guys implied though 100 ADR, they stood their ground, and with obviously Win or Die having to come out of that compound, was quite a hard push from that position, right?
It really was. Like, once you concede, or not concede, but like once you are forced to stay in the low ground, especially with 100 ADR gaining the amount of space that they were able to here, it's practically impossible to come out victorious. So again, kudos to 100 ADR. I mean, they did it multiple times in the same game, and this end game is really what sealed the deal for them, that they didn't overcommit. You'll see other teams try and kind of push into the compound and take an aggressive fight and then lose because they didn't end up fighting on equal terms. Here they said, nope, we could push in, but let's keep the high ground. Let's play this one smart, not get greedy. And I think that's really how they came about their win.
Yeah, you're right. They didn't overextend on that high ground. They'd done enough just to stop those teams coming in on that west. And when they got a bit of freedom space, you saw them sort of do a little bit to that sort of south side. They picked a couple of kills. I think at that point, no, that's when they were going, hey, we can win this. This is our game. We can keep DA on the other side of that rock, and they did it really, really well. And then they just played down and they took the win though from the pushing, I suppose, the strong team of Win or Die. But look, let's have a quick look though at those points on the board, because with that win on the board, that's going to set them up nicely. But let's see where the rest of the teams landed, Toby.
Very rare, already off the board now, that you have 5 teams in double digits. That is pretty impressive, but of course that also goes to show that on the right-hand side of the leaderboard, pretty much everyone is down there at none, or very few. But of course that's, again, how it tends to go down when you have so much open field fighting. You don't have 1 or 2 teams that just bunch up all the points. It was very, very evenly spread up there on the top. But for 100 ADR, for Win or Die and Exalt as well, to come out with such a good start, that is absolutely phenomenal. Especially, I mean, actually DA as well. Those are teams that you rarely ever see come off to a strong start. So for them to get it going this early on now, I think could bode for a good finals for them.
Yeah, this is a very telltale sign of that battle on that west hand side. And look, for me, Twisted Minds, they went into blue to go get it. They only put up 2 on the board. FaZe got in the mix as well. They only put 2 up on the board. So I think that these are going to be interesting ones to keep an eye on, because we've already got the first game under well. Let's go have a look though at some of the stats that came up. There's our leaderboard though, but the stats on the doors though, as they show total kills, total damage, and total knots. But Win or Die, they put a player in each one of those categories, but a little bit of a mixed bag though, and 100 ADR doing pretty well as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's the teams that were able to sit at the distance and kind of just pick the fights they wanted that will come out on the top of this leaderboard, mainly because the teams that had to go all in would take so many casualties in each of their fights that they ended up dying in the next fight they came into. So, for Win or Die, able to sit tight and do damage from afar. We saw with Leos, I mean, he's at 500 damage, ended up getting a bit more damage than initially because he had 6 kills and just over 300 damage early on in the game. So, able to rack up a bit more damage with those kills is, of course, amazing. And then Moldog up there almost at 1,000 or 900, I should say. Pretty solid as well, but nowhere to be seen on kills. So it's always tricky when you have to try and confirm the kills, but it's from such a long distance that you can't really get to them.
I think that comes back down to the eyesight of knowing the terrain, knowing where they can play, because that forest area, it felt like you was enclosed, it felt you were safe, but they couldn't quite see the teams that they needed to see, and then a couple of steps forward and they were just fully exposed. And I think that's where some of the feedbacks come from, Tago, at the moment, is they feel it's a bit empty and it looks safe, but definitely isn't when you take far too many steps forward in this one. And I think that's a result as we see in front of us.
Yeah, I mean, I think this area was definitely one of the better areas for late game fighting than what we've seen in other areas of Tago so far.
Yeah, 100%. And do you know what? An interesting one. We've had a couple of interesting ones. But look, do you know what is interesting for me, though? And I've been, during the break, watching the games, and over the weekend, been scribbling some ideas down. But that is the sponsor for this event. It's actually ProPads. This is the only day now you guys, or the only day you guys can get yourselves in. Like, so if those who've got double monitors, take full advantage. Get yourself on the website. Go across to where it says customize it. Get the big one. It's got to be PUBG style. That's all we're going to say. So get your PUBG the imagination on, put all your graphics in, get your text on the board as well, get those emojis. I've seen a couple of good ones already, I must admit, but I believe the three of us are going to be picking the winners later on today. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
No, I can't wait. I cannot wait. So yeah, those are guys and girls though, that if you have got yourself your second on one side or during the break, get yourself over and get yourself designing, because we have already got some entries in, but they are limited. We have 3 that are going to be up for grabs, and I might have my eye cheekily on one at the moment, because I think it was quite a good idea. Toby, have you had a chance to have a look at them already?
I have not. I am waiting until we're done. I'm waiting till all of them are there. I don't want to get any pre-bias going, so waiting to see until everything is there. Then we'll lay them out and make our votes.
Oh, mate. For me, I just want to get my hands on one. And if you haven't already, you can use the rotation discount code. You get 10% off. So if you can't wait, we can obviously get yourself on that website now. Get your own design. Doesn't have to be PUBG. And obviously, you can throw yourself in and for that 10% discount and get it in. So look, obviously for me, I'm keen to bring back the full stack of casters, as I believe the game is production. Is that right? The game is ready now to go. I'm going to assume that is a yes.
Thank you so much. And just like that, Tom/Mark has left us, and back we are with Felix. I was gonna come up with a different name for you, but I can't do that. Only when I mess things up, I get to make new names. But a little break for you, Felix. What did you do? Did you look at mouse pads? Did you go for a drink of water? How did you spend these last couple of minutes?
Yeah, I just ordered like a bunch of mouse pads. Definitely. I mean, the rotation, the basic rotation mouse pad right now. So this is the official branded one that's available in the store as well. Then again, use it, 10% discount code, the rotation. Is amazing. I've got one right here actually on my desk. I wish I could show you, but I'm not going to bother tilting the camera now, because otherwise I might just not get in place anymore. But it's amazing. The quality is amazing. The graphic is amazing. Whoever designed these is a designing genius, I guess, because they really are amazing. So make sure to check them out. propez.gg is going to the website you need to head on.
Exactly. Now we are going to head on over to Miramar in just about 15 seconds time. So curious to see how things are going to unfold once we get over there. We did see, I believe, 3 or 4 cases of emergency pickups this time around on Taco, and I could only imagine that number being that much higher now that we get over to Miramar. Issue is, Miramar is a very compound or nothing type of map, and most importantly, Miramar is a very vehicle-needed map. Transitioning on foot in the open is practically impossible here in the sandy dunes, and that's the issue with these emergency pickups, is that you don't get to bring your cars. So we'll see. We'll see how much teams opt to go aggressive early with these emergency pickups.
Yeah, interested also to see how Picado and South Picado split is going to be structured. Who's going to be playing that? I see Pod going for the Southern Picado split, I suppose, but looks like they're going to make their way to Picado, actually. So we might see a hard jump. We're going to see a hard jump here throughout all of the 18 maps, or not 18 maps, but all of the Miramar maps at least that are to be played. I might just scream. But at the end of the day, I feel like in the grand finals, you could almost opt to maybe sacrifice a day to potentially contest something, because you have PGZ points secured already. And I mean, at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to, doesn't it?
Sure is. It sure is. So many points on the line for these teams, and they all want them. They all want to get going, and then, of course, get going into the PCS2 qualifiers as well, as they are unfolding in not too long time.
Yeah, so Pod is going to get Picado now. This is so interesting because they usually do play Southern Picado split, but this time around, DA is not going to opt to potentially contest Picado and force them out of it, which I think would have been completely fine for Pod. But I mean, then again, I'm not too sure if Picado at the end of the day even has better rotation. I think it's just it's just better in terms of timings and finding the lead faster. But we do see the first circle. It's going to be going down towards the southern side of Los Leones. At least that's where the center is right now. We never know.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see how spicy this one is going to get for us. A little bit of a honk to honk there from Beamy and 8. You know, Beamy and T-Bone, I believe it was. But we'll see now, as everyone gets their loot game going, how things are going to pan on out. Rotations should be pretty easy coming into at least the circle. The issue is, with these southeast area of the map circles, we tend to see a lot, if not almost all the teams, pretty much focus on the same fourth of this map, which is east and southeast of Los Leones. It's essentially between where FaZe and where Lhasa from Howl currently are. expect to see like 10 teams down there by the end of phase 1.
Yeah, it was pretty stacked. Also in the playoffs, I believe. So, I mean, we'll see. Talking about the circle, though, and being pretty stacked, FaZe Clan. I mean, they are as circle center as it gets in phase 1. And I was kind of teasing earlier when I said it's probably going to go down south of Los Leones, because that's just where we've seen the circles in recent times. And I think that's what FaZe is going to be playing for in this one as well. I'm going to be very interested to see what kind of split they're going to go for here in phase 1, because there's just so many spots they could potentially play for. But they also should know, and that's the team with, or that's the thing with, you know, playing edge versus playing center, especially in phase 1. If you do play center, there's lots of teams that are going to contest your spots, and sometimes teams that are used to playing edge might just overcommit, and they don't really feel as comfortable as just playing edge. So even though it looks like it's very great, you know, being center in phase 1, doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot that early in the game.
Yeah, especially in this area of the map. It's one shift. I mean, it doesn't even have to go far away from where you are. If you're like fully committing to compounds early on and the neighboring compound is already taken, just the fact that you have to move 50 meters could be the downfall of you. So we'll see who gets the blessing of the PUBG gods, as these circles will take us to the end game eventually. But for now, rotations are gonna be coming on through. And DA, I mean, last game they set up on the bridge. I'm not convinced they're gonna try and set up camps, as they have already kind of made their way in from the west here. But if they do realize that they have a fully stacked, I should say, clown car driving up ahead, they might just want to chase them down.
They might just. Orclis is going to be rotating as well. It's only a 3-man inside the car, but doesn't really help it at the end of the day. That's very easily caught up upon. At least they're not rotating as a full 4-man stack. So they did have one player that rotated further onwards, kind of scouted the way for them. But it's still going to be risky. I'm not sure what happened with the vehicle spawns for them. Must have been really unfortunate.
Let's see, nail up. Iron sights on the clear indicator. Spend as much time looting as maybe they not would have wanted to, but could have, to gain themselves some more stuff. But of course, again, I mean, knowing how much there are only so many spots to play from down here and how much trouble you get in, you have to get there fast. And now over towards DA as they take the fight to 100 ADR.
And 100 ADR, they just came off the back of a win in the last game. They might just be shut down here. Marco gets traded though, as there is still 2 players alive on both teams. Hixus has to support maybe from the distance. I'm not sure how far he is. He's going to get traded down as well. Got Molotov though in hand. It looks like DA is going to clean this up clean. And they will do so. Only 2 players have been knocked down, but none of these will be flushed. And that Molotov from, I do believe it was, who was it from? One of the DA players up on the street. I'm not sure who it was named, namely, but great Molotov forced one of the 180 players back inside the warehouse, and was shot on the pathing there again. That's going to secure them 4 points. And 100 man, they just started off a 19 points win and got immediately crushed in the beginning of the next round. That must hurt.
Yeah, sure would. Huge for DA as well. A good game in the previous one, and now not only do they take out 180 but they do so without taking any casualties of their own, and they get to reset before any other teams kind of come in their nearby vicinity. So really well played by DA. We know they like to pull up on teams early. We know they like to take some of these fights, and even though the first knock actually went against them in that fight, they still managed to turn it around. Really good fight coming through there for DA.
Win or die on the rotation as well. Talking about teams that did really well in the last game, they will be rotating in just about for that second circle pop as well. Push kind of the same in the same area in terms of rotation. Both teams making their entry throughout the Impala region. And after all, the other team, the third team in their ranks, making it inside through that eastern side, but they will be inside the phase 1 safe zone already, as they have already reached Puerto Paraíso. Next rotation coming in, DA is going to cut straight through. That's interesting.
Yeah, so far no one opting to take the emergency pickups, but it's kind of interesting for those of you guys watching the map, as well as the main broadcast. If you're not already, then I strongly advise you to do so. Hop over to just write !Matt on Twitch. You'll get it popped popped up for you. But look at the map and see how, as I was just talking about before, pretty much everyone is on the southern half of this circle. And because of how much water is in play, you're effectively cramming almost the entire server, or at least like 12 out of the 16 teams. You're essentially cramming them into what is phase 3 space. That's pretty wild. But again, that goes to show how much they're willing to commit to these positions early, knowing that if the game does end up going down there, you're pretty much winning the game off of just the position that you have.
Yeah, 100%. But I do gotta say, despite so many teams being inside the very circle center right now, being cramped up on the southern side, we haven't really seen too much chaos, and that's really surprising to me, because especially in this kind of lobby where, you know, some of these teams haven't really played against each other, at least not in the early stages of the game, and you know, I would have expected more chaos to be happening, especially in the rotation pass, but the timing on plenty of these rotations in phase 1 so far has been on point for most of these teams. I mean, even Exalt made it in safely, August made it in safely over the western side as well, and even Twisted Minds can already have a good setup on the western side, despite, you know, having kind of a late timing. So I'm really. I mean, at the end of the day, I think that it comes down to a lot of teams preparing really well, especially the teams that came in through the later stages of the qualifier, or the later stage of the playoffs.
I couldn't agree more. Bitfix just roaming the hills, trying to see what they can find. Having only recently arrived to this area of the map, they gotta make some space, gotta find out who their neighbors are, and wait for 1 minute and 3 seconds until the next circle pops. I think that's really what most teams, with the exception of Ascent, who are still chilling in the blue, doing Ascent things, I think that's what they're going to do. The only team that aren't doing it right now is going to be Push and Shoot. They're currently wrapping around the area that Win or Die is in, but I'm not sure they're aware that they have them just down to their east side.
I feel like they should have seen them, because they both rotated in through that Impala hotspot, to that Impala rotation pass, so they should have at least heard them to some degree, as Win or Die is just in the compound towards their east. But then again, that information might have just been missed. Either way, it's going to be an interesting entry, and as you said, the south side is so cramped right now. Yeah, I'm not sure how these teams are going to react on an eastern shift, because yeah, there's barely any rotation paths left. I mean, the southern street maybe for Bitfix Gaming could be a good rotation path for any of the other teams. If this is going to hard shift east, it's going to be a big problem.
I mean, pretty much if it's going to hard shift anywhere but straight down towards the southwest side. And that's always the fun thing. The more settled teams are, the more comfortable they feel in present circles, the harder they usually become to rotate. So this one, I mean, it ain't too bad. There's only 3.5 teams that have to make a move, make that 4, with Ascent still coming in from the blue. But we are slowly making it so much more difficult to maneuver, because again, the mountains up towards Las Leones, the entire ridge line, like around the city to the east, is what we like to think of as land ratioed mountains, areas that we're going to be shifting away from. So already now, teams are going to try and not include that in terms of
DA. So they will surely be their focus now for game number 2 on Miramar here. And Win or Die doesn't look like they're committing on this one too much, but they are rotating very close to each other. And that Puerto Paraíso edge, one good thing about it, there's no one probably following after Win or Die is rotated in, because yeah, Push is surely going to rotate in straight. So at least after that fight is potentially finished, if that should happen in the next phases, they should have the backs clear.
Now there is a wild and wonky scenario where this next circle hard shifts northwest, in which case you would be not necessarily guaranteed, but have a very big chance of this circle going into Los Leones. And the reason I'm saying this is, as unlikely as it is, we have seen it before. And it always brings a smile on everyone but the players' faces, because it's very entertaining for us, but the players do not enjoy it. And what better than cause some chaos for some of these players in the grand finals of the rotation? We know we're going to get those games eventually. There is going to be tricky games, so why not just throw it at them right in the first Miramar?
Yeah, it would be a horrendous start for some of these teams, but yeah, as you said, I mean, it's entertaining at least. It's really entertaining. Talk about Bitfix right now. I really like that spike. If you take a look at the minimap right down there, or at the you know, at the map stream, you can see Bitfix is really doing the same that they wanted to do last game, essentially, which is just hold off their edge in the very early phases, and they did have troubles with that in the playoffs, at least to some degree. Sure, it worked out in the last phase. We're talking about them. They really did have their games where they just popped off. But they also, and that can't be underestimated, were really inconsistent with these rounds. So I'm interested to see how Bitfix is going to play that edge. They have a big split. They've got lots of information. But with Exalt coming in and Salty already spotting him, I'm surprised, same with FaZe last round, that they're not grouping on this edge, but instead are waiting for Exalt to make a move.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now they're just not in a hurry. They know that whatever is further center than where they currently are, it's probably going to be taken already. With only one team having been eliminated and no knocks pretty much for the last couple of minutes coming through on anyone, I think they're just going to wait this one out. Should the circle come down towards them, they're going to be fine. And also because we still have those unplayable mountains up towards the northwest, it's, I think they're just waiting to see the next circle. But speaking of unplayable mountains, well, here we are. And it's Twisted Minds up close with Howl.
Apocalypse. We're talking about him being the stand-in for today. Might just hear the player if he gets that nade into the correct spot. And talking about correct spots, that's the circle we're talking about. And yeah, that's going to make a lot of sense now. You were talking about Bitfix potentially waiting for the next circle shift, and I guess that's what they were kind of gambling upon. I'm interested to see what they're going to split now, because there is this compound that we saw 180R wiping players, wiping loads of players actually on, and that's what TechZ is making his way towards. So I'm guessing that split is going to shift. The next Exalt might just find an entry through that southern spot, but they did find a spot out on the open on their own as well. FaZe Clan, though, we're talking about them. They did have a really interesting split in phase 1 as well. I felt like they were too deep south. They didn't really keep their options open for a northern kind of shift. But right now, I mean, man, they're set. If any team's set right now, it's FaZe Clan.
Sure is. Don't really have to go anywhere. After all, well, they do. Good thing is they're inside the circle now, so they could slow things down, but with the way they're currently driving around, seems like they want to fully confirm the compound. It's going to be theirs for the taking, and they would be alright at least. For now, the issue is they are in one of those spots that would, or at least that I would assume to be, the more obvious rotation in for some of these teams that have still yet to make their way into the circle. Win or Die is one of them. Push and Shoot, BBL potentially could make that Eastern wrap too. We'll see if that's going to be the case, or if After All gets to sit in this compound for free.
Yeah, we'll see. More rotations coming in now. You were talking about that Eastern rotate, and I think we do have to include Push in that discussion, as they are rotated in more northern, to be honest, but it's still very much towards the eastern side. Howl is now there to greet them, but they do have a pretty big split. So Apocalypse, though, why he's not shooting too much here right now is because he should still be scared of being pulled up upon. They should have the information now that he's a solo. Look at that. There's already two players stopping at the ridge line right in front of him. Okay, so they only swap vehicles. I was for a second thinking they might just pull up on him, because that very much would have been a possibility, but they did see they would have positions deeper inside of it, and they will make it in as 4.
Yep, BBL able to wrap down to the southern side here as well. Flying their way forward. Again, no vehicles at their disposal, and Rustenma is somewhat isolated from his remaining 3 teammates. We'll see if he can catch up and make his way up to the compound, but a nice kind of 180 rotation BBL set off here. Issue for them is that Bitfix didn't see it. Good thing for them, I suppose, and the back end of that is that Bitfix's position currently is that much better, so I would be very surprised if they went down aggressive to try and deal with them.
And we were talking which teams are going to come into today and utilize that emergency parachute as best as they can. And I mean, that rotation from BBL, that was already pretty interesting. They did find themselves a good spot up towards their southern side. And even the Roster, I feel like potentially should have gone down there. I'm not sure about the distance, but I feel like Physics at least should have had a couple of shots. They will make it in as 4 as well. So, I mean, BBL, that's going to be dangerous having them on their back.
Yep, we'll see now as Push and Should have come up closer. T-Bone, he's kind of been the run running around from side to side and clearing angles, and he's going to find the first one there. Oh, the second one is going to get the second too. I thought for a second it was going to be alright, because I believe one of the players kind of blocked it off, but not going to happen. Moldog finding Fate. That's elsewhere on the map, but T-Bone kind of peeked on over, found a double, now backs off. I think that's really all he could hope for.
Man, T-Bone on that solo lurk. He's going to shut down one. He hits the Molotov as well. That's the crazy part. He hit the Molotov right after the nade. So at least one of these players is about to bleed out now, I do believe. So yeah, one of them has already bled out as more nades are raining in from the other side now. Yeah. This could not get any worse. And Twisted Minds is even going to breach this dip now. 2 more Nogs. As Blizzard in, Twisted Minds comes in and shuts it down. But Tunans and Spyro will get the last frags. And that means that T-Bone, unfortunately, will be cheated off of that 1 point that he originally knocked upon. But either way, that dip is now going to be played by Twisted Mind. And Push, even though they made it all the way there, is not going to have anything in this round. That 1 point remains.
I am a little worried about PUBG Esports right now because they are incredibly split, pretty much like all over the map. As for right now, Ascent has just parachuted in. They are currently trying to spread out and I guess take the fight to PUBG Esports here. They've seen the building, they've realized that it was somewhat free, and now catching PUBG Esports in the split. T-Bone, first one to fall.
Yeah, as more players are raining down on them. A couple of players up top, actually. I'm not too sure how they can potentially help up there. They are getting shots in from the distance as well. Ascent has to be careful of not potentially losing one themselves. But yeah, I mean, T-Bone was very much out of the open. That's the crazy part. I really liked his play, though, and I don't think it was necessarily a mistake, because I don't think they could have expected Ascent to go in there. And even though you might... Oh, my goodness, I'm not even going to finish that thought. As part is raining down in as well. That's going to be interesting. If they land up top, they're going to have Ascent. If they land down low, they're going to have Footballist. And as the first frags are raining in, it looks like it's going to be a straight cleanup coming in from Ascent. First 2 frags immediately going their way. Maybe Vard can put something in there. More frags are coming in. Was that a clean wipe from Mika just there?
I think so. At least it got 3 of them, and they were only 3 up, so I think it might just have been. Now Vard lops the nade on over. Unluckily for him, not a whole lot comes to follow. I don't think he has more utility, at least not wanting to spend more utility to try and get any claims off of it, but they now have to kind of just accept the fact that they have neighbors upstairs, and at least Putt tried to help them with it, but Mika with the M249 was ready for it.
Man, that is crazy. I don't think Putt would have expected... Yeah, I don't think they could expect 8 players to be potentially in that compound, or 7, you know, with T-Bone going down. So I'm not even blaming them for the try. I still very much like the idea. They won't make it in just as much as DA is going to have trouble making it in through that edge. They will have to breach phase, and I think they're just looking for the best entry inside that compound. Yeah. Almost one gets shot down. Oh, James on that nade! James! What have you just done? Perfect timing on that nade against Liren and Marco, and they will go down immediately.
Yep, able
what
to
an
find
entry coming in from James.
Able to find the double, and now, I mean, I'm not even sure they can get to correct here. Again, similar position to how kind of Foot was caught, not necessarily off guard, but in a split. Phase are the same, and Gustav is trying to hold off on one side, while now James and Vex are trying to fend off on the other. I think they have to try and regroup. Yep, Molly off, try and run back and get the rest on up.
There we have it. What kind of miraculous play would that be from DA to potentially turn around the situation? Well, surely that won't be possible. James, we've seen what an incredible name from him just a couple of seconds ago, but right now he's kind of stuck in that building. Can't really make a low lot with it. Might just speak to the smoke. Oh, he gets the hit as well. Now he doesn't know that because it was through the smoke, but that could have very well been a knock as well. What an entry that would have been, but for now he's going to have to play this one passively.
Well, trying to fend off now, Smash. That is up close. And that is actually the third party that would have helped FaZe. That is now being dealt with by PPL from behind. So James wants to take the fight for himself. Finds one, almost finds Metralias as well, but can't quite get it.
What a peek from James. He will be shut down, but he's not flushed out just yet. Fex with that flash is surely going to push it. And that might just be a very, very easy frag for him. He's not even going to be needed as Gustav gets the last one, if I saw that correctly. So FaZe Clan will eliminate DA. And they will come out of this as 4 as well. Now, the center has always been inhabited by FaZe Clan. Not so much anymore. We are in phase 5, and they will have to make their way in too.
See now over towards Winter Diver, goes in roots and finds a double downstairs. Only so many places you can hide from these nades inside. And with the amount of utility Winter Diver had available, they were bound to find one eventually. Goose runs through his own molly. That is not exactly what you want to have happen, but should be able to get healed up on the outside.
Leos, he's been the key player for them in the last round. Maybe he can do something in this one as well. One more flash comes in. One more gets confirmed as well. I feel like he should have been in more than just that one KD, but apparently he isn't. Though he's had such massive impact. They will clean out Hal though. Yeah. And that compound will be won by them as well. And that's once again a very good entry as well.
Yeah, teams does end up going down to the end of blue. Exalt were here on the edge and doing a lot of damage to them as they try to transition on over. I think they hurt the vehicles initially, but as you can see here, FaZe now forced to fight on multiple fronts as well. I'm not sure they're aware of where the pressure is coming in from now.
Ferris hits that first nade. Maybe he's just gonna hit the second one. Gustav, he's none of that 100 HP, so he might just go down with a well-timed nade. But one is going to go back in. Lands a little bit too far, unfortunately. Gustav should know now that Ferris might just be close behind the smoke, but that nade comes in. And it's going to be Nailup cleaning up that last frag from FaZe Clan, as they will be 4 men strong on that western side as well. Man, Anthropic with that kind of position, they will be dangerous as well. I'm not sure what the sidelines are towards that southern side, because I do see BBL putting up some shots towards them.
Yeah.
But yeah, with this circle shift, I mean, they're gonna stay dangerous.
They sure are. Circle is going to go straight into those fields, which are, I don't want to say impossible to play, because you can utilize them, but before the hill, like before both Twisted Minds and Entropic come off that hillside, you can't really play into them at all, due to the terrain advantage that they have from up above. So I think everyone is currently waiting for Entropic, for Twisted Minds to make their way into the lower lands, so that they can then start kind of creeping out into the fields.
I quickly want to touch back on the topic of the emergency pickups, because we saw Ascent using them to get on top of the building from Footballist, and I just gotta say, man, that play, that is paying off so well right now. Even though they're not gonna get the big points you might think they will, they were in a really bad spot, and these kind of shifts are really brutal. You can see FaceClan, even though they were in the center of the circle majority of the game, even they can't really make it in safely, and I mean, Ascent, too strong, in a good position, with Footballist also supporting them from down low. They're in a great spot.
Yep, they sure are. Let's see now as Ironic tries to join with his fools and wrap around that western side. They're pretty much going to be running straight into what is this upside down rotation from Entropic. That nade just blocked off by the vehicle. That could have been deadly, but once again, bouncing off the car.
Sam up, in fact, he's really got the flick on towards the car rooks, and now BFG is going to be pushing up on this, and they should be. More nades are flying in. No more knocks so far. They are looking for the players on the wrong vehicle, unfortunately. One more Molotov comes in. They will surely clean this out, as they need to. They are on the edge. More utilities flying in, but it's only been that one so far. How did that just happen? It is Perfectix, not even BFG, pulling off a miraculous nade, and we saw the first one hitting, and I didn't even know where from, but that second one is going to hit all of them clean off the board. 3 more points going the way of Twisted Minds.
Yep, they had the funnel. They knew how to play it forward. Salty is able to find the first one, but now Twisted Minds are aware of the push coming through. One goes down from one side. Well, actually, Clip able to find one. Clip finds the double. So much help coming through. We have more Twisted Minds in trying to stay alive on this onslaught, because they've already taken 2 casualties, and now I think they spotted the last one as well. So thank you, BPL. That's what Twisted Minds is saying as Ludos find the final one.
Wow.
Huge that they're able to stay alive here.
That's a massive headshot coming in from Lou. And Twisted Minds, I mean, what a great position for them. That ridgeline was perfect to clean BFG on that edge as well, to potentially shut them down, and that's exactly what they did. BFG was kind of baited by that first knock against Entropic, but I don't think they calculated that Twisted Minds was so close above them, and was immediately able to strike after cleaning off Entropic in that dip. So, I mean, tough position for them, and they will go out in this one without any real points again.
Yeah, it's we're only 1 point into placements, so despite the fact that some of these teams have been fighting chaotically for the last 20-some minutes, it's only now we're really starting to give out the higher placement points. And as you can see here, with 2 teams still kind of sharing the warehouse, no one can really crawl into it because of the position that the 2 Ascent players are in on the roof. It's so hard to maneuver out into that field. It's only Oculus who've been able to get there. I
was so confused right now looking at the map right now, because I thought, how does Ascent not have angles on these players? And now they're finally starting to figure them out, because I don't think Ascent is going to make it into the next circle. I mean, there should be no way. Circle is off the roof. There's more nades coming in from HC, who I'm not sure is doing the correct call by this, because at the end of the day, even if he gets a knock, he's not going to be able to flush this necessarily. And he might need those nades for the endgame finish over there. But either way, I mean, Ascent, they will have to clean whatever they can in this phase, because, I mean, surely they're not going to make it in the next one.
No, you wouldn't imagine. Would not imagine. Let's see now. Winner die here. It's impressive that they've been able to keep 4 alive for all of this. It was a really good push onto Howl, but now from one building into another. I think they're setting up the smart play. They want to wrap north around this. They don't want to have to go into the compound, because they know that it's going to be outside the circle anyway, so it's not really a position they have to fight for. But it's also so dangerous to try and wrap up above, because then you're leaving yourself exposed to everyone in the rest of the circle. So trying to find out here exactly how they're going to approach this.
Really interesting. Looking at BBL right now, because as you can see, sure, we're focusing on this fight between win or die and After All right now, but look who's creeping up behind them, and there's barely any positions that can be played outside of the little dip that After All has behind their compound. And if BBL pushes up right now, that should leave no space for any of these teams. So there might just be huge potential kill frags coming in for BBL, and that's already the first knock being potentially secured by Smash.
Yep, Chris able to find one there as well. As it's not looking to be a good time here if you're After All fan. I don't see how they get out of this compound alive, especially with BBL fully committing to this position.
No,
the thing is, Flip right now is the solo person fending off against Twisted Minds, and I think he has just heard the shots, just heard the players come over the top. As one goes through, 8C finds one, as Chris falls down as well. So much utility coming through, and all these teams find knocks in multiple directions.
And this is going to make things interesting. Michael goes down, and now the push from behind comes in as well. Twisted Minds is looking to get in on the action. And with Michael being dropped, as I said, that might just leave one edge open, and that's the one from After All. And I was saying, I don't think these teams can coexist, but somehow they do. I mean, that's, I want to say 5 square meters for both of these teams, but they haven't eliminated each other so far. As more shots are coming in through, After All is really in a whole lot of trouble.
Yeah, they sure are. But again, as you were saying, staying alive for much longer than what we would have anticipated. And now able to control their way further forward. We'll see how long they're able to do so. Smash able to find one, but goes down instantly in return. This is kind of what After All wants. They want these teams to fight each other. This is not what they want, though, as win or die. Fully committed on the downhill push, but now they're starting to take casualties, too.
And I was saying these teams should trade themselves out, but somehow BBL is not having the last laugh of this because they still have to be careful of their backside. As you can see, Lou is still being pushed up. They're still pushing up very close, and Rustam still has to be very focused upon this. And look at this, Layers just even going to open things up. Win or Die there on finish on this one. Michael goes down as well. What is happening? Win or Die somehow might just turn this situation around. I was saying they're going to be cleaned up, but it looks like it's going to be the other way around. More flashes are coming through, and Footballers on the other side. They might just start getting in on the action as well. Yeah, just small stab wounds coming through from each side, and just like that, BBL falls. They were never in a position from where they can fully commit to one fight. So they constantly just had to try and fend off, but the timing for Win or Die to peek on over, getting themselves a double while BBL were looking the other way was absolutely crucial. And now, for Esports, well, they have the field. Twisted Minds on one side, Win or Die on the other. But even though they currently have the better position, it's still impossible to call who's going to come out victorious here, I think. Yes, because I think Twisted Minds, look how much playing room they have. This is still very much open field, and the ridgeline isn't perfectly here on who's got the advantage. Now, that might just change with Foot finding the entries on towards Win or Die, but Twisted Minds, they've got a big ridgeline. They could wrap around this and potentially catch one of the Foot players off guard. And with there still being a solo alive, what a nade, by the way. With there still being a solo alive from Win or Die, that might just change. But look at this, Twisted Minds not even going to go for this. They're going to try to find that last frag towards Win or Die, and they will do so. Lou is going to find it with BME trading things out. Yeah, Perfectix did fall those. So now 3v1. Lou, what kind of magic can you pull off here? Just one smoke to work with as well, as he tries to creep his way further forward. Perfectix is, I think, falling for info. And now with more nades being lobbed in, they know exactly where they have Lou. I don't think he wins this one, and no, indeed he doesn't. Foot Esports, they survive the threat. They survive the onslaught from Ascend as they drop onto their building and come up victorious. Huge game for Foot here. Man, I would have been interested seeing if Ascent could have potentially have a say in this round as well, if they would have been able to get all 4 players up on the roof. But yeah, Football is too strong. But you got to talk about Win or Die, though. Again, making it into the late game, and that fight against PBR, that was crazy. It was really impressive. I mean, I love the fact that they were both on the initial engage on After All, and also how they came out almost victorious in the first game. They were just never over-aggressing. They were constantly playing it smart, playing it somewhat slow, but knowing exactly when to stab. Like, rather than just going all in, throwing all the nades and everything at the same time, they just attacked a bit at the time, then fell back. Peek over, get one knock, and then fall back, and they did so here again. Yeah, and I mean, the same thing can be said about Twisted Minds. The calmness and... yeah, just the way they played this was so perfect. They peeked over the ridgeline, they got one entry. They didn't dare to push it because they knew the zone was going to work in their favor. When a die might just make a push. So I think that was also a big thing in terms of experience. You just know these guys have played a similar scenario for hundreds of times. They just know how to play this one down to potentially get the better of BBL, even though they did have the massive man advantage. Exactly. Well, I'm going to go take a break now as it is my turn, and I'll leave you, Alex, to have a chat with Mark in the meantime. Absolutely. Let's turn over to Mark. And Mark, you have witnessed this game as well. Don't tell me that edge play from Win or Die wasn't crazy.
That was insane. Plus the emergency pickups. How good were they coming in? And do you know what I really, really liked, though, was that we saw Ascend drop themselves down and Pod living like they're jumping out from their logo and just got annihilated so quick. And then that compound, Alex, was like a farming zone where kind of Foot and we're trying to get high to try and get those shots out those windows, but Ascend were just farming as much as they could, as quick as they could, right?
Absolutely. I mean, the open field spots from Oculus were perfect. I think they would have been perfect if not for that one single position that Ascent had on top of the roof. And you can't really expect anyone to potentially be playing that position. So, I mean, once again, props to Oculus for them trying this, but also props to Ascent breaking the boundaries again of what's been potentially is able to be done with the emergency parachutes.
Hey, look, if you and your team are interested in getting involved, PGS2, it's open. If you haven't seen it already on Twitter, we'll make sure we get something in chat right now. Get yourself involved. If you want to be in these events, you've got to be in it to win it. So get yourself involved. But before we get ready, let's go and look at the highlights from game number 2. Talk about some highlights, mate. These highlights were insane. I was sitting on the edge of my seat, especially with that zone, Felix, and then it shifted down to that southwest, and we just see all these teams having to kind of run their way in early doors. That was that push though from T-Bone. He got those double bubbles, didn't he? And then Twisted Minds were like, hey, Felix, like, we want these kills just as much as they do.
Yeah, I gotta say, Twisted Minds had some of the most difficult rotations in that game out of any of the teams. They set off very edge-heavy on towards the western side of Los Leones. They rotated up top towards the hills of Los Leones. And playing down from there, sure, you've got the high ground, but there's very few positions you could play, so you have to play on timing. And that's what they did on that push that we just saw against Push in the dip. No pun intended. And yeah, so I gotta give big props to Twisted Minds. Their rotations right this game was on point. The decision making, the timing was on point. And yeah, I mean, incredible. Same goes for FaZe Clan up until this point. It's a very hard edge to rotate into, and they did have fights before that, so not really much more than what they could salvage in this round. Once again, possible for them. They had 2 very difficult rounds in terms of the edges they played. I'm excited to see FaZe Clan going forward.
Yeah, well, FaZe Clan were in that compound center at one point. They were like, hey, we're good. And this fight, though, on that southwest corner was great. Actually, worth noting, though, Exalt was pushing away from this. They couldn't quite get in, so they came back and then eventually cleared up that phase. And then we saw, obviously, the remaining teams, and Tropic were looking for it. BFG went aggressive, but we see them playing the trench. And on this west side, that's really all these teams can play. Great nades, great utility coming through, but yet again, Twisted Mind puts a little weldy in the middle, and look at that, it just clears them up.
I mean, it's PUBG beauty looking at that nade, honestly, from Pathetic. Seems like we didn't see it from his POV. That was a pretty far throw as well. But you got to feel for BFG at this point. I mean, the timing on that push was correct. The way they handled it was correct. They had to push that team out of the edge. They had to do this in order to play that edge. But the timing just was off by a couple of seconds. So obviously, Twisted Minds were able to pick up all of these kill points. And at the end of the day, that's a big difference maker in terms of where you stand on the leaderboard right now. I mean, BFG, once again, not making the big points, even though they could have.
It was all about that edge play, and that compound was just mental. I just really like to watch it. Again, you were seeing that use of the emergency picket. They were able to get themselves up. They picked themselves up. Multiple teams having the same thought process, getting in there. But let's see how has that changed much on the leaderboard after match number 2.
And there we have it, win or die. He's actually going to be taking that first spot, and I gotta say, deservedly so. I mean, them making it into late game back consistently. You can see it backing it up with the kill points as well. That's crazy. I've got to talk about that edge. They were in a position where I thought BBL was surely going to clean this up. Sure, they did have the support from Twisted Minds in the back of that southern edge, but then again, I mean, first game Tego as well. Difficult edge, lots of fights. The circles didn't completely work against them, but they did have to rotate in as well. Had to rotate in. No actual hard shifts, more than, I want to say, 2 in their favor. So, yeah, they're winning the fights right now. I'm not sure how far this is going to go in terms of confidence right now, but man, they look scary.
They look strong. And actually, one thing they mentioned during the week is something they wanted to work on. After having that phase 2 not really go their way, they came back and left it to the wire for phase number 3, right? One of the things they said to me was like, hey, Mark, like, we need to work on keeping players up for longer. And we've just seen back-to-back games where they've got the numbers coming into the end zones. And do you know what? Rightfully so. Obviously, it then throws up and they get a leaderboard, though, with a 30 points. Let's have a quick look, though, at the other stats and facts with the Nox players, because obviously, as much as it's great looking at the leaderboard, sometimes it's always good to look at our kills, damage, and Nox. And we're seeing these same style players back-to-back games are sneaking onto this leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, wow. Leosh once again opening up this round, opening up these fights, especially on Miramar with some great utility usage. I mean, he's deservingly up there with 9 frags, but Food also standing out. They're only 1 point behind Winner Die at the moment, and they've been cleaning on Tego as well. They've been cleaning in this round, obviously, as well. Sure, in this round, they maybe just had a little bit more circle luck to some degree, whereas they had to fight their way in on Tego a little bit more. So they did have some harder zones in the previous game. But either way, they're making the positions they do have work. And yeah, Vard and Atesy, I mean, these guys, if they pop off, they're scary as well.
Very, very, very scary. But good to see a bit of consistency, though, coming through foot, being also the teams getting those kills, farming those points, and obviously they are up in that side. But look, I get to do the pleasure now of being a little bit cheeky now, Felix, because, you know, last week you guys were throwing out to the breaks and you got to let the community guess, should we say, that the wanted players. But
oh no,
I think it's time that me and you can have a little game now. I know
who's this. I already know
who this is, but come on, let's have a quick look though at the wanted. Obviously, in chat, get yourself in, get your guesses in as well. See if you can beat Felix though on the wanted game. But hey, let's have a quick look. Who is the wanted today?
Oh, this is going to be interesting because I probably... Oh, okay. 2022, 2021, play PUBG Live where I first tried myself in competitive PUBG. And I like to share my emotions on stream. I love alternate hip-hop music.
That's a big one.
Here, PUBG Lite. You play PUBG Lite? Now, that's going to eliminate a lot of players, I feel like. That's going to eliminate almost everyone from the EMEA partner teams. I feel like... I mean, PUBG Lite was bigger in Eastern Europe, so I feel like I gotta go with someone from part here. Somehow I feel like I've heard of Levante maybe potentially playing PUBG Lite. I feel like I have a connection there. I'm just gonna go for Levante right here.
I'll tell you what, right? It's just it popped up, but it's not anyone in the grand final, mate. Look.
Oh, it's no. Oh, okay. I was cheated on this one.
I just threw a little twist of your arm there, mate. So yeah.
Okay.
But it's worth mentioning because Solo was one of these teams, mate, that you would have expected to be in the final. And I asked them to be a bit cheeky and throw one in that might not be in the final. So completely my fault there, Felix. But yeah, Solo stopped getting in. Yeah, PUBG Lite, great player. We'll be in chat, I'm assuming, and watching it. So big shout out to yourself. But yeah, look, but please stop trolling on the scrims. 100%, you have to live by that statement.
I mean, we had to bring him in here because Zolo came, I mean, as close as it gets to be, you know, playing in the grand finals right now. I still feel bad for them. I mean, just looking at that storyline in the last two phases of the playoffs, I mean, Solo, everyone in the whole PUBG community has got to feel for them. The way they shifted out of the grand finals, the qualification time and time again. At least he's in the grand finals this way.
Yeah, he made an appearance, and obviously him and Navi. There's a lot in chat at the moment about where's Navi, and yeah, they didn't qualify. They didn't quite make it through. So them and Solo for me would have been in the place. But obviously PGS, as I mentioned before, is open. Qualifications for PGS2 is up and going. Get you and your teams involved. Felix, you're the next player, mate. You know you should be getting involved. I want to see you and your team rolling through. But yeah, if you haven't already, we'll get some information though out in chat though, so you're able to get you and your teams signed up. You've got to be in it to win it. And look, it's worth mentioning with a be in it to win it. And we've already started to see some amazing designs though come up from our pro pads though. If you haven't already, propads.gg, get yourself in there, go and select the big mouse mat, make sure you hit the customize here and get all the PUBG. It has to be PUBG inspired. There's been a couple that aren't PUBG inspired. It's got to be PUBG inspired, so make sure it's PUBG inspired. Take a print screen, get it on the Twitter post, and with the hashtag the rotation, myself, Felix and Toby will be picking a winner later on. Felix, obviously, what is coming up now?
We will have another match of Miramar, and if the circles are going to keep on shifting this way, man, it's going to be tough for some of these teams. As I said, FaZe Clan, for example, best example, for example, for how much zones can have an impact, even though you really play consistent on these edges, they were able to wipe the teams they did have on their edge, at least in the last game, still not making it all the way through. Good circle phase 1, might not mean anything in the end, so excited for match number 3.
Yeah, no, I think you've mentioned right. Look, it's the outside play, it's the aggressive stance, though. Foot and 100 ADR have been very key at trying to hold it. But you know what? I can't hold on, and that is to the love of the community at the moment. It is time for match number 3. It means I've got to sit back, relax, get the popcorn, get the drink. But it's the sandy shores of Miramar that are coming up. Over to you, Toby and Felix.
And there we are. Welcome back, Toby, Tom, whoever you are. I guess it's Toby now. Or should I call you Tom as well? No.
Yeah, I'll be Tom for a second.
You'll just be Tom for a second? All right. Got to give you the same treatment. But welcome back. Miramar is going to be once again being played. And I was saying, maybe we're going to see a different circle now. That's always what we want at the end of the day, right?
I do hope so, especially with this playing path that I have seen now on the map feed. I would be very, very surprised, if not almost eat a hat, if we did get the exact same circle again. Because it's very far further west, and therefore technically shouldn't really be an option at all. But we'll see. We'll see. We have been surprised before. Over this plane, I'm eyeing the Campo Militar circle. You know, it's been a while since we've been really hard northeast, and who knows? Who knows? Maybe today's the day where finally the people that are really loving Tierra Bronca and Campo Militar get a circle going in that direction.
Yeah, and you were saying, I mean, it is highly unlikely that it's going to be another Southside circle. And I was saying maybe a different circle because it is on the harder side of things. When we were speaking about that last circle, we were already seeing it phase 1 kind of. Teams being very cramped up together south of Los Leones because it's just very unlikely it's going to go north of it. It's going to go anywhere near Los Leones, as you said. It has happened before, but it's a numbers game. I mean, that's a quote from you just from the last week of playoffs, and it really is that way. So, yeah, I'm going to hope for maybe a different kind of circle. That Southern Cram face clan. I know I've talked about it 3 times now, but best example for this. Sometimes you just don't get an entry, especially if you have to fight just before that circle 4 or 5 zone pops, and at the end of the day, it's going to be too late then.
It really is. Now, with this playing path, most, if not all, teams should be able to go pretty much exactly where they want. So this one shouldn't cause too much commotion. Having said that, I am very eager to see where the first circle pops. Not so much because of the circle's location, but how teams around them are going to sit. Last game, it was, as I said, pretty easy for teams to get to the circle.
Yeah.
But with how... what do you say? With how decent the spread is of teams now, if we get one of those very edge circles, you're pretty much going to force a funnel of teams that are all going to be going up in the exact same direction, which, while we didn't see it last game, could cause for a lot of early chaos. And well, there you go. Speaking of hard edge rotations, this one is going to be incredibly tricky for teams to get into a proper position of, because you pretty much already now are looking to go Monte or west, or like southwest of Monte. Yeah. If you want to claim some of that really valuable early real estate.
Yeah, I mean, this circle is especially tough because you never know if you play east or west of the big hillside south of Monte. And I feel like that's where the real difficulty comes in, knowing when to potentially have an entry onto what's the western side of the hill, because in the late game, you're not going to get anything if the western side is already taken. There's very few compounds. There's maybe like a position on the street you could potentially play, but it's mostly for survivability. So it's really going to come down to keeping yourself an entry open towards that western side, and that's difficult if you don't get the timing right, especially in a lobby like this, where most of these teams have not played against each other in the lobby. So I'm first of all really interested to see if we have a contest in this one, which you don't seem to have again. So that's gonna at least put one thing off for most of these teams, which is going to potentially cause trouble in the early game. But the second is obviously the timings and how these teams rotate. I said it last game. It was surprisingly clean. None of these teams really had any problems making it into the safe zone and playing the way they wanted to. But with this circle, this might very well change. Very few rotation passes in this one.
Yeah, it's we're looking at what could or most likely will be at least not necessarily teams eliminated full on, but there is definitely going to be fights happening prior to phase 2 popping, simply because of how few access points you have to, not this circle, but where teams like to play in this circle. Because the circle as a whole is pretty easy to get to. I mean, either you drive north around the power grid area, or you come in through kind of the big space between Picado and Monte, or you wrap south around. There's plenty of access points to the circle, but seeing how many teams are currently in and around the same areas, that's what's kind of getting my alarm bells ringing, saying that we have to look down towards that south side of Monte. And even west of El Pozo. I mean, if BBL opts to stick around, maybe push, maybe face, maybe even PUBG Esports opts to come through via that route, and that could cause some chaos.
There we have it, a sandwiches. So, yeah, a couple of words about them. Smart, reactive, aggressive. I think especially reactive is so very true for them. Embrace was such a reactive IGL. You could have 10 different games with the same circle on each one of them, and you would probably still have 10 different ascent games. That's how reactive he's calling. He's very situational, and that's what I love about him. He's got a very good fundamental understanding of the game. I mean, honestly, some of the best that I've ever seen in PUBG as a whole. So, I mean, you know, I might be biased here. You know, obviously I'm biased. I'm a little biased. I can't tell you I'm not, but at the end of the day, I still think it's very much true. And I mean, talking about an annoying coach, I mean, that's definitely true as well. I know you're watching Kovo, so take it lighthearted, but that's what we love you for. Anyone who's watched this stream knows it's true. I love you, Kovo. Don't hate me.
Let's see, here's Afteralt. Starts the rotation on through. They have Oculus right next to them. Now, Oculus and Exalt were the ones to run shoulder to shoulder throughout all of the qualifier stages that they played through. And now that they're both here, I'm expecting to see that happen again at some point. But having said that, the previous 2 matches, it's actually been Oculus and Afterall, at least early on, who ended up kind of playing these rotations side by side. And good thing for Oculus is that Afterall is wrapping south around this time around.
Yeah, and we were saying about teams potentially making an early entry into this one, and you can see Oculus. I mean, it's 22 seconds. Even earlier when they started rotating, must have been way earlier actually, probably like a minute early until that phase 1 actually moves, and they're already on that rotation path. This is unfortunately for them a really dangerous one, because Twisted Minds is perfectly set up to potentially camp the rotation path. That's what we're seeing right now. How did the first one make it through? The second one surely can't, but somehow they've ran out of bullets. And even though the headshot comes in and the body shot as well, they're not blowing the vehicle. Somehow Oculus is still alive. But surely they can make it out of this one. But Dulans is finally going to get the knock. Their cop goes down. And that's the first one for Twisted Minds. And once they end there, we'll open up things strong.
Yeah, and, well, you say first one for them, but now second one against them as they come pulling up on the backside of them. Silent pull up had even us casters fooled as we didn't hear them on their approach, and one will fall because of it. That's actually Leosh in the mountain on the north side. Now I think Twisted Minds is realizing that they have to get out of here. They cannot stick around for much longer, especially not with Win or Die in the position over across the road.
This looked so incredibly bad for Oculus, but due to the fact that they made it through that road for so long, gave Honor the opportunity to get that knock. And look at this. This is going to be one flash for Twisted Minds, even though I don't think it went the way of Oculus. No, someone must have stolen it, right? Yeah, they don't have a frags. Someone must have stolen it. That is already not worth it for Twisted Minds. I mean, sure, they get the second point, but that's not the start you want.
Nope.
Surely that 1-2 trade is just not good enough.
No. They, I mean, for starters, I think they were expecting to get the knocks in the vehicles immediately, but a few whiff bullets, a lot of whiff bullets, I should say, meant that wasn't going to happen. And then they, because they were so focused on taking out the players from Oculus, they didn't catch that Win or Die were rotating right above them, which is something that you would normally expect a team like Twisted Minds to be well aware of. But in this case, caught a bit off guard and then take casualties because of it.
Yeah, that looked... Honestly, that was probably the most surprising thing today. Seeing that Twisted Minds not immediately blew their vehicles. And it was smoking for so long as well. Man, Twisted Minds is... Twisted Minds going to be angry about this. That would have been avoidable, I feel like. But at the end of the day, they got to blame themselves for this mishap. That's going to cost them dearly. Sure, it's a best of 18 now. It's not going to be a best of 6 to qualify or anything. It's just going to be a best of 18 to make it in for these big PGZ points.
I mean, and for Twisted Minds, they're not a team that usually come off to the strongest start in tournament. So the fact they're sat in third right now, just 11 points behind Win or Die, I think they're pretty... Of course, I mean, they always strive to win everything all the time. But right now, I think they're in a pretty good spot. So even taking one casualty here on the second Miramar of the Grand Finals, I think they'll be just fine.
They will be. It's still, I gotta say, it's these small mistakes that after the game you feel like could have been easily avoidable that hurt the most. Because, you know, if circles don't work your way, if maybe you misread something in the kill feed, maybe information play was wrong, that's something, you know, that's on a game-to-game basis, but these kind of mistakes, unfortunate for them. At least in my experience, will stick a little bit longer. Either way, they will find another rotation frag, and that's going to be Afterall once again. I mean, Afterall, it's been really troublesome on their rotation so far.
And that's kind of what I was alluding to when we initially saw the circle top, that there is simply not enough space for the teams that do want to wrap west to come in here without some running into each other. We're seeing the kind of, not the aftermath, but the end result of it now as Enan is trying to regroup with, I believe, Ibarco, over on that north side of Monte. But as I said as well, I mean, most, if not all teams are going to try and play in and around Montenuevo or west thereof. And we're only seeing 3 teams set east of Montenuevo now. So again, kind of alluding to not what is looking good in Phase 1, but if Phase 2 goes to X spot, then what would be the best real estate to have? And that's kind of these PUBG teams are all trying to play a couple of circles ahead of where we currently are, and I think that's why a lot of positioning out towards the west.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you just got to look at them. I mean, the way Ascend is splitting right now, they've got a big split. Pretty much a 2-1-1 split, but so they head on back towards their northern side. No! Corexi puts down Schengen, but he did get one before, just before that as well, I think. Somehow that was mixed up in the kill feed, if I read that correctly. But yeah, either way, James is going to be put down. But Schengen is going to be the only one that's being flushed out, unless Push is really going to make a move on this. But the revive is already happening. I don't see a way in how this could potentially get worse for FaZe Clan. They will get the revive. They are inside that compound. They've taken the space. So I mean, Push is they're in a big trouble. I mean, FaZe Clan has got this entry covered. But looking at the next circle, it's going to go all the way down south, and that's one hell of a shift. Not only for Entropic, but also for Ascend, who are going to recenter for BFG and 100 ADR.
Exactly, very far southern circle here, as all these teams are going to have to, well, essentially pick which lane they want to go down, because when you get down into this fork area, it's very difficult to really kind of maneuver on through in safe fashion, especially with how big the mountains in the middle of these road passes are. So, pick, hope that it goes your way. I suppose we'll see the majority of players sit on in and around the mountainside that 100 ADR is already on, but we'll see as we get further down the line whether the western or eastern one is going to be the one in play.
BBL is making their way just on the far western side. They will find an entry as well. That's interesting. But all these teams that we see right now on the northern side, man, as you said, it's very limited real estate that's being available on the southern side, and all that is available is now being taken one by one. You can see BBL rotating in. They will find some of the last compounds on the western side. You can see Fort rotating in. I mean, they're not going to have a problem finding something on the southern side as well. And at that point, all the entries are pretty much covered because BFG's got that hillside, 100 ADR's got that hillside, DA's even got that hillside. Where are you going to go and rotate in? It's going to be troublesome, even for FaZe Clan. Once again, they're not going to have an easy entry on this.
It is going to be a, I mean, honestly, you can't really do a whole lot to stop and scout either, so it's just going to be a full send, hope that whatever you crash is free, and then be ready to take a fight when need be. Or, if you're FaZe, I mean, accept the fact that you're not going to get prime real estate in this next circle, deal with push to shoot.
That's a good point.
Maybe try and see if you can clear out the team, get some extra points, and then kind of play it on play it slow, and just say we're not going to get the circle, let's get some kills here, and then we'll try and move in as the new circle pops and try and then crash something. At least then we'll have some points already. But here, win or die, flying forward once again. This time around, well, free real estate claimed.
Yeah, I mean, that's where you see the new equipment coming in very handy. And even though Hicks gets one down, I don't think oh, can he get flushed though? And there's a second player going down as well.
There's no way they're pushing on it.
No, they shouldn't push this, right? There's too many teams right around this, so even though Win or Die do get 2 knocks there, they should be fine with this one. So interesting rotation. That's where you see the parachute coming in so well. There's another one joining us. I'm not sure if it's going to be timed correctly for that next circle pop, so Twisted might...
they're going to be in early.
Yeah, they're going to be in early, right? So that might just be a little bit troublesome. But either way, another one coming in from Twisted Minds. That northern side.
Yeah, but where do they end up setting up shop? We'll see in just a short moment's time. In the meantime, now back towards the north, and again, FaZe not in a hurry to really go anywhere. They want to deal with push to shoot first. Once they have to make their way towards the circle, they don't want to have to do so with the team set right next to them. And it's only phase 2 blue, so it's not like it hurts all that much. So either take them out or force them to go in the opposite direction.
And look at this, though, but you were 100% correct. FaZe Clan is doing the same thing they tried throughout the last 2 zones. Play very slow on the edge, and if they do have the opportunity to potentially isolate some of these players that are coming in late, then to get these frags. But Sov is actually going to get the entry very far out, and it's going to be a flush as well. Oh no, James is going down, and that might just be a big problem for FaZe Clan, because as you can see, if they do not get these frags, the entry is going to be very tough.
Yeah, no, it's like now, I mean, the fact that they're trying to backfill this, obviously they didn't expect there to be 2 teams this far out into the blue, but that, unluckily for both FaZe and Push is after all the case. Now, over towards DA we go as they try to take the fight onto pot. Code Marco already able to find the double.
Wow, that's a great entry. Good Marco's looking for the triple. Gets shut down, though, by none other than Hekatori. Who else is going to shut this one down? 2v4, though, as his teammates are reviving, but Liron is not even going to let them any chance. As he shuts it down, quick left peek, gets the headshot, and DA will survive this as 4 as well. That's a quick cleanup, and you gotta say, man, props to Code Marco. Those 2 entries were incredibly beneficial towards that one.
And yet another early game fight for DA where they come out without any casualties. It's not been the cleanest of gameplay we've been seeing from them lately. So the fact that these last 2 games have gone in their way, the fashion that they just did with these early game fights, very good to see.
Definitely. Next circle pop is going to go very centralized. It's not going to go too far towards the western side. That might just give BBL a couple of problems, but yeah, one team that is going to have any problems. Howden, they're still playing around these ridge lines. They might just look a little bit out in the open here, but these ridge lines are really, really good to have.
Yeah, they sure are. In the meantime, out towards the far west side, both BBL and Twisted Minds need to get going. The issue for Twisted Minds, again, as we saw earlier, they came in with the emergency parachute, so they don't have any vehicles to use. Little do they know that the entire eastern half of this map is currently completely unoccupied, so they would probably rather be over there than have to deal with what they're doing right here.
Fax, he was the last one alive on that northern side for FaZe Clan. He gets taken down by Bogger as well. There's no trade to be happening, as you can see. Gustav and the last remaining players, the FaZe Clan squad as a whole, are making their way in through the eastern side. Just made it in through that Monte hillside. Just about made it in, I want to say, because they will be greeted by Exiled sooner or later, and I think they're driving into them as we're speaking.
BBL looking forward, kind of look over the shoulder of Twisted Minds here. They know they have them sat inside the compound, and there's no point at all for them to try and make an aggressive play on forward. So isolate them, see if you can get knocked further away, and then try and wrap around. Or maybe wrap as a backfill on what Push and Shoot is doing here, because seeing their spins coming through. But as Naleb is looking at the ankle, Will Dice actually doing some damage towards him.
Man, the angle was just about not perfect for Naleb there. He surely would have spread him out if he would have flipped just to meet him beforehand, but they will drive into Howl, and that should be safe frags. No! The Mad somehow doesn't get the last shots off, and the car will not explode, but the rest of Push is immediately eliminated either way, as they will drive into a couple of teams, actually. I think all of these teams got a kill point each. DA, Howl, and BFG, I believe, but yeah, they're not going to make it in either, and with this circle shift, Howl's position is going to get even stronger.
Yep, back up to the north we go. As now Twisted Minds trying to fend off against BBL. I think they were trying to count the players to see how many were alive in this position, and now, realizing they were only 3, they try to make an aggressive play on forward. Issue is they've already lost Rust and Mop, and with the Molly now being in the front door, they can't really do a whole lot to try and kind of get any revenge on it.
No, and the sad thing about this fight is right now, it just comes down to who's going to get these kill points, because looking at the circle right now, you're not going anywhere after this one. You're not going anywhere. You're going to get fought by Naleb and his friends. Smash, though, can't see, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3! Oh my goodness, Smash! What have you just done with them? Twisted Minds gets annihilated, and all comes down to the shotguns once again, but that play from Smash, right side, left side, and suddenly everyone is eliminated. Twisted Minds just got set down. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Absolutely phenomenal
Smash.
use of the utility as well, coming into it. 2 flashes being lobbed on in for him then to to entry off of it. Goes to show the power of the one-shot shotguns, but that is if they can't do that, then why would you use them? So kudos to Smash for a solid 3-piece there.
Can you believe it? That flick towards the right and left-hand side. Yes, you were talking about utility, definitely, but that flick is not as easy as it looks. And man, Twisted Minds. Wow, didn't look like they had any say in this one. Even the pre-fight didn't work out. I mean, sure, shotguns are strong, but still. Anyways, win or die, kind of the same situation. I mean, Entropic just going to be greeting them on the other side, and look how many angles there are. Not only from Entropic, but also from 180 hours. They will find that entry.
Yep, well, let's see now. Snail up for them to come through the smoke. They're able to spot one, but can't quite do enough damage to find that knock.
Oh.
Extends a little bit of a gap in the smoke. They almost got him taken down, but see if he can continue forward. The gap is still there as well.
Oh.
Yep.
I thought Naleb was going to get this one, and I was apparently just hit that shot just a couple of seconds earlier. The Rusen going down. Molotov is not going to reach them, but to the smoke. Oh, that's 1, that's 2. Where's the 3rd shot, though? Oh, if only he would have known. If only he would have known. Well, he doesn't, unfortunately. But win or die, I mean, either way, I mean, surely they're not going to be able to make this cards, are they?
You would not imagine.
Okay.
Extends those four. I mean, again, with how much they're trying to rush each other in the streets, these smokes are fading by the second, so they have to keep on moving. Essentially, I'm just gonna say, has to try and keep on crawling because they can't sit out in the street still and try and get these rushes. Now, Leosh does find one up the hillside, so a little bit of help does come through, but they will lose extends in the end.
Can we just talk about what's happening with Leosh at the moment? I mean, if I would put anyone in my bag to potentially cover me right now in the show finals, it's gotta be Leosh. He's just plowing through the lobby. He's hitting headshots left and right. And, yeah, he found one right there. Even though he's kind of, you know, being the player to be sacrificed, as he was the one staying all the way back, he unfortunately, with the angles being set up like this, can't really do too much. And, I mean, I was sure he's going to be looking for the last one as well. But Leosh, he's going to die to the blue zone, surely.
The fact that Entropic hasn't been contested in the 2-2 split, I mean, that just really benefits the position they're able to maintain control. You can see Ivar's here just on the edge of blue,
by the way,
waiting for Leosh to push on forward. It's not looking good for him. It does find one knock, though. We'll see if that's going to allow him to try and make a run. But even if he does, you'd have to imagine Entropic takes him out.
Yeah, I mean, surely that's going to happen. But Leosh, is he going to hit that first hit? No, he's going to die to the blue zone. But still, how is he hitting another knock? Leosh, come on now. Don't you destroy this lobby all by yourself. That is absurd. What's just as absurd is look at that face clan rotation. They almost rotated into Exalt. Let me remind you, they were stuck on the northern side. Through that Monte Hill, made it into the east side. And now they find themselves in almost center compound. I'm not sure how this is possible. But face clan have just done an absurd rotation. And, I mean, they are in with two.
Yep, they sure are. Able to sit tight for a while now. We'll see what placement points they are able to accumulate in this one. In the meantime, they know they have to deal with Exalt eventually, so might as well take the fight now before other teams start peeking over the red flags. Utility used first, but here comes the push.
Oh my goodness, and Ferris is having a key position. It's the second headshot as well. Ferris might... Oh, that's not the right way. I was going to say he might just go for the third one, but Iskaris is not even going to be able to take him down as well. Now he's the last one. Position known, and that means Resco is going to shut it down with a 3K on his own. SSN plowing through that northern side. And yeah, they did lose one player, but now they've got the backs clear, and Ascend with the backs clear, they are still very much in the play for this one.
Yep, sure are. Howl now having to wrap on forward as well. Ain't going to be an easy push at all as Marco is able to find the first one. I like how they're kind of baiting the attention. Oh, they start shooting early. I was hoping that Howl would wait a bit longer for them to run all the way over to the mat and try to get the flush on him and then start shooting. But now they're aware. And Howl tried to set up a trap here.
And Howl's trap is going to continue on further. And DA have you know, picked apart a couple of players in rotation so far. This is the first real isolated fight they have to go for. And Lyron is going to get a good nade to take down Lazia. It's the first one. And Howl, they have to be careful. I mean, I feel like they're not focusing enough on towards DA right now. It feels like they're getting shot in the back, which has to be the case. Otherwise, I can't imagine them not focusing 100% on this one. But DA is still making a couple of meters. Look at this, face gun is pushing out.
Yeah, I mean, they have to make a run for something, and if they're seeing a fight happen uphill to the west of them, even if they're only two alive, that is exactly what they would have wanted. Apocalypse needs to get something going with this angle. Does manage to find the first, but now he's been seen as well. But Hewitt can't really, I mean, he's gotta chill for now. Get healed up and then wait it out. Nice nade, but no knocks found.
I thought that surely was going to take down all three of them, but apparently not. That looked crazy scary coming in from Apocalypse. Once again, he's going to be the stand-in for them today. But, yeah, I'm more surprised about FaceClan. Look at this. They're pushing out of this. They want to potentially make something happen against DA, and this is so aggressive. I love it. One knock goes out, but they are risking not being able to rotate back into the compound. You can see Vard has already got some pretty wide angles on him as well.
I mean, with Entropic now up here as well, there's simply nothing they can do. But for Face, they need to wrap back now. Now that they realize that Entropic is up here as well, I think that's what kind of make them say, great, let's disengage. We have the compound down below. We can sit tight for a while. No reason to sprint into the head of more opponents here, especially with the downhill position. Lucarooks in the meantime, those spots, one that's salty, found with his back turned.
Yeah, Lucarooks. Well, no, was that a knock from him? Don't tell me that was a knock from him. How fast was that? I'm not quite sure. I didn't see it in the kill feed. Didn't look like it was a knock from him. But they've got 9 frags as well. We were talking about this. This team can frag.
Yeah.
And if they do get into the position, especially Miramar on these hillsides, I mean, we've seen it against Navi. I don't want to bring up the name again. I'm sure it's going to be PTSD for some of these chatters, some of these fans and watching right now, but I have to. Naleb especially, if he starts, there's no turning back, and looks like they are in prime spot right now to play on their strength.
Sure Sure looks like it. Ironic now solo player left alive for Bitfix. Bitfix had the center compound for the longest time, but it felt like they didn't quite know what to do with it. And in being indecisive, they kind of allowed teams to push up for more angles, and because of it, got kind of torn apart. So Ironic has had to leave the compound. PBL now claiming the real estate of their own, or for themselves, and I think for now, and for a little while longer, at least the next 1 minute and 18 seconds, these teams are going to play it quite slow. Wait for Entropic to get in, and then wait and see where the next circle takes us. Because everyone is in one of those positions now where if it goes to them, it's pretty much GG. Whereas if they have to move, they don't want to worry about that until they know that they have to. Yeah, definitely. I'm kind of expecting the same thing. The only thing I could imagine happening, but now that I see the sightlines, not even would be Foot making a move on towards Face and clearing them out, but the way that Entropic up there is structured, there's no way Foot is ever going to make that push, and they have to know about these sidelines. You could just see in his POV that they know they're looking downwards, so not even that is potentially even happening. So Vard, the only thing he's doing here is covering for the possibility that Face Gun is pushing out of this in the next phase as soon as that one pops. But look at this, maybe Ascend could make something happen. First one goes down, and I think BBL is only a 2-man anymore. Yep. Smash falls as they tried to see what was going on outside the building. So now it's just going to be Clip and Michael alive up at the compound. But again, no one really wanting to overstep any boundaries here. Just wait this one out. And for Ironic, I think for him, he just wants to be able to stay hidden until top 2 is guaranteed. Yeah, it's an interesting position. I thought they were going to notice him a little bit earlier, but apparently his hiding spot... Oh, he's been spotted. I was going to say, his hiding spot's pretty good. And Lucario just don't take any unnecessary 1v1s. I was going to say, don't take them. Because Michael might just capitalize on towards that fight. You heard the sound cues. He took down Mexi. But as you said, no one's going to be pushing out of the zone at the moment. Yeah. Duo. And then you have 4 on Entropic and 3 on Foot Esports. But it's Foot Esports and Entropic that actually has to make the moves. So the 3 duos set in between them are going to be the ones that are waiting this one out. And where in the first game, we had no partner teams in the final 3. Now it's only partner teams in the final 5. So we'll see... We'll see who ends up bringing this one home as Corexi is able to find Vard. Mika's in a really difficult spot right now because as soon as Entropic takes that hit on the southwestern side, I think he's out open to them. So what he's trying to do right now, essentially, is, even though he doesn't know about that angle, he's just trying to get some pop shots off to potentially scare Foot of pushing up this hill. Because Foot, they should know that there are only 2. So that is a possibility. So Mika just has to let them know, we're watching this, I have the angles on you. But I'm not sure if this is going to stop them anytime soon because I don't see a different way up there. Nah, they just have to wait this one out. I think for FaZe, they're hoping that Foot Esports will take the fight up to Ascent instead of playing the low ground. Because even if they take out FaZe, committing to the low ground for Foot Esports is pretty much the death sentence. Unless if the circles shift down there, and even then, I don't think that's a winning play. They want to play the high ground. They want to backfill Ascent, but they can't do that if Entropic is looking their way. So I think right now they're waiting for Entropic to potentially shoot down towards FaZe to then try and make a play up the hill, knowing that Entropic is looking elsewhere. Yeah, either that or Entropic is going to get that entry on towards Mika, but yeah, once again, I'm not 100% sure on these sidelines, but I feel like he might be open as they are making their way further inside. Zone, still about 40 seconds until it closes. So as you were saying, still lots of players just holding that position, not making a whole lot of meters right now, and you can see that even Entropic, even they, despite them having, angles on most of the zone, they're just going to stay down low, trying to keep all 4 players alive at all costs. Yeah, Entropic not in a hurry, not going to risk throwing this one away. And also, I think they're aware at this point, having hopefully kept good track of the kill feed, that they should be the only team with 4 still alive. So they know that they have the upper hand. They know that they have the highest of the high grounds in available playable terrain here. So let's wait and see where the next circle takes us. And we're going center once again. This one pretty much as fair as can be, as everyone is now in the middle. Michael, that's a helmet removed from Lucario. Does he get one more? No, just exactly not. Are you kidding me? Is he on nearly 800 damage right now? Yep. That's and
completely absurd.
Kills. And
yes,
0 kills.
0 kills. I mean, Michael, got a feel for him. We all know it, from the ranked games or the public games, or maybe even esports qualifiers, obviously. Which, by the way, you should sign up for the next ones. Qualification registration is open, as BBL is going to get eliminated. One knock from the back, one knock from the front, as Ivers is going to shut things down. Both of them
going towards Entropic, but Ace is going to take that position as the next phase comes up, and then it's going to allow Foot, as you were saying earlier, to make something happen here against FaZe Clan.
Yeah, Foot Esports waiting for the opportunity to wrap down without any fights happening above them, and now Ghost of those fall to the hands of Vard. He did get a knock in return on Beamy though, so it's really on to Corexy now to try and make something happen before the fight on the hilltop comes to a close. He needs to do it now before the victors of the before the victors of the fight up the hillside is found, because then they'll just all be shot in the back, and I think that's why T-Bone's going, come on buddy, just peek me, we want to get this over with.
Yeah, they will try to finish that fight as fast as possible. Corexy gets a couple of shots, not only from up top, from to the left as well, and they will shut things down. And look at this, this is so interesting to me. Despite Corexy still being alive there, they somehow had the confidence to go for the revive before flushing out that one player. Yes, they did go for the revive, so that means they will have 3 up now. And that also means, since the Tropic lost 2, they have suddenly having the man advantage. They turned the situation around.
Man advantage, but in no way positional advantage here. The good thing for them is, for now at least, Entropic and Ascent will have to take this fight to one another to, like, somewhat. But if Ascent is able to wrap down towards the east side here, now they won't, okay, they're actually going to fully commit to this fight. I thought they were going to back off and move the other direction, but they're going to fully commit to this fight instead. Entropic, though, 12 kills already, and look at the spread. They've all been there, doing their fair share of damage, and with Mexi finding 1, that should be 13 points guaranteed.
Yeah, since Flash, unfortunately, not making it that far up the hill, and they will run out of utility, and that's just not the case for Entropic. I mean, they have 12 frags, they have plenty of bags to loot from, and now Itzkris gets found as well, as Nalo hits the headshot. I mean, we are having flashbacks right now from Nalo's performance in the playoffs, and it's been on Miramar as well, but this time around, surely it can't go their way again. 3v2.
Esports won the previous game. We'll see if they can go back-to-back here, as they want to bring 100% win rate to the Mirrors, and they do! They conceded! They're not gonna... Wait, 1 concedes? No. I'm not sure what the play is here. Mexi now goes out as well, but a little hesitant on it initially. Peeks on over, finds the final kill as well, as Foot Esports. Only 6 kills. It wasn't a kill every game for them, but they come out victorious in back-to-back games.
And that is a convincing fashion if I've ever seen one. I was going to say, that is an Entropic game to lose. They had the high ground. They had all 4 players left alive. But I feel like I got to watch that game back, because I'm not 100% certain on what I'm saying right now. But I feel like they could have potentially made more out of the space they had, because they did have man advantage on the team, the compound. They should have known that. They do have their coach listening in and potentially keeping track of the kill feed. So what they should have known is they could have potentially, you know, used a little bit more space up there and potentially shot downwards as well. But I'm not 100% sure on the sidelines. But yeah, I mean... Entropic denying in the end. I'm not sure that's the play either.
I mean, yes and no. They were in a 2v3. They had to push down the hillside. They had spent a lot, if not almost all of their utility trying to fend off against both BBL first and then Ascend afterwards. So I think they were pretty dry in terms of what they had available. There were no helmets on one of them, no vest, I believe, on the other. I just think they were like, you know what? Let's not give these points away to a team that we know we're going to be fighting for the top spots anyway. Let's play it smart.
Yeah, 100%. I felt like there were a couple of smokes left, but now that you say it's true. They did use a lot of them in that ending fight. But I do hear we're all going back towards Mark, and that means at least one of us is going to take a quick pause.
Hey, welcome back. Oh my God, what a game. Day number 1, final Miramar. I think the controversial topic is going to be, should Entropic gone out to blue? It's a longer game. I think it was the right call myself. 1 point sometimes has been the difference when it comes down to the final day, but I don't know, personally.
I don't mind it in this case. They were somewhat spread. They didn't know exactly where they had their opponents down the hillside because they've been so eager in fighting up close on the hillside itself. So I think it was a, while not as chaotic and entertaining as we might have liked it, I think from a strategic standpoint, it was a pretty smart play to make.
Yeah, and obviously, as like yourself, I've got the map feed and your feed up at the same time, and it's definitely worth noting at this point that obviously FaZe had a huge rotation in from that north. They kind of tinkered in and got a free compound a little bit on the east-hand side, and actually Foot then followed FaZe's rotation in. FaZe left to go take that centre compound, and wow, how the hell did they get that compound? And then Foot obviously backfilled them and taking that top, that northeast section. But look, let's have a quick look at those replays, because I guarantee that action is going to be in there. But look at this, Pod for the second game, rotating just a bit too late and getting caught out again.
It's it's good to see, as I said during the game as well, it's good to see DA finally getting something going in terms of these early game fights. We've seen it so many times where, yes, they might win, but they lose 2 and then the game is pretty much over. Here now twice. Even though Marco did get knocked, they would come out victorious without any casualties. So good to see for DA that they've got the early game under control. Now it's just the mid to late game that they need to kind of get sorted out.
And this was the madness coming in from that top section, that mid game, where these teams who were very far out, wow, what a flip. And then look at this, Entropic eager to go take those kills but didn't quite get it. But this is where we saw a lot of teams sort of rotating their way in quite heavy. Obviously they pushed themselves then in towards Mad, the Mad and the whole of the Howl team has been sitting up at that top side for quite some time. The interesting fight for me though was definitely on this west hand side. We got to see that danger from the shotguns. How well did Smash put it apart here? Twisted Minds only had a little bit of a delay with the molly, and as they were trying to use as much U2 as they could do, we just see Smash come rolling in and clearing it up.
Yeah, I mean, it was practically, we can see none of their health bars are all the way up to the top. So when Smash comes in, a couple of flashes being deployed as well, finds the first, the second instantly after. The initial swing on the second guy was the one that was the most impressive to me. He comes in, instantly 90-degree turn to the left on a player who was ready. While he was flashed, he was pre-firing that angle too. So the fact that he's able to take him down in that fashion was incredibly impressive.
Yeah, very, very quick to the draw there. And obviously, I know you guys mentioned the stream, that 2-2 split for Entropic wasn't punished at all, really. Ascendo cleared their way from that top side. We do see Exalt holding his way down, does take 2 nicely, and then just misses out on its Chris, and then gets punished back to pretty much a one-shot from behind. A half a centimetre, a little bit more to the right. I think he could have seen its Chris, and he was on fire at that point, though, to maybe take a free.
Yeah, I mean, it's always tricky when you get into these hills and see teams kind of brawled out. That's where, to me, this ending played out differently to the one we saw in Taiko earlier, because in terms of like big hillsides and different vantage points up in the elevation, it's very clear that here pretty much everyone knows exactly what they're around, what's happening, what angles they can leave themselves exposed to, because they know there's going to be no one shooting at them from there, which is why I feel like we see much more, not necessarily competitive, but much more kind of thought out endgame, whereas to Taiko earlier, it was more improv and see what happens on the other side of the ridge. Here, every single peak is very calculated.
Yeah, and obviously very calculated from Entropic at this point here, because this is where they condensed that 2-2. They pushed in from that southwest side, and then they just took one fight off at a time, and it was very controlled, I felt like, from Entropic. On the other side, though, it became a bit mad Ascend on the huge defense, though, as we did see multiple teams pushing towards that compound. But yet again, look, we see Entropic very controlled, holding that ridge line. And obviously, before this point here, you guys know it, like, Michael, like, I was screaming as well, I was like 800 damage, and how has he not got a kill? They went out, though, pretty quickly. Ascend, they wrapped themselves back round, but at this point they're already down numbers, and it was just down to Entropic. They had to make the push this way. It was the right call for them. It was to take that 2-on-2 fight, and they had the high elevation. And then we come back to, after this though, was it the right play to go out? They didn't have the information though, rightfully so, as you mentioned, about foot. But great nade though, mixing, and then look at this, you see him roll straight in, but then the nade coming straight up over the top. And Entropic, I think this is the call there. That's when they decided to go, hey, let's deny ourselves the zone.
And actually, now that I look at it, both Mixie and Naileup had pretty decent Kevlar helmets and utility as well. So I'd say, considering how early we are in the tournament or in the grand finals, that they probably should have tried. They know it's a 2v3. They know they have the backs against both, I mean, the wall, figuratively, but the blue. But they had the smokes to make some space. I think they had some flashbangs as well to try and separate. But I think once they got pushed, once we saw Foot lob flashbangs in that direction, they just, I mean, they didn't have the time to kind of assess the situation. And it was easier in that moment to just kind of concede the game rather than try and see if they can maybe get 1 or 2 more points. Yeah,
and obviously one of them went straight away, one of them went for the fight, so maybe a bit of miscommunication in party. But hey, let's have a quick look though at that recent match. So that's this match leaderboard though. Obviously Entropic though did take it though, 20 points, but look at that, an outstanding 14 kills there, well above farming everyone and putting an extra couple of points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, they were essentially in the 2 right places to be during this game. They were on the west side early when the fights were going on there. And then when the fights were happening to the east and the center of the map, they had the hilltop under control. It's rare that one team gets to be in both the kind of heated areas of a map in the same match. But Entropic pretty much timed their rotation with the what can we call it? Like with the calamity and the chaos of the map unfolding in the new position, which they then got over to as well. So great game for Entropic. They didn't come out victorious, but still 20-point game is huge. And for PUBG Esports to go back-to-back on Miramar and wins, that's amazing as well.
Yeah, good points all round for them. Let's have a look though, how has that impacted our overall leaderboard? Because yes, with Foot though, getting those points on the board does actually keep them in the top. 45 points for them, 22 kills, and win or die. They couldn't quite get themselves in towards that final segment this game, unlike the first two, but they got lucky with that emergency pickup into a free compound right next to Entropic, who do take up third place. Leaderboard though is still pretty tight. Even our teams on the right hand side, they have got the capability, and we still have the maps for them to get in, but they just got to make sure they get into these late games.
Yeah, that's the that's gonna be kind of the bread and butter coming into both. I mean, obviously the Wrangle games of today, and there's the second matches tomorrow and the day after. Is that yes, you might be able to get a couple of kills early game, but if you can't find placement points, if you can't get into the late game, it's not gonna look good for you in a best of 18.
No, not at all. Let's have a quick look though at the stats, because I do like stats and facts. And win or die again. Vard still holding up here as he does get the kills, and he does get the damage, and he does get the knock. But the same with Leos. So you can always count on its Chris, can always count on Leos, and all count on Vard to be put in. But look at the damage though. Look, BBL Michael ripping in at 4th place. Just disappointing. He didn't quite get the kills that he needed.
Yeah, it's never fun not getting to get the flushes, but I think for BPL, they were sat out there on the west side for a while, just taking kind of range duels and headshot peeks against both Entropic and Twisted Minds. So, I mean, a lot of info I think was obtained, despite there being no flushes coming through. A lot of helmets were broken, a lot of knock timers were set critically low. So I think even though he didn't get kills off of it, and therefore it didn't reward him points directly, I think the knocks that Mike were able to get and the bleed timers they were able to increase on opponents did help them in the long run.
Yeah, definitely. Let's have a quick look though, because I'm getting in my ear. The game is getting ready. These teams are eager for a wrangle. But if we have 2 minutes though, we do actually talk about our fantasy picks though, because I don't think I'm doing as good as everyone else, because despite some of my guys are getting the damage, we're just not getting the kills really. But there's a couple of your players though that are racking it in at the moment.
I mean, I was a little sad that T-Bone didn't survive the last Miramar game that they won, but outside of that, yeah, it's been alright so far.
It's not too bad, but you know what? It's going to be even better. It's going to be the Erangel, the OG, the Green Shores. Let's hand it back to Felix and get you guys underway, though. It's going to be map number 3. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Map number 4 as we head on over to Erangel for the final 3 matches of today. Welcome back, Felix. I hope you enjoyed your break. We're just about 30 seconds out of Erangel, and I want to ask you very quickly before we get into this one, with PUBG Esports now having won 2 in a row, are they going to win a third?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask me what I did in the break, because I could have told you I was watching Smash again in his 3K. But talking about Foot, obviously, in your question, come back to it. I'm not sure if we're going to see a third one. At the end of the day, you know, it's PUBG. It's hard to make any kind of prediction. With the right circle, absolutely sure they can. I mean, who are we to count them out? But I feel like, for viewers' sake, maybe someone else should be starting to get some wins now as well. Talking about Entropic, talking about Ascend. Ascend, once again, making it into late game, but not making it in with all 4 and not really in these winning positions.
No, it's a difficult hill to fight on, and it, well, ended up being their hill to die on as well, trying to make the run around. I was a little surprised, not gonna lie, that Ascend did opt to try and take the fight to Entropic rather than wrap down the west side of the mountain and kind of at least try to force a fight between Entropic and PUBG Esports earlier. But I guess they just hope that if we can clear the hilltop, we can come out victorious in the fight down below as well, but they're just too slow to it.
Yeah. Now, I didn't ask you back. Are you going to think Foot is going to win another one? I mean,
I think they could, honestly, with how they were fighting the previous game and the game before that.
I'll ask you again when we see phase 1.
It's the way that they've come about both these last 2 wins. Of course, the first one, they got to sit in a compound for pretty much the entire game and then win a game there. It's not the hardest game to win. Still not an easy game to win, but not the hardest.
Yeah, no.
This time around, the way that they were backfilling phase and then wrapped into the late game, I like this more slow and calculated FUT Esports than the pedal to the metal FUT Esports we've been seeing previously. I think this roster is, I mean, it's still rather new, but starting to really find their play style and kind of how they thrive together. And I think what we saw from them in this previous game was pretty good. And now with this type of circle, well, I mean, they might get to go out and do it again.
Look, they are the closest to the circle center. Now, I don't want to overanalyze anything, but at least in this one, in comparison to what FaZe Clan had in Miramar, there are, I feel like, easier spots to take to potentially get better rotations off of Phase 2 and Phase 3. So I feel like they are at more of an advantage than FaZe Clan was in Miramar, getting Phase 1 circle center. But let's see how they rotate. But yeah, then again, a circle that has a lot of water in it, likewise, just as we've seen in Miramar, both of these games, these are not the easiest kind of circles that we've seen today.
Really haven't been easy at all. And now, for the first time in what feels like at least a little while, we're seeing two teams land in Yasnaya. Again, it can easily be shared between two, even three teams we've seen in the past. And I wouldn't be too surprised if ADR are just going to wrap out east and Entropic are just going to wrap out west, and they'll just be looting together, not necessarily fighting one another. The only issue could be the vehicle situation.
Yes.
That some of them might not get what they want, and with the circle being this far away, it's maybe time to consider those emergency pickups early on.
Yeah, I'm less worried for Entropic at the moment, because, by the way, we really have three teams in... No, sorry, we have two teams, obviously, sorry. But we have Entropic in there. I'm not too worried about them, because Lucarox is the only one that isn't inside the city, and that also means he's got another vehicle for his team. 100 Indiani, on the other hand, the way we usually see these teams playing as Naya, especially if they're solo, have at least one player on the outside. 100 Indiani doesn't have that. The only players they have are inside Yasnaya. That means legitimately they can only get so many vehicles, which is 2 at the very max. Now, we haven't seen the cost ones here, but yeah, this might just be a problem, the thing you talked about. And Chopping on the end, they will at least have another one through Lucarox.
Yeah, we'll see if anything comes up early on. I wouldn't imagine there to be too much commotion, especially with, and this is not, I mean, not specifically to the Entropic situation, but just the map as a whole. Seeing how teams are currently spread out, there's a pretty decent spread from the south to the northern side, so I wouldn't expect any of these, what normally ends up becoming kind of heated areas of the map in terms of the rotations coming in. I wouldn't expect any of them to get too heated this time around. With the spacing between the teams right now, I think it should be pretty conflictless with how teams are going to be wrapping into this one.
Are we going to see, after all, finally not losing anyone in the early stages? I kind of want to, because we haven't really seen much of them in the later stages of the game. So, yeah, I'm going to be excited to see after all. And by the way, if you want to play in a competitive setting, just as this one, the PGS 2 qualification is now open for anyone. So you can head over. The link will surely be shared by some of the admins throughout the day, or maybe just now as I'm saying it. And obviously the qualifications are being hosted by Being Esports as well. So obviously... you'll have no problem finding the link and finding all of that on Twitter and all the rest of the social medias that are available on PUBG Esports. So make sure to grab 3 of your friends in case you have a team already. Make sure to sign up now and not forget it.
Exactly. Always love to see more tournaments come in, and always love to be able to promote next tournaments as the initial ones are underway. It's always great for viewers to know exactly where to go before, or instead of having to wait until one tournament is over to then find out. Now, win or die, they've been faring pretty well so far, currently sat in second place, but their counterpart in FUT Esports in first place are currently taking shots at them, and you can see here how they're trying to fight or fend them off, trying to force them into alternate spots. 8C is just shooting into the air to try and make him sound a little more dangerous than, not necessarily than he is, but make it sound like they're more than just 2 players in that position.
Yeah, we see that kind of thing very often in the early stages. So if you're wondering, why is he just shooting in the ground? Why is he not even trying to aim at them? It's literally just to make his position known and make sure he's not getting breached. And if you see someone shooting with both of the guns, that's even better, because that would potentially give 2 separate sound cues to the enemies. That's also a little bit of a trick you can maybe implement to your game. Make sure you shoot both of the weapons, so they might just think, oh, it's 2 players, while in the end of the day, it's really only you. But yeah, in this case, there were 2 players anyways, and they will not be breached in this one.
Here's your after ult. So far, no casualties. So far, so good. But so far, wrapping straight up towards Exalt and maybe Ascent as well here. So not completely out of harm's way just yet, but seems like with their pathing, which is very good, I should add, they should be able to stay alive.
I've never seen a center up that early on this specific circles. Now, sure, they are on Primos. They've had, I want to say some of the, I think only Foot really had a closer rotation path, and maybe Exalt, if I remember correctly, from the draw spots themselves. But still, they were one of the only teams really centering deep together with Foot that early on. And that's, I want to say, not really that usual for Ascent. I would have expected them maybe to play something a little bit more edge-heavy, maybe Quarry Hill or something like that, where they can get a lot of information, but they will be centered up as well.
I mean, they were one of the first teams to jump out of the plane, and I think once they saw the circle and they saw there was no one jumping with them, I think they're like, you know what, everything is up for grabs. If we go early enough, we might as well claim it. Then it doesn't matter whether you usually play one position or another. When you have pretty much guaranteed info that it's free, then I don't see a reason not to take it.
The reason being them not feeling that comfortable in the circle center, and I'm not sure on where they are in that regard right now, because I feel like it's been working well for them playing circle center, at least when they do it. But I have heard of cases where they legitimately didn't wanna, because they're just not used to it. They want to play on the edge, they want to play proactive, and when you when you play that playstyle for pretty much not only 1 year, but 2-3 years, you get used to it. And you make silly little mistakes when you do play circle center, and make silly little decisions that you usually wouldn't, because you're in positions you aren't used to. So, especially in phase 1, where it doesn't really necessarily mean a whole lot, I could see Ascent still not taking it. But at the end of the day, you're completely right. I mean, just based off of logic and the most obvious choice, they would take it. Yeah,
and also, I mean, what is center phase 1, come phase 3, might be, if not completely edge, then maybe even not inside the circle. So I think for this situation, it makes pretty good sense for them to be where they are. And speaking of making sense, most teams are trying to find a little land to call their own. It's only Entropic, Betfix, and ADR who are currently wrapping into the circle still. And for Esports, not a wide two-way split, a pretty normal two-way split, but one that other teams might look to punish, especially come phase 2. If we are going west again and there's only so many spots available, I'm just looking for those emergency pickups and kind of trying to force fights with some of these split positions. I think with emergency pickups now being a thing, Felix, it's forcing splits to group up much earlier, especially like prime position splits.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point, yeah. I can't really say too much about it, because we've only seen so much. The sample size just isn't big enough to see whether or not teams are really, like, percentage-wise just not going for a split as much anymore. But it's so true. I really didn't think of these kind of big implications that emergency parachute is going to bring into this complete, like, competitive meta. But that's a really big point. Yeah, we'll see. I think first 2 phases probably less so. But the deeper we get, like phase 3 and phase 4 especially, because after that emergency parachute isn't really viable anymore anyways. But I feel like especially phase 3 is probably the phase where we will probably have seen impact on how many 2-2 splits or 2-1-1 splits are being played, yeah.
Well, let's see now. As BBL starts grouping up towards the hospital. Rustin, Michael joining forces with the rest of the team. As everything else is still pretty quiet again. I mean, plenty of space to maneuver here in this first circle, so people just waiting for those extra 10 seconds to see where the next one's going to take us.
Yeah, next circle is going to come in. It's pretty stacked already. Anything else on the south side is pretty stacked. I'm still surprised Entropic is playing that far out on the eastern edge, as the next circle is going to shift. It's an okay shift, I want to say, for most of these teams.
Everyone is already inside this next circle. Now is where, though, we might see some of these split positions being kind of grouped up on.
Yeah, Exalt maybe inside that swamp area might just group up. I mean, they have a pretty big split from the southern side of the swamp area towards that northern observatory hill. That's all Exalt, but unless they get breached, apparently, they don't even want to group up.
Yeah, no, I think they'll be all right for now. Unless, of course, if somebody do come up close to them, they have to be ready and waiting. And speaking of getting up close to someone, Putt full on pulled up on now by DA.
Wow, that first frag is not going to go the way of Hakatori. Somehow he's not going to get that immediate turnaround, but it's going to be Pin opening things up. Mitralios goes down. Headshot to put him to the ground, but no further knock so far.
Yep, so far DA has been pretty successful in their initial fights today, but first not going against them. And now you can see they have to regroup. I like the idea from DA, and also, I mean, they're committed to the push, was pretty good. They called the bluff. They saw a team in a split. Issue is they haven't really been able to fight off a whole lot more. After the first knock came through onto them, they haven't been able to find anything else.
Yeah, and that's the problem. The more they wait, the more potential is there for Pot to potentially group up on this compound. Now they have a 4-on-2 situation, or essentially a 3-on-2 situation with them trailing is bleeding out. But the further they wait, the more the disadvantage they're going to be, and I feel like that's kind of a problem for them right now.
Yeah, a bit surprised that they didn't opt to aggress harder early on.
Yes,
Nade.
same.
But, it's as if, as the first knock came through into neutrality, saying all the air just went out of the balloon, and now they just sat in each their building without any real chance of kind of covering each other.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Hakatori's gonna find this one. I thought Colt Marco was gonna have that angle for sure. But that's another knock going the way of apart, and that's only 2 players now essentially left alive for DA, and one of them is stuck in that building. Oh, Hakatori! Can you believe it? Finds another headshot. The M249. It's I feel like it's made it viable in competitive play, and suddenly Hakatori is jumping on towards that train. Liren gets flushed out as well. That just means 1 player left alive for DA.
Yep, Levante should be able to stay put as well. As I say that, though, Hewitt is able to find him with the molly and might be able to get the flush on him here as well. So, none of these confrontations have gone without casualties on both sides.
Yeah, Hakatori pops the nade together with that damage. That might just be, that might just be the end. Wow, I gotta say, man, DA, I feel like that could have gone very differently if they would have aggressed that building immediately, maybe with a couple of flashes, a couple of nades, but they were really stuck up with that first initial knock on Matrelius. I'm not sure on why they were that passive, because that doesn't seem like typical DA play, but as I said, that could have gone differently.
Yeah, sure could have, and sure should have. And
yeah, should have.
Well, we do what we can to compliment them when they play well. This time around, not quite the case. But things quiet down a little bit again. I mean, we pretty much had all the teams, with the exception of DA and 1 or 2 others, already inside this phase 2 circle. So what we were saying before, the teams were just waiting for the next circle to pop, is effectively what's happening again here now. 15 seconds to go, so we'll see where they're taking the next.
Owls with a pretty good 2-2 split, very decently inside that current safe zone. And in terms of, I want to say circle patterns, I still feel like this could end legitimately anywhere. I don't see especially, maybe not down south, but other than that, I feel like this could have gone anywhere. And it's going to go hard west. AAA, I mean, if we're talking about good positions, these guys are the ones right now.
This is a very interesting area to go towards, because look at how much we're shifting out of. Hospital, Gatka, the entire southern side with the gut compound down there as well, now completely out of play. And all these teams, look at how many of them coming from the east, have to find a place to play around. But all of it, pretty much, is just open fields and swamp.
And love this play from Winner Die right now. They knew that it was going to be a 2-2 split from after all. And they're going to breach this, but another breach is happening on the 2 double stacks just south of the Yasnaya dip.
Again, I mean, calling the bluffs here. Calling the bluffs, similar fashion to what we were just saying with After All. The difference is that Oculus weren't, ready for it. Oculus weren't ready to reposition, and now Weston trying to defend here alone, and only now are the teammates coming in to help. It's just simply way too slow.
Oh, he pops out the nade. Naylor was gonna use that to his advantage, and yeah, I was confused for a second. I thought that there wasn't a split going on from Oculus, but there was, and that makes the breach from Entropic now really well executed. There is one down. I think that's Mexi, but they do have the compound under control. I don't even think this is worth it anymore for Oculus.
Nah, they have to back off. They already have the position. Issue is they had the position. Now they left it to go and fortify. And because of it, Howler's wrapped up behind him, and ADI's come under the hilltop too. Honor thinks this is still safe, but look at this. Howler's just claimed it.
Yeah, I mean,
that was just poor execution from Oculus there.
Unfortunate. I mean, both of these positions were just immediately taken. These teams right now are playing this circle so incredibly fast, and I love it. Look at Push right now, trying to find an open spot inside that open field. This is, I might just be 1 or 2 circles too early here, with BFG having an angle, Foot having an angle, and AAA having an angle, but they are alive for now.
Yep, Fex up close here, full face. Trying to fend off against Pot on their push on forward. Corrects, he has the angle down below, but he's currently being suppressed by Hakatori. So we'll see how much FaZe opts to commit to this fight, or whether they're going to try and see if they can back off. Because if they do either take out Pot altogether here, or at least just force them to go the other direction, they have a lot of space to wrap on that southeast side.
I was scared for Fex there for a second. Because, I mean, in these recent games, the problem for FaZe has not only been circles not being perfect for them, and then playing very hard edge, but also they always somehow lose the first entry on these edge fights. And, man, if Fex would have gone down immediately again, that that would have just not started off this round well for FaZe. I think for the third time in a row now, essentially. So, yeah, good that Fex made it out of there alive.
Also, I mean, they know that they have Akatori in the compound behind, so... And now he's in the blue. So it's just a matter of waiting him out. Once they see him on the move, they can then start taking the fight, because... Well, I mean, they know that there's going to be one player less, and they also know that there's already been one casualty in the team. So wait a little while, make a 4v3 into a 4v2.
That other nade didn't just get the knock they wanted. And now he's getting shot in the back from Ferris, so that actually kind of forces him to push this Richland. Now, James has already opened up a very wide angle. Levante on 1 HP, but he's getting shot in the from very far back, actually. Who is that? That's Twisted Mind, so they can't quite 100% make this fight work. Unfortunate for them. FaZe really would have loved to take this fight, but it's just not isolated enough.
Yeah, nope. They come over, they at least get one. As I say that, the flush does get stolen. So, with Correx still being, playing the backfield position down behind, they were pretty safe throughout all of it. Now, Mix is able to find one who gets the point. Ivers able to claim it for Entropic. You gotta be fast here. All these sharks in the water. They see blood. They see knocked players. They will try and claim the points.
All the sharks in the water. I see what you did there. I like it. Yeah. FaZe Clan. I thought they were gonna get the flash, actually, but they are not, apparently. FaZe Clan, still, though, it's not exactly a great kind of edge. I mean, Exile is still pretty, split apart in that swamp area, so they do have an entry over that southern side, but doesn't look like FaZe is gonna go for it right now. But I mean, surely they're just restocking vehicles. They have to, right? There's no way over the western side, eastern side.
They aren't that much in a hurry. They circle just shifted towards them as well, so they can play it a bit slow and allow for action to unfold elsewhere.
Yeah.
And, somewhat same thing is the case for Afterhold here. They have fully grouped up on this center position. T-Bone is out in the open on his own, and not exactly in the position to get rest right now. Beamy is trying to make the run on up to get him back on his feet, but I don't think he is fully committing to it just yet. You can see Eden here is looking to try and see where is that person they're gonna send for the rest. Now the smokes are there, but where's the person who's going for the rest? Yeah,
this seems kind of like a trap to revive him right now, because BBL is rotating up towards that eastern side as well. Now that fight between BBL and Twisted Minds might just potentially happen before they get a vision on towards Foot, because the sidelines I do think are there. So unless that doesn't happen, though, Foot is in a big trouble.
Yeah, I think for now, though, they'll be alright. Win or Die has no reason to leave, given that they still have the compound in play. And for BBL, seems like they're fully committed to the east side now, which they rightfully should, because as you can see here, Twisted Minds is right next to them. So Foot should be able to get the reset and take the net fight. The issue here for BBL is, though, they're going to be visible on multiple fronts, and now Batulin's able to find Clip early.
The question is, do they expect Smash up there? Oh, the support from Wave way further back actually is there. Not only from his teammate, but from Entropic in the distance as well. And look at that. Even Klim is going to get that that flush in towards Klim. Not even Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, they still do have that edge, though. In their backs, doesn't even matter, though. Michael brings things back. Smaru's there to trade things out, and they will be eliminated. BBL just did not think hard enough about this fight. The ridgeline worked hugely in favor of Twisted Minds, and they will be shut down. Twisted going out with his S4 man strong as well, and I do believe they have vehicles to rotate off.
Yeah, they should be all right again. I mean, fully resetting this position effectively, and now able to sit tight for a few more seconds, wait for the next circle to pop, is pretty much perfect kind of outcome for them in this area. Circle shifting up towards the north. Twisted Minds are going to be great off of this position as well. They'll be able to hold off the south side, see them all fight, and then try to see if they can claim some free points off it. And for esports, I mean, they're just laughing with all these circles coming their way today. Yeah,
but still, you gotta say, I mean, that was kind of one to be expected to some degree. I don't think we've seen a swamp banding in quite some time, have we?
No,
so
it's been a little.
Yeah, I feel like Foot kind of gambled on this, and I think it's a good gamble.
Yep, and it sure as hell paid off. Bitfix, though, seeing now as Ascent wraps around him. Not sure where Ascent are planning on going. Are they just going to try and play the water tower here? I think they are, but they're going to be super exposed to Win or Die up above.
Yeah, they have to. They have to be ready to immediately smoke this, especially since Wad is still that far open and the angles are pretty good. Nades are coming out as well. But the good thing is, Win or Die can't just like the plateau on top of the ridgelines that you see Win or Die is playing are pretty big, so they have to almost show their whole body if they want to shoot down on Ascent. And that means from the distance there is support. So far, it's only really one knock I see that I see could get potentially flushed by Vart here. Oh no, okay, Rescue just died. That's Ascent is in big trouble.
I don't think he hurt the vehicle being on fire. Woohoo! But that's an SKS for you. Straight to the dome of Extends. The fight's happening on the southern side now as well. As Observatory is starting to get cleared out. 3 teams fighting down there as Foot still trying to maintain full control of the north side.
But the more the zone moves, the more free room, the more space SN is going to have. But looking over towards that southern side, FaZe Clan is going to have to fight themselves. This is how they already are. They've been so clean on these fights. I mean, they have almost won 2 games as well. They did have the chance in the second one as well, but it didn't just quite happen. In this one, they're going to be successful as well, man. They are just clean on these edge fights. I'm not sure how clean they are doing this, but man, it's incredibly clean.
Yep, sure is. Now you can see here for Esports with Ascent already down and out. Don't want to deal with even more teams. Only 2 kills so far, but plenty damage already, and now much more space obtained from the Foot squad as they just continue the onslaught up in the north.
And don't let yourself get tricked by the good position Foot have. They have only secured 2 kill points, unfortunately, for any Foot fans so far in this round. That still places them with 15 points, or excuse me, 14 points above the second place right now. And when they die, they're about to be eliminated. I'm telling you, I don't think they're going to have a great game this one. Sure, they are in the circle right now, but as a 2-man down in Water Tower, I mean, Foot has to have an angle on this eventually.
You'd have to imagine. 8C, I think he caught a glimpse. Yeah, sure did. Caught a glimpse of the team down below. Spray comes through. No knocks, though, but plenty of damage. Allowing for them to wrap further back behind. But as you can see, it's Twisted Minds now peeking on over the side. They have to be ready for this.
Somehow he made it out alive just barely, but T-Bone instead was the one to fall and get dropped and get it flushed immediately as well. Twisted Minds now may just play the Uno reverse card on this one because they do have a big ridge line and they do have the high ground as well. And look, they have big support from all the way back with Perfectix.
Yeah,
also,
Perfectix
so they can
kind
be
of
pushed.
He's tasked with looking the other direction, so I don't think Twisted Minds is going to fully commit to this push simply because they are only fighting at a single man. Unless if not coming from the other side.
But even then, I think it's going to need 2 marks for them to give up this position, especially with this circle. Flashes, especially coming out against FitBigs. Not just yet. After all, it's going to try and defend their compound. But yeah, After all, and Bifix both have to move, so I'm not sure who and where especially they're going to go from here on out. I don't see a way, really.
No, it's going to be a... I would hope to see Bitfix try and make somewhat aggressive push up the hillside, but it's just not really possible with the ball they're now set in. And because Win or Die were able to kind of maintain control of that west side earlier, I would have loved to see them try and take a fight earlier, but right now I think they just have to wait it out.
I think so too. One more nade comes in. Win or Die from the back lines have arrived as well. They want to find points. And so far, they've only found a knock, unfortunately. As Ironic is going to pop out a nade that might just do it. It looks like it's pretty well thrown. Goes far enough. And Guzi goes down. Winner Dies eliminated in 8th place. And that means, for Foot at least, it's only really Entropic and Twisted Minds in this round to worry for in terms of still finishing in 1st place after this game.
Yeah, it's a very good form clip. Tries to peek up and over. After all, coming off to a pretty tough start today. Sure has turned things around in this game. Good 7 kills. No casualties so far, and just Tekka's left to find down below. Can't quite get the angle behind that US though.
Yeah, I mean, he's just waiting for his teammates at this point. Doesn't even need to. Ibaku finds both of these players. Bitfix Gaming eliminated in 6th place as well. And after all, I really like this. They kept their composure. They waited for the right moment, and then they strike. And FitPix, they're out.
Yeah, down they go. As Foot try to stay alive in what has now become a much more clustered area. And you can see here, Lou and Sparrow
Rosa
making it look easy.
Look at this.
Falls there in the end. Oh, this is such a tough angle.
Yeah, I felt like he was going to peek this as well and potentially shot down Beamy too. Now his position is known. The Rosa peek not happening just yet.
It is an AWP though. Even though it ain't a crate drop anymore, it still packs a pretty damn decent punch. Issue is so does Nates, and Beamy, well, he is in trouble.
Yeah, you see Spyro there. Spyro could play around just a second longer and he does it. And just like that, he's made it into the smoke. Man, that was some really good play coming from Spyro that he was able to survive there. Beamy turns around though, takes down Schengen, gets shot down though by Hibaku, who's just arrived inside the safe zone as well. And after all, they want to have a say in this round.
Yeah, look at this for Twisted Minds. 11 kills, no casualties, and they keep ragging them up. After all, those managed to find 2 more, so they make their way into double digits as well with their 12th kill this match. And Entropic alive here as well. So the gap that Foot Esports were able to get earlier on with the back-to-back wins on Miramar sure looks like that's going to be mitigated here on Erangel.
This is completely absurd. We're having the 4th game right now. We've only played 3 games, and despite one team, Foot, having back-to-back wins, they're not sure if they are going to finish one after game number 4. How crazy is that? And that's mainly due to Twisted Minds just getting kills after kill after kill.
And look at the amount of space they've taken now as well. Perfectix is still back towards the antenna, over towards the east side, and making sure that no one is wrapping up in that direction. I guess they're really, I mean, benefiting off of Entropic playing this one a little more slow. Because if Entropic wanted to, they could wrap up east and take full control. And the only reason Twisted Minds is allowed to play the way, like Northwest Ridge the way that they do is because Perfectix is currently being completely uncontested.
Yeah, definitely. I was kind of skeptical of the rotation that Push and Shoot was doing. I mean, they were here phase 3. Let me remind you, phase 3. While Bitfix was still on the western side, but after all, still had that 2-2 split, and they still are alive in phase 7. Somehow that car fort really paid off, but only in terms of placement points, because as you can see, they're still with now 11 points total in 13th place. I'm not sure if it's worth it after all.
Well, after all, it does fall, but what a hell of a game. They pretty much jumped 15th up to 7th off of that performance there. Solid performance from them. And now, Entropic and Twisted Minds, last 2 teams are left alive. One with 16 kills, looking to go into the 20s. And the other, Entropic. Now, they went out to blue in the previous one in the 2v3. Now 4v4. Not expecting that to happen again.
Entropic has got a little bit of an advantage with the angles they have, but as I say that, I'm not so sure anymore. Both teams are kind of switching around the players. Everyone's taking angles at this point. And at this point, it might just come down to who's going to get the first knock, and I feel like it is. Both teams still have a lot of time. I mean, Entropic can make it safely inside the next safe zone with 4 men up in the next 40 seconds. But Perfectix, though, that's a really good nade, because Nadeup is all out in the open. Matunans doesn't expect anyone to the left, and he gets shot from Ivers to the right as well, so his position is known. Yeah, perfect nade, but do they know? I don't believe that they do. But I think Perfectix thinks he's the furthest flank player right now. They don't know that Lokarux is set over there. If they did, I don't think Matunans would be playing so aggressive right now. When do you start shooting? When do you shoot? And when do you find the knock? Lokarux goes for the first one inside. Goes for Perfectix after. Huge stubble for him to take them both down. That is the entire east side of this circle. Lost control of, but Spiro has a response. And he's going to take one down with a Groza as well. Groza on hand has been an absolute key for them in this round. One more knock coming out from Lou, and it is the AOG as well. And suddenly, it's a 2v1, and it's all down to Lokarux to make this happen. He's got the ridgeline, he's got the circle, he's got some time to play around as well. Let's see if they can find him, wanting to confirm some of the points before this one goes to an end. The wrap around continues as Lokarux trying to get a better angle, but the smokes ain't making it easy for him. The spray comes through, but not finding anything the second time around either. No, more spam shots are coming out from Lou. They will have to play this one out very calmly. They do have the man advantage on this one. Let me remind you, but Lokarux, he's already getting some kind of luck going. He's got the high ground. He could make something work with his luck. I like his idea of now that he doesn't have the numbers advantage, he's got to be able to find that first angle. He got to find the first knock before they start shooting back at him. He's got to somehow make this into 2 separate 1v1s, preferably without them shooting initially. But now that he starts shooting again, once again, they know of his position. And the interesting thing is, Lou has already gone for the lurk himself now, with him being so occupied by Spiral, jumping around that water tower. I don't think he realizes he's being pushed from the right any second now. Only 16 bullets for Spiro as well to utilize, as this one is going to go right down to the wire. Lou is flanked off, as you said. I'm not sure if I like this. I think Lokarux as well now is starting to realize, wait, they're spread out, but he's currently looking downhill. Little does he know that Lou is setting up what could be a game-winning backstab here. So he's just got the information again. Now the shots come through. That should probably give Lou enough breathing room to potentially push this now. I think he sees him, yeah. So his team has probably communicated that he's got the knock, and there he goes. He shuts him down. And Twisted Mind with a 20-kill win. Can you believe it? Will shut down game number 4, and they will overtake Foot by 2 points. How absolutely absurd is this one? We've seen a back-to-back chicken dinner, and Foot is still not in first place. Absolutely phenomenal performance for Twisted Mind to take out a third of this lobby. Insane performance, and from start to finish, I mean, once they take out BPL on that east side, I believe that was some of their first kills in this game. Once they come in, once they get themselves established on the east side of the map, up by the antenna, they're just a force to be dealt with. And I think credit to Entropic for parts of it, that they never try and pressure Perfectix hard. I know it's a hard angle to push. I know they didn't really have to make that play, but they sure as hell would have made it easier for the rest of the lobby had they tried to deal with Twisted Minds earlier. Now, Twisted Minds, I don't want to take away anything from them, but I feel like Entropic has had a little bit of a harder path going into that late game area, though. I'm talking about their push, their breach onto Orcles. Sure, Orcles had some kind of support from the surrounding teams, but then also making it out of there as a 4-man, even though Maxi was dropped early on, going all the way into the late game area and still finding all of these frags. Man, that's crazy.
Very crazy indeed. Now I'm going to go take a short break. I will let you, Felix, join Mark, and then break down exactly what just happened there.
Chief Alex is also going to be thrown to a break because that was a crazy game. But I think I've still got Felix on audio. But I'll tell you what we're going to do. Let's have a quick look at the highlights that actually happened in that map, because it was a crazy match number 4. So obviously with that zone pushing very much on that western side, this was the first sort of part where we got to see obviously the defense having our pod obviously fully up, and a massive shout. Yeah, the M249 from its Chris seems to be open the doors now for everyone to go through. And obviously pod on the defense, DA just weren't ready for this. Hackatory with some good shots down initially, then gets the knock into the building, but then the util, they did receive a knock, able to get picked up during that time as well, but the zone at this point was never going to favour as it continued to roll over towards that west hand side. This is where we saw a lot of the teams condense in. They couldn't really play the outside edge cleanly, but very tactical play. Twisted Mind put themselves in a great position. That's where they're rolling that bet to think where the end zone's going to be. And Entropic and August, though, August had that slight split as they had that individual in the compound, and then this is where we saw Entropic, I think, identify the solo and start pushing in. Weston, unfortunately, does cook that nade, and the good sound cue though was enough though for Entropic to come rolling in. Obviously FaZe Clan were holding the outside, but the Sharks were in the water because Entropic at that point was store farming as much as possible. Now on the southwest side, we did see after all, and actually they were really controlled from my point of view. They held an area nicely, they timed the rotation really well, and talk about good rotations actually came in from Twisted Minds. This is where we saw these sort of two powerhouses come to clash here. BBL were holding this neck of the woods, they were eager to take on PUBG Esports, but obviously with Twisted Minds rotating into that northeast corner, that eventually put them down and out. Now with the nades, Twisted Minds had that ridge line well. Obviously Smash goes down the nade, Mark wraps his way around, but it's just too much though. So he does take the knock, but we do see the confirm done and dusted. Now Ascend, they were on that southwest side and they had to push all the way up in towards zone, and surprisingly they survived here for quite some time. I really thought that Winnow Dyer was going to get punished here, and with Foot having the gas taken off them from BBL coming in from the east, they were able to focus their attention back over now towards the teams descending down. So Ascend did hold the line for a little bit, but eventually Winnow Dyer did play and they went out soon after that. And this is what I was talking about, the good play from After All. Very controlled. We know After All as a team, they like that mid to late game. They don't really want to get involved if they can early doors, and this is where we saw them sort of go from 2nd to 5th to 6th gear as they started sweeping in on that west hand side. It was a little bit too much though, as they did lose numbers going in. It became the focal point though, as Entropic and Twisted Mind just held back as much as possible. Now this is when the guys go down and out, and it opens up really. Then it rolls out as Twisted Mind lose some, Entropic then lost some major numbers, and then we got to see an outstanding 2 versus 1. Obviously, I'm always going to back the underdog at this point, but I did get it wrong because Luke Rocks on the hold 9 kills. But look at that, Twisted Minds. Wow. 20 kills into a 30-point game. Insane game for nothing left. Anyway, now let's take a quick break because despite I've been sitting here watching the games, I'm also entitled to a little cheek break. But I tell you what, we're going to throw ourselves over towards the action replay. If you don't know already, it is up to you guys to get your team involved. PGS is open for qualifications, and if you want to see a bit more, here comes the VT about it. Hey guys, welcome back to the rotation. That there was a very, very good first wrangle and actually showed us pretty much a lot that had to offer. Do you know what is else on for offer though? And that is 1,000 G coins. For those that haven't been following already, you can get your clips involved. So you're watching the action like we are and the highlights that we get to show you. You can also throw those clips. Make sure you tag the guys on Twitter and 1,000 G coins could be yours. The admins have already been giving it away. I've seen already. So if you're missing out, it's not too late though. Take the clips you want to, throw it on Twitter and tag in the guys. But that is not all we need to remind you guys about, Phalanx, is it?
No, it isn't. Also, if I said it throughout the last game already, if you want to join in on some competitive action, maybe you have already, maybe you haven't, grab some of your friends or grab your team and sign up for the PGS 2 qualifications right now. These are also being hosted by Being Esports, the ones that are producing this event. And yeah, you can sign up right now, so make sure to get in on the action. You will not regret it. It's a very special feeling, in case you haven't played competitive yet, to play in these kinds of scenarios, playing these kinds of lobbies. It's different from ranked, not too different. I want to say, obviously, you won't get thrown into the cold waters completely, but it is different at the end of the day, and there's lots to learn.
Yeah, definitely a lot to learn, and you've got to be in it to win it. So get yourself and get your team signed up. We'll make sure there is a link in chat though that you can follow. Let's have a quick look though of the leaderboard after that game, and this is our recent match leaderboard. And Twisted Minds put a whopping 30 points on the gap, followed up by After All those. They did get the kills, and that was a bit more of a timed execution. But Entropic in third on that one with only 9 kills but 15 points. But 3 teams in double digits there.
Man, I mean, we have to talk about Twisted Minds. This is the strongest game. We've seen strong games. Well, this is the strongest games we've seen from any EMEA partner team, from any team in general. And I was saying 180 hours looking really strong today. Maybe they can show us some glimpse of what they've done in the playoffs. But Twisted Minds coming out like this in this kind of fashion. Sure, they've had good circles to get some isolated fights in, but to win this very consistently, time and time again, this is deservedly going to put them in a higher spot, essentially, in the first spot, over footballers who've also had 2 incredible games. So, I mean, it's absurd. I said it before. Them overtaking football is something I wouldn't have expected to be happening even today in general.
That game could have gone either way. For obviously chasing it, FaZe were chasing it, Tropic were chasing it, but Twisted Minds came in and sweeped hard. But you know what? I'm going to go and sweep out of here, though. Toby is coming back. We are now going into match number 5. I'll get it right this time. I'll see you guys in a second.
Welcome back to, welcome back, Toby, Tom, whoever you are at this point. We're going into match number 5. I'm excited for this one. I was saying before, maybe we're going to see a military circle finally. Like we haven't seen enough. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, looking at this main path, it could very well happen, right? So, yeah, BBL, in case you do get the circle, do you feel glad about that one? Yeah, FaZe, all the rest of the part teams going to find their spot again. I don't think anything's going to change with this one, with this main path, in terms of drop spots. Yeah.
We can sometimes get is if 2 teams loot the same area and the plane path isn't good for it. I'm looking specifically at Yasnaya right now, knowing that both Entropic and 180R does like to go up there. You can see 180R actually already now opting to go for an ult drop.
Yeah, that's interesting. Also, we're going to touch on Pod. They've got Picado in Miramar, and they've got Pochinki now here as well. Both of these uncontested. We've seen teams literally fighting 18 games, or, well, 12 games to some degree, for these spots, and they just get it for free in a grand final with all the EMEA partner teams. Well, what can you say? I mean, maybe someone should have just done some less hot jobs in the qualifiers to make it here.
Yeah, maybe. And also, well, there's your potential military circle. No guarantees just yet, but of course, honestly, I feel like those circles are the ones. Those circles are the most brutal ones. I mean, if it's gonna be military, at least just tell us that it's gonna be military. This is kind of a
just give it to us.
A coin flip type of thing, which I don't think
look at this.
like.
Oh, this is so smart though. didn't want to interrupt you, but this is so smart because his teammate landed in the compound and he
they
found a
wanted to
weapon,
block
so
him off.
Exactly, yeah.
Yep. I like it. I like the idea from Bubugi, but in this case, not really anything coming off it.
If that would have happened, like, that would have been a clip to share on Twitter. Guys, remember, share some clips on Twitter, hashtag the rotation, win some G cards.
Yep. Exactly. Gotta get those highlights in there. I mean, the the qualifiers alone had, I think, enough highlight-worthy moments for an entire YouTube video. I feel like these finals will present us some of them as well. If a 20-kill win, but that's the funny thing about this previous Twisted Minds win. They got 20 kills. That is insane. I feel like whenever we see wins with that high of a kill count, it also gives us quite a bit of highlights. But in this case, it was just a very kind of well thought out game for Twisted Minds. Yeah, it wasn't that, you know, like action highlight crazy. It was just one clean fight into another clean fight into another clean fight, and they came out victorious.
Yeah, I mean, it's very rare that a team like this. So even if you play perfectly, it's very rare that you get your opportunity to even get 20 frags, right? But in this scenario, they had the isolated fight against BBL, which they showed. I mean, BBL got shot in the back, and they didn't exactly have an isolated fight themselves. But at least Twisted Minds had one. You know, backs being clear. Then the fight against Footballers. Then the fight against. I think they even got some of the frags against Push. And then in the end, it's a 4-on-4. That whole thing even ended in a 4-on-4 is crazy in itself.
Now, as we look at DA here, their first line in their strategy is everything is calculated. And now I'm not one to meme on teams, but I will say this, that I think, maybe not today, but sometimes DA has to look at their calculator and see if it's broken or not, because if all their plays are calculated, then I don't know what type of math they're utilizing, because sometimes it doesn't exactly look that calculated. That's quite the contrary. Sometimes it looks like they've taken a ball and thrown it somewhere on the map, and they go, that's where we're going. And sometimes it works out for them, sometimes it doesn't. Today has actually been surprisingly effective in comparison to previous tournaments.
Everything is calculated, precision, and quiet and calm.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't say that it was the right math. They just said calculated. You can do the math. Like, I mean, 2 plus 2 equals 5. That's still a calculation. It's just not a
technically
good
that's literally me at university right now. Yeah.
There you go.
Just let me through, please. Let me through. I know I can't do math. Just let me through. Anyways, Ascent gonna start Primos again as the next circle is still up for debate. Look, Ascent is one of these spots right now where it's really interesting because they have got one of the easiest rotations or possibilities to get a rotate down south as much as they can up north. Same goes for Facedown right now. So I'm especially interested looking at both of these teams because the rotations for them are as I said, no matter what shift happens, both very open. After all, to some degree as well, but I want to say they have to make a boat rotation, so they have to leave their cars in the spot they are at right now. So not just as much as Face Clan and Ascent.
I do like that Hibako leaves here early as well. He's probably barely even heard those vehicles come in, and he's already driving away. And Daniman obviously up on the hillside saw them coming in as well. I like this. Don't fully commit to spots you aren't planning on trying to hold anyway. So him getting out of there, not just as they pull up, but in good time, is a very smart play. Because now, look at this. Had all FaZe players been on like Hibako there, that would have been a dead Hibako.
Yeah. I feel like FaZe kind of knew this, the way they rotated here, as 4 men strong as well. I don't think there was another reason for them to not be more split and to leave their original positions unless they wanted to bully Hibako out of that position. So I feel like that was a calculated play from FaZe coming in. Good early game.
Yeah. Smart engage on their side as well. Claiming some, I mean, arguably right now, given that we have no clue whether it's going to go north or south,
did he just
FaZe probably has one of the best transition points. I think it did.
Yeah, out of the car. Come on.
Damn far away too.
Come on, Push. That's nasty.
That's just competitive PUBG for you.
Yeah, it is. So if you want to get headshotted out of the car as well, make sure to sign up for PGS too. But yeah, make sure to sign up anyway.
Yeah, if you like the feeling of getting completely and utterly dumpstered by your opponents, sign up for PGS to qualify.
The good thing is you won't meet FaZe until you're at the very end. So you know, you won't meet Push probably. Yeah, unless it's very late in the qualifiers either.
Yeah, we'll see. See how that one goes down. In the meantime, yeah, Art and the remaining Exalt players trying to make a little more space because they have a pretty wide 2-on-1 split. Actually, one that I feel like might be a bit too eager. Right now, it's okay because no one's around them. But if they don't instantly rotate once the next circle pops, you're gonna see dead Exalt players in the kill feed. Because they are trying to grab over way more than I feel like they can chew.
Yeah, especially since Monodoctor is not playing the hill that it's Chris just took.
Exactly.
And that's kind of the hill you want to play, right? Because that's where you get the most information. That's where you can dodge easily. If Monodoctor wants to leave this compound, if he gets spotted there, I feel like he's dead. I feel like at this point Monodoctor can't even make a noise because Ascent will surely breach this. They will surely figure out that this is solo.
Yeah, it's gonna get pretty hard punished for Moloch. Unless if he gets out there, like unless if his spider senses tinkle when they
Spider
need to.
senses.
It's he's gonna need some sort of help to get out of there alive if he doesn't leave early on his own.
Next rotation up on it's 180R. 180R and Win or Die. Both these teams making it through the last day. I think Win or Die, yeah, they made it through the last phase as well, but let's not talk about that anymore because they might just see another breach. FaZe Clan, they're not even waiting for the next phase. They're breaching this one in. First one goes down. They're not having as much support as you might think. Jameson correctly trying things out, and despite that looking super aggressive, it works out perfectly. They bullied them out of the spot early on, and they're bullying them out of this one again. If this is a high school, then FaZe Clan are the best basketball team. I'm not sure where that analogy just came from, but FaZe Clan anyways, getting two knocks immediately.
Yeah, well, it's a High School Musical reference. They have a basketball team there as well. Yeah, that's and that's a good thing for FaZe in this particular case as well. That even though one got knocked and it for a brief moment looked very dangerous, it's still 3v2. They saw them in the split. They knew what they were going into, and while it looked hectic, they get 2 kills, no casualties. I mean, that's a perfect scenario. And not only that, but they have a like literally the shortest rotation path across now should they want to go for it if this next circle goes south. Only issue could become if the circle goes north. The position they had just before has now been taken, so their fight on land, so to speak, could be or could prove to be pretty difficult. But at least then they know that there's only 2 in the double bounce above them.
I love this early game for FaZe. Once again, I just gotta say, man, that's just the calculated aggression you want to have as a like as a team that's completely prepared for what's happening in this lobby. And then after ult, they think they can do these splits. They won't do these splits anymore because that's exactly how you push these teams out of it. And you wouldn't do this kind of stuff in a best of 6 because it's at the end of the day, sure, it's kind of safe, but it also isn't. Not exactly in phase 1. Now in a best of 18, as we're having right now, FaZe Clan can easily do this. And
Wait,
yeah, wow, this is even more thought out than I thought.
Yeah, they're already now setting up the... we're getting a replay here of the pull-up as well. They're already now setting up their emergency pickup just because, I mean, having to jump in the water now would be terrible if this next one swings south. If it goes north, I mean, if it hard shifts north this next circle, they're going to have a really, really good position to play from too. So I don't necessarily mind this. It's only about the timing. How good is the timing going to be? Or they can just have one attached to it if need be. Let's see. Here comes the plane. Here comes the circle. Disengage, disengage. And they only just exactly got off of it. Imagine had they gotten pulled up and then they're like, God damn it, now we have to go back to the same spot again. That was a very quick
tell me the odds. Tell me the odds on that one. Reddit, do your thing. But yeah, it's
also where's this circle going? That's just the fact that no, right? It doesn't have to.
I mean, it doesn't have to, but
the next one doesn't have to shift away from water, so...
Yeah, no, but... yeah. No, it's true.
There's definitely a bigger chance of it going north with the center having to be on land. There's a much bigger chance of it going north, but... even Exalt are fully committing to the north side now, but BBL still sat down here. I feel like the curse only comes through if there's no one south, and then it goes south.
Yeah, BBL is kind of still hoping for it, as you said. They are very much looking forward to this. Are you kidding me? FaZe Clan is even breaching this one after all this in whole loads of trouble. But this breach doesn't look too clean as of right now. Both of these teams still struggling to get any knocks in. I'm saying that, but Fex, look at this. Finds the angle, knows Klim is up in flames, and takes him down.
I mean, it makes perfect sense, right? They found the first one, that's what I was saying before. They find the first 2. Now, even if they do have to play into the north side, they know that there's only 2 sat in this position. And with how they're breaching it, it's very limited what other teams can really do to engage. So now, as soon as they can deal with the player up top, which is just it, because they found him with the molly, easy peasy, double bonds claimed, and they have real estate to play around as well. So, smart playing coming through here from FaZe.
And it's a teammate as well. Each one of these guys get a frag each. So Gustav 18 Co picking up a kill points. If you got these guys in your fantasy team, this might just be the round to celebrate that even more. And I want to quickly touch on what you just said, because that's, I think, perfect analysis. Them breaching that compound before anyone else does guarantees them the absolute best spot. We've seen this in the qualifier. That's where Venture had that great fight, which they could have very much won. They didn't win the round in the end, but they had a great fight against Navi, and they played out of this compound, because that's usually a good spot in wherever the next zone shifts in case it does go north.
And that's the thing, not only are they taking the fight to After All before anyone else can join the fight, they're taking the fight to After All before anyone is in a position to try and shoot you from afar. Yes, we saw a few shots come through from ADR, but had they waited like one circle longer until it was confirmed that it was going to go north, then you're looking at a phase where at least 1.5, 2 more teams are looking in this direction once the fight starts popping off.
Yeah, man, this kind of analysis is just what I love about PUBG, because you can just, you can set yourselves into the minds of these players, and to some degree at least, figure out what they were thinking and figure out the thinking process behind it, and maybe replicate that as well. That's what makes it so interesting. I know I've said it 3 times now, but make sure to sign up, even if you haven't played competitive. Get your mates in it. If you figure stuff out yourself, that's where, the competitive spirit is all about. Figuring stuff out, improving. It's so much fun. Like PUBG Esports, man, there's nothing like it, so make sure to get in there.
Yep. Well, let's see, win or die. 20 seconds to go. Have they timed it right with the plane coming through? I mean, I feel like they're going to commit to this parachute either way, because they know that they have absolutely nothing to claim on their side of the circle right now, with both Twisted Minds and FUT Esports and Ascent effectively having a lockdown on the northwest side of this circle. They're just going to wait to see this one. Are we going south into chaos? Or are we going north? We are actually shifting south!
My goodness.
Get those emergency parachutes ready, everyone, because we are going in to absolute and utter chaos mode. Here comes Lou trying to spray on through. We have yet to see anyone get taken out in mid-transition, but can he find one here? No, I don't think so. And oh my lord, does Twisted Minds have to rotate far now?
And FaZe Clan, they must be furious about this, because they just did all that for essentially no good spot at all. They still have to rotate on through. I'm thinking they're just gonna crash the car into the water, unless they wanna camp this bridge. But also Ascent and BBL. Look where Michael is right now on the map. He's all the way out there. And the rest of his team, they've got prime spots to take anything they want to on their base.
He's in Ferry Pier all on his own, because Ascent was kind of preventing him from crossing on over. This has chaos written all over it. FaZe has just jumped in the water. I'm not seeing... Actually, that's not true. I am seeing Win or Die in the middle of their journey across, but this is going to be, I mean, utter chaos. Complete and utter chaos. The fact that we haven't seen more casualties already has me pretty surprised.
I mean, Win or Die, for example. Look, Win or Die, with that emergency parachute, that's how the meta is going to change. It's the second team to arrive inside the safe zone, at least inside the southern mainline, inside Sosnovka Island.
They're getting the compound, too. They're getting the
now.
compound on land off of it. That is
Did Ascent spot them?
Incredible timing.
Did Ascent spot them is the big question I'm asking myself here, because Brax can kick out, they just breached that southern hillside. I think they know.
I think they must have. Yeah, or at least heard the parachutes. They must have heard or seen something coming their way. Or at least there was a big plane flying over their heads. So you'd have to imagine that they have a good inkling. Twisted Minds now, as for actually, I can see, are going for this as well. But FUT Esports are driving up towards them. This would be interesting to get an eye on if we can. Twisted Minds are currently locking onto the zip line to go north, and now starting to fly away. But FUT Esports, they were trying to get up towards them. As they saw that big balloon get up in the air, they were driving in their direction, but I think Twisted Minds just exactly managed to escape that one.
Yeah, let's see Bitfix. Bitfix, look at the split as well. I quickly want to touch on the split that Bitfix playing right here. Look, normally I'd say go for it, but at the moment, with everyone just rotating on through, and let's not forget, the next zone is phase 4. These guys need to hurry up to get inside of it, especially DA, especially Howl, Twisted Minds especially as well. I'm not even sure they can't heal if they're flying up right now and it doesn't happen fast enough. So playing that split from Bitfix, not going for any position whatsoever as a full 4-man is going to be dangerous.
Oh, Hurricane, you gotta get out of the vehicle. It's gonna explode, and Braxco is gonna find himself a double because of it. Now, Killikai did get knocked. I feel like Killikai's been the one getting knocked early in all these fights for Ascent today. A little unlucky. Mika, though, applying a lot of pressure, trying to see if they can get their teammate back alive.
Yeah, Killikai just can't be flushed here. They have too good of a position. And especially since they're only 6 play, I want to say only 6 play 25 points, they need to use this round to make something happen. They want to, so kind of going flash here is very crucial.
Yeah, because it's Twisted Minds. They tried to land in the exact same spot that Win or Die were in, but they were ready for it this time around. Having just landed here themselves, they were ready for a potential fight coming to them. And let's now see, with only Harusen knocked, if they can come out victorious.
Yeah, Win or Die is still fighting for this one. There's a nade going down. These yellow buildings, they are troublesome. Oh,
What?
Okay.
What?
That
It
was
landed
the
behind the chair?
Yeah, that was
What
the
is that chair made of?
Steel. I was gonna say that's surely not something from the IKEA, but either way, Uzi's gonna try to get that frag. Lou expects him though. Lou shuts him down. What kind of flake is that? Are you kidding me, Lou? Come on, you're not supposed to win those. But he does it anyways. One more nade coming in, so he has to throw his out of the window without any real damage himself, but he's gonna stay alive at least.
Yeah, they want to like get this one confirmed as fast as possible, though. Don't want to have to wait around much longer. They want to get this fight finished up so they can focus on what's happening around them. You see Chris already now starting to look in this direction. They do not want to get third party. Extens almost blew himself up there.
Yeah,
took the nade for
I
a bit
was...
too long.
I think actually would have blown himself up if the nade didn't just explode outside the door, so it kind of like, although outside the window frame, so it kind of blocked like half of the damage. But yeah, he's gonna stay alive. That would have been, we had him on cam as well. We couldn't have made any excuse for that either.
Let's see now how they're sneaking their way forward. Killyokai is once again the first one to be found. Good thing for Brexco is that he's instantly there to respond. Schofield, though, has an answer in return too. So now Chris, Brexco, what can you do? That's the only two alive here as Howl start grabbing their way further forward.
They needed Chris in this fight. He's still left alive. Mika's gonna bleed out any second. And there he goes. Second knock. That's what they need. Maybe they can turn this around. Brexco needs Chris up on top of the ridgeline. They do have the advantage. Just judging by the high ground. Brexco spots him out. Schofield goes down. Can they really turn this around? This will be absolutely absurd. And Spectral still sneaks around. He doesn't even wait for it, Chris. Look at the confidence on him.
Yeah, sure would be crucial. Incredibly convenient should they be able to come up victorious here. They were the ones to get ambushed initially, but a good kind of swivel as Corexi finds two on Pod. That's elsewhere on the map. Now just one more left alive. The man on his own tries to find one, but uses Schofield as bait as he gets the first. Now Chris, full speed, he goes up close. He wants to not only get the kill, of course, on the map, but also get Brexco back up alive.
Well, look at that. The flashes are coming out. Itzkris doesn't have that good of an angle on map. It should be spotted now by the sound cues by Brexco. Itzkris tries to make the run back. Somehow he isn't being spotted. I feel like the sideline would have been there, but he's going to leave Brexco at the moment. It's still only it's still 14 teams left alive. 6 more teams need to die to even get the placement. Chris turns around. Matt somehow makes it happen. And Howl eliminates Ascent on that edge. And what I was talking about, Ascent finally having a good position to win something, is not going to happen. They will be shot down on Howl, even though with a single player is still standing strong in this one.
I like the awareness of Chris expecting there to be a team pushing from behind. Little did he know there was absolutely no one there, so he could have fully committed to it. In the meantime, shoreline brawls. Not something we see too often, but Foot Esports were on the shore for... Ooh, okay, I see you. Foot Esports were on the northern shore for a while Push and Shoot were in the water, but they somehow swam past them, got up to the shoreline, and are now shooting them in the water. Not sure exactly how that one unfolded, but they missed one. Good thing for T-Bone is that he turned around.
Well, maybe the nade is gonna shift the boat. Okay, I've seen all crazy stuff with nades being thrown at boats and the boat just flying against the teammates. So, yeah, yeah, not gonna happen in this case, but yeah, I was worried for a second there for Foot, but they're gonna stay 4 alive.
Be alright for now as Foot Esports continue to rag up points here in first place. Lou, though, will go down, and so will Twisted Minds in 12, so their run at this Miramar game is going to come to an end. 18 out, down to Blue he goes. I think he's still miles away. Farb on the other side. Ends up dying to Blue because of it.
Yeah, Foot is leading the charge again in terms of overall points. They have made 7 kills in this one. And it's only looking to get stronger from this point onwards. I don't see any real competition with them getting frags on towards FaZe Clan. They should have a good entry towards the northern side. I mean, it's only Gustav really left to hold them off. Same goes for Orclus right now. They are 4-man strong. And Win or Die is in whole loads of trouble because they are 2. But then again, they do have some pretty strong Chaz in there. So, I mean, who knows what's going to happen.
Orclus needs to win. They need any kind of win. Doesn't necessarily have to be the chicken dinner. Just a fight going their way. Well, successful rotation coming their way, but now, as they're being hesitant in this push on forward, they're starting to get shot in the back.
I feel like the Molotovs could have used it a little bit better. They did have more than one, but they're going to throw them in one by one. But the nades are enough. And now comes the Molotov. I'm going to take all of that back. That's great utility play coming in from August as Honor gets the first entry.
Let's see if that nade finds anything? Yep, there you go. Unable
Really
to
well
find the
played.
second. Nice play from Oculus again. Few things going their way. Time after time, all of a sudden turns into a pretty good game overall. It's not been the day for them, so if they can get things going in their direction now, and then of course with tomorrow's games and Sunday's games as well, going somewhat their way, I'm sure they'll get out of that 16th place spot pretty easily.
Gusev, the last one alive. Naylor was going to pick that one up. I mean, there wasn't really much to do for him. And there was footballers on the other side, and I mean, Entropic pushing from the east. Not really much you can expect out of Gusev. I don't blame him. But yeah, then again, this is gonna relieve them out of their great spots they've had so far in this game.
Yeah, and it's gonna quiet down a bit once more. Phase 5 and only 24 alive. Not something you see too often, but of course the the third shift down towards the southern island did make for a pretty chaotic Phase 4 rotation coming through for pretty much all the teams, except for BBL who are already down here. So we're gonna be a quiet period, at least for a little while, until we see that next server pop.
100 and Jan Howl on that southern side are still both not making a move on each other. Both being very close to each other, but they can't really see each other, even if they stand up. So don't be confused. They're not teaming or anything. They just don't have the sightlines. With the Oculus now having to potentially cross the street, surely they're going to go for all these frags on the southern side. I mean, they should at least.
They have to.
I don't see a way of going anywhere further.
No, they have to clear it, and if they don't, well, at least then there's a team helping you with it. There's you can't play out on the south side like this and not get the help, or not get it completely cleared out. As I say that though, they aren't too eager to make a fully committed push, so the mat will go unnoticed at least for a little while.
That's why I feel like the kill feed tracking has to come in. They should know that there might just be another solo on the southern side, or that there has to be. But maybe they just don't even want to push this. Want to clear this out on the southern side. But as I said, like down here, with footballers and BBL both having good sidelines on towards the hillside, maybe in Tropic as well, maybe even Exile up on that compound. I wonder what Oculus is going to do. Maybe a couple of smokes, maybe breach BBL, but even that is going to be almost impossible with BBL still having utility.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. We'll see now. First ones to move is going to be D8. I would imagine that they just kind of fortify position on the southern side and maybe stop in and around, like just over on the other side of the road. But they need to take the fight for Exile. They're just going to commit to the shack here.
Interesting. The thing I was wondering,
the entry is on the wrong side, though.
You mean the car? The way the car?
No, the entry of like they should know. Like if you're gonna play that position, at least smoke off the entry to the shack so they can go inside. They're just leaving themselves completely exposed to Exalt.
The thing I was wondering, could they have gotten information on the Wizard Tower on the other side? Because that is potentially breachable from like going to the top of the hill and then using the speed going downwards, because the staircase is on the other side from what BBL can see as far as I'm concerned. So maybe that would have been, but yeah, I'm guessing they just couldn't have gotten that information. But yeah, I agree. Yeah, Entropic, they, for now, have got to prone things down a bit. And like a lot of this is coming over the pressure off of T-Bone. He's the solo flank currently. For PUBG Esports, forcing Entropic down on their bellies, not being ready for this Exalt push at all, and great timing for Exalt, for Moldog as well to lob that nade on forward. And now, maybe now, footballers could come into this as well. T-Bone is going to see one of these flushes, and that's what I'm talking about. Both of these teams making a move on towards Entropic at the same time, and that entry from Molotov was absolutely crucial. I'm loving the time push here. T-Bone, the initial pressure applied. Molotov spots him through the side. T-Bone finds the other. PUBG Esports, 10 kills in this match once again. They have 2 wins back-to-back at that on Miramar already. They almost came out victorious in the previous Arankle as well, and now here they are once again. And no one's got main advantage anymore with Exile having a knockdown low. Antics got spotted. T-Bone, how are you doing this? Gets the headshot on him, and maybe just the second one. Beamy follows it up against Molotov. His killing spree is over just like that. And at least Fair is left alive in a very dire situation with 3 men only. Football is just once again doing miracles clearing their edge. Yep, for the Esports, not done anytime soon. Exalt completely wiped off the board as T-Bone finds his kill number 7. In this match, he was a solo player to apply the pressure early. Now spots one more double headshot. Found as Smart finds the second. PUBG Esports completely unstoppable here. I love how we had Twisted Minds, the previous one, find 20, and that was unheard of. And PUBG Esports just going to the next game with a guys, hold my beer. Let me just let me just get a piece of this next game. T-Bone already found one more knock. They're looking to try and beat that score. Who of us got T-Bone in his fantasy team? Because I think one of us does. He's on 8 frags right now. He's on 8 frags, and he's not stopping anytime soon. I'm telling you right now, he's got zone. Surely Orclis is gonna die next, and he's gonna pick up some of these with the shots he's hitting through the smokes already. T-Bone, another one. Oh my goodness, this is T-Bone's round, and who is there to stop him? At the moment, absolutely no one is. Flush comes through, T-Bone on 9.
And BPL just sat in that house going, well, I guess we're not getting any kills this game. Clip has found one.
Yeah.
Smash now found one through the smoke. As Beamy goes for yet another. Will they take the points away from it? Oh, they will. Clip
could they
able
top
to
this?
steal one. Oh, you can't take this away from them. For esports, got 17 already. They want even more. The issue is they can only get 21. Oh, only.
But they could top Twisted Minds. They could get 21.
They could get 21. They could get 21 unless if more points are stolen away from them.
Yeah.
I want to see how many steals were against for esports in this one, because one was there, but I think they had 2 or 3 of them earlier today as well.
I think so, yeah.
Which could have made for like a 25 kill game, which would be completely absurd. But let's see. 3v3, v1. It's not 1 yet. BPL can still make their way out of the tech. And also BPL's been sat in this position for quite a while. So they're alright. While Rostamar does have a broken helmet, they are not exactly in the worst shape for endgame fight in the open.
I agree, but looking at the players right now, I mean, I'm only seeing Rostamar, but the utility doesn't look as good as I would have expected. Look, there's only 1 nade between at least Rostamar and Clip, so I'm guessing Smash is not going to suddenly have 5 in his back pocket. So, yeah, this is... I mean, the next zone is potentially going to... Okay, that's Smash. Wow, okay, so at least he's got 1 less now. Smash still gonna take down Ketpa, but it's gonna come down to a 3-on-3. Yep. Footballist, are they gonna make the 21 frag dream a reality? Are they gonna top Twisted Minds in just the very next game and make 3 chicken dinners in just 5 maps? This is... even talking about this, it's absurd.
That would be pretty damn insane. Also, they were just getting caught up on by Twisted Minds, and just like that, they're almost 20 points ahead again. It's... enjoy the tight game while it lasted. They just separated themselves massively once more, and well, for now, this circle, it's only going to start creeping further on in, and it's going to end in the middle of everything. So for Twisted...
this is weird.
For BBL, they need to make a run in the open, and I think the total math here allows them 4 smokes. So
I'm not so sure if they have to... Sorry, didn't want to interrupt you then.
No,
it's
all good.
They have to run out in the open, because right now, depending on the next circle, even if it goes central, I feel like people still have
no more circles. It's phase 8.
Oh, of course, of course. Yes, it's phase 9, the next one. Yes, that's true. Yeah, they will potentially have to run out in the open. Totally forgot that, yeah. Man, we're in phase 8 already. It didn't feel like phase 8, I'm sorry.
Oh, this is what they wanted. There were enough damage to force them down to go for the heals. And now with that headshot on T-Bone, that's perfect. They have to fortify, they have to defend, and this is going to allow for Clip to push up forward.
Yes, I'm not sure if they know about him, but even if they don't, I feel like they should expect it at this point. Oh, yeah. Someone should have called it. They can't, like, no one's watching at any game. Well, it's hard to call that, actually. I'll take that back. Maybe this is an actual, not even a mistake on Footballer's part that BBL could potentially...
I mean, they have, with how much time they've just spent behind the ridge, you can see they're not peeking it either right now. They know that somebody made their way up. They know that somebody got close. Yeah. They, like, the fact that they were behind the ridge line for as long as they were. The thing is, if they can get the knock onto Rostamar here, that'd be huge, because there's no one going back to arrest him, so they would know for a fact that it was going to be a 3v2 endgame. Yeah. But the Clip is still flanking. He's still moving. You see him holding the angle here, continuously trying to creep his way forward. If he finds one here, that could be the game over.
Yeah, the thing is, Clip has all the time in the world right now. It's 5 seconds until the zones even starts to move, and it's a very slow one in phase 9. So Clip just needs to wait till they have 1 mistake coming out from PUBG Esports, and he could change the whole round. Unless maybe Vada's going to open things up earlier, but he misses the headshots with a mini 14 for now.
But the thing is, for PUBG Esports, I mean, they've been kind of now pushed with the back against the blue. Because Clip and Smash were able to push forward, they now have the dot. They now have the best position. They can just lie prone down this hillside and wait it out, but there's still plenty of utility on the side of PUBG Esports. They need to deploy some smokes now. They need to start using some of these nades, some of these mollies to isolate angles.
Yes, it's only 1 Molotov from Clip, but that could be very useful depending on... Oh, Smite's got another nade! Smite's got a nade! And Smite's just gonna throw that over the ridgeline. If that pops well, it might just take one down. T-Bone! Oh, only 12 damage! Clip is now being spotted. T-Bone has no idea! And that lurk does seem to be very useful. But Vada's gonna try things out. Smash gonna be the next one as well! Oh, another one! And suddenly it's a 2-on-1.
Just like that. Just one on his feet. They haven't gotten the flushes on the other ones just yet, but it's just Rostamar trying to fend off against both the players on the other side. Rostamar finds the first. Will Beamy be able to bring this one home in a 1v1? It's just one left alive, and he does it! Able to take him out, and 20 kills again! PUBG Esports have won 3 out of 5 games today.
They have.
And they just got a 20-kill chicken dinner. And I had Clip and T-Bone on my fantasy team, and both died. That is what a wild finish. 20 kills back to back. Now, not for the same team, but still, that is. I don't think I've ever seen that before in all of PUBG. That is completely insane.
Dude, I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say anymore because the way FUT played, it was kind of the same with Twisted Minds. We didn't have these super crazy scenarios. We didn't have these super crazy clutch scenarios, but they made these fights look so easy consistently, time and time again. Sure, it's to some degree a little bit easier having on the northern shoreline military kind of circle, getting some easy frags to the players coming into the water, but they had to fight themselves in as well. I mean, Faceland was kind of ready for them.
They were literally the last team to get to the military island too. That never happens.
Yeah.
With that though, I'm gonna give you a break, Felix, so we're ready for the final game, and then we're gonna bring back Mark real quick. Mark, what the absolute hell?
Mate, I've just been sitting here going, someone unlock my Twire because I need to update my fantasy. FUT, as I was about to say, you caught me just before. FUT was the last team to get in, and even from the start, God, that phase push on the cliff, they put the emergency pick up and they all went, oh, no, let's not go there.
Yeah. When you see them creeping around on the shoreline with, I believe it was Booker from Push and Shoot behind him, they were barely even on the island before they got shot at by 3 teams. When you, like, if you freeze frame that and then go, what happened next? Did they die on the beach? Did they find 1 kill and die? Or did they win a game with 20 kills? I don't think anyone is pressing that last one because that's just so unlikely. And yet, here they are.
I'll tell you what, we can go to that replay though, because I think that is one of them, because the Navy SEAL himself came out and didn't quite make it. But I don't even know what to here on. This is where let's start here. FaZe, what a push though, isolating 2 from the Afterwalk team. Good play from them. I like that. At this point it was that 50-50. Was it going to be going to military? Was it going to be going back north? And I think you, me, everybody else in chat was like, nah, it can't go military. There is no way. Surely it's going to stay in. They just put their little emergency pickup up, and then the zone pops now. Like, oh, get off quick as they can. Yep. Because they were like, nope, it's not going that way.
That's insane, though. And when you look at where FUT Esports is in the middle of all of this, like, whenever a team is as far as they are, they're currently all in the blue as this next circle pops. When you're coming in, not late to Millie Island, but absurdly late. I'm not even sure. I think HC might, I don't know if it DC'd or if it just died out on the blue. Like, they had everything going against them this game, FUT Esports that is. And they still come out with a freaking 20-kill win. That is completely mind-blowing.
Insane. And don't forget as well, they did chase up that hill to try and steal away that emergency pickup, though, going back.
Yeah.
A lot of action, though. Went off in military as the teams were scraping their way down the bottom. I actually quite like this fight here. Obviously, the Ascend and Howl fight kicks off too, which are grasping not just for the prize pool, but for those points. And 100 ADR also put themselves into the mix. So there was a lot of action at different points, but very focal point between the south and the fight between the teams in and around. And then this whole north section, which we'll see in a second.
It was just, I mean, utter chaos from start to finish, really. I mean, once phase 3 pops and goes south, it was just, like, audio to max, and then just put on whatever highlight-worthy hype song you want to play off, and then was just fighting nonstop. I did feel a little bad for Chris in this case here. I love the fact that he went back to check that he didn't overcommit to the rest and break, but there was a chance for him to get, like, to go for the fight and then get rest, and luckily for him and for Ascent, they ended up going down. Not due to him falling back, but of course a good spray coming through from Howl there. So a lot of great individual performance. Look at this! This is where FUT Esports got across. How do you see this? They're outside the circle. They have FaZe completely holding them down. That knock right there was huge. Vartland spins, finds a second. T-Bone saves him from behind. Booker had a nade in hand, but T-Bone sees him in the water. Like, they were never supposed to make landfall here. And yet they come out victorious.
That was your freeze frame that you was looking for. Yeah, do you know what? It was the right timing. They got the knock right timing. They then turned back and they was like, hey, who are you and where have you come from? And just lucky enough for them able to put this. Bit puzzled, obviously, with the DA push though in towards the shack. I was expecting them to hold on that south side, or if they were going for that, put the smokes out and just make sure you're safe getting into that shack, right?
That was again where everything is calculated playstyle. Looked like just some bad calculations on my end, because I feel like they had the utility available to play it one a bit slower, to play it a little more thought out, but it got very hectic very quickly. And then T-Bone here, I mean, on this sweep on Exalt, there's just nothing they could do. Continues on over, instantly deals with DA, double headshot, boom, boom, and then Vart to find the second. I mean, they were on one. And this is arguably the best I've ever seen FUT Esports play, because yes, they had the 2 other wins, but they were, again, playing with the backs against the wall for such a big portion of it. I feel like the FUT roster we saw play here was like seeing Heroic at their best back in like a year and a half ago. Their ability to sweep edges and like play with full control, it's just phenomenal to watch.
Yeah, it's definitely that last segment. Of course, they got themselves off the beach, as you mentioned, but it felt like when they saw Entropic and there were that whole fight between them and Exalt on that sort of east-hand side, they just... It's like something possessed them. They come running round to clear as many fights. And T-Bone was just putting points on the board. And as we mentioned, points on the board, let's have a look at that game. How did it stack up for the rest of the teams? Because we know how it stacked up, though, for FUT.
Jesus Christ. I mean, that's the thing, right? When one team takes out a third of the server, there ain't really a whole lot left for everyone else. So the second most kills in the game had 14 less than FUT had. That is, that's not something you see every day.
That is utter madness. They just took so much. And remind everyone, they were last in really for that military zone. Apart from our push and shoot, who were swimming down, but multiple teams taking a couple of points, a couple on the zeros. And then surprising for me, after all, putting nothing on the board, but yet the game before was such a great textbook after all game. Let's just though have a look how that finished up though for the total leaderboard after match number 5. And
they were that's insane. They were almost tied. I think Twisted Minds were actually ahead of them coming into this game, and now they're 26 points ahead again.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they're right. It was like it was kind of tit for tat, but for esports, there's no one competing with the chicken dinners on the board for them, because it's number 3, 36 points on placement alone. The next nearest team is rocking with Twisted Minds on 16. So it's a battle of placement and kills, right?
FUT Esports had a 5th place, then 2 wins, then a 5th place, and then a win. So then I'm not sure. Maybe they okay, so they can only get 5th or 1st today, I suppose, according to statistics.
Yeah, 100%. I know you made a call out between you two in the stream about stats, and we did have a quick update though on those stats, because you asked for those stolen kills to have a look at. Was it expecting for what you're looking at?
I guess so. I mean, Vart had 3 stolen. Wait, did he steal 3 kills, or did he have 3 kills stolen from him?
He stole kills, I believe.
Yeah, that makes sense. So whether you do it with nades or whatnot, I guess it's only fair that you steal some, you lose some. Okay, I kind of wanted to see after Twisted Minds, I just got a 20 kill win, that the very next game for esports, or any other team really, but just anyone come in and gets more than that, that would have been completely insane. But 20 times 2 for them there, and Vart currently up there in the top with the most kills stolen. That's only fair that they don't get it then, I suppose.
Look, for me, worth mentioning though, total damage. Obviously, FUT really rocked that, but Entropic though were Richie bang up there trying to get the damage as much as possible. But it's our time to have a little bit of fun, because let's do the wanted again. Obviously, you guys and girls out in chat, make sure you get your guesses in. And God, you were quick on the last one. But Toby, who is the fuzzy pro player?
I have no clue. Okay, often in online tournaments, I had to puke before that doesn't sound very healthy. Also, he loves playing on LAN. That is not a whole lot to go by.
Well, I'll give you a clue. I'll give you a clue.
Okay.
We've had him in our fantasy pick.
I was gonna say Chris, because there is something about him that could look like Chris, but now you said we have had him. So now I don't know if he's on our teams. I'm gonna go with... I'm trying to look at just anything of a logo. It's a dark shirt with a somewhat light-colored logo. Oh, it is him! There you go!
Right.
There we go!
Second guess yourself. It's
Good
Chris.
Stuff. Good stuff. It was Chris.
Yeah, a little throw there. But yeah, look, PUBG since 2019. I didn't know he had to take a tactical break before the event, and everyone loves a LAN. But yeah, such a great player. Chris playing well, and we mentioned, we saw it in the highlights, what a massive IQ play. Just to double check no one's coming on that third party. This guy is a winner, and cheap for the fantasy Twire, if you ask me.
He doesn't like the fact that he's gotten more expensive, though. I was on his stream the other day, and he doesn't like being more expensive. Now when he was cheaper, I guess he didn't feel the same pressure to have to perform, because he's like, oh, so I'm cheap, you know, it doesn't matter. Now that he's more expensive, people are putting more pressure on him to go out and delivering based on his points. And well, I mean, so far he has been delivering, so kudos to him.
Oh, he literally delivers game on game at the moment. So just keep it up, Chris. You are in my fantasy team, and I want to keep racking those points in. But I'll tell you what we do want to get going though is the next match. It's another Erangel. It's the Green Shores. But Alex and Toby, it's over to you.
And there we go. Just like that, Marcus swapped out for Felix, as you should make sure to do tomorrow as well. Make those substitutions on your teams coming into the next 2 days of fantasy. So after these matches are over, make sure to hop over to Twire and see if you'll still like your roster, if you want to make any changes on your captains or your bench players or whatever it may be. In any case, Felix, last Erangel for today. Who will get 20 kills this game?
That is the big question. I mean, the way it's going right now, apparently that's just something completely normal at the moment. I can tell you, it isn't, and I think everyone knows that this is not the usual case for PUBG Esports Grand Finals, or literally any rounds whatsoever. So, these 20 kills, absolutely crazy. 21 even more crazy. But yeah, it's gonna stay on that 20 more mark for now. Twisted Minds and Footballers, though. Have you seen the difference on the total leaderboard it is right now? From just 6th place to 1st, that's already 50 points something. That is how crazy big the difference is right now. I mean, sure, we're having 18 games, but even in 18 games, getting 3 chicken dinners isn't easy. They have done this, and we haven't even, like, ended the first day. I cannot stress enough how crazy this is at the moment coming in from Footballers.
No, it's completely unheard of. Completely and utterly unheard of. They are in for a pretty much a record-breaking day of PUBG with how they've been performing today.
Yes.
If not completely shattering records, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, depending on the last game, it might actually be record-breaking. Especially in a grand final of a tournament of this caliber. And circles coming out, once again, doesn't necessarily mean anything bad for Footballers this time around. But, I mean, if you just take a look at phase 1 circle, the last round would have been the worst-case scenario. And it surely hasn't been.
Let's see here. First circle, pretty straightforward. No one's going to be coming into this one from above, though. That's going to make things a little more interesting. We have 3 teams on Millie. We have quite a few teams out on the southern belt, kind of in between Primorsk and Milta. We'll all have to wrap into this one. The worst thing that we could get here, or I mean, worst for who, right? Haha, would be if it shifted up towards the north now. Because while you can wrap east and west around, which is what I suppose most teams will do in that case, it's going to be very hard to transition towards the center. And there's only so much you can play around in that area. But now let's take a look here at Howl. Smart, planned, determined. I like that.
I like it, yeah. And the coach, obviously, if you're wondering, why is the coach playing right now? Ruin, unfortunately, has got a little bit of an emergency. I feel like, as far as we're concerned, he's had an injury with his hand, and so he can't be there today for his team. That's obviously very unfortunate for him and his squad. But, I mean, everyone knows Apocalypse. He's played competitive as well. Not only as a coach, he's actually played as a player for a long, long time, so I'm not worried about him at all fitting into this lineup.
I mean, Howl are just unlucky in that regard, right? They make their way to PGC the end of last year, and Lhasa, who at the time was one of their heaviest hitting players, still is, by the way, ends up having to go to surgery, and then Apocalypse has to go like to the tournament and play for him. So it's just no. What am I talking about? It wasn't PGC. It was PGS this year.
Yes,
there's too many tournaments. Too many tournaments. I'm too excited. For
it's
PUBG
okay. I think everyone knew what you meant.
In any case, yeah, exactly. In any case, it's phenomenal to have a coach who, no matter the situation, no matter the role, can step in and play like this. I think there are many other teams who would be much worse off if they had to sub out one of their players for their coach. Not saying that coaches can't play PUBG, just saying that in this case, Apocalypse has actually proven time and time again that he can not only play with some of the best, but he's actually like even besting some of the very best.
Yeah, definitely. Just overall, I mean, it's been some time since, we didn't have like we should have looked at this lineup and you know, had a discussion about how strong they are. Quickly, in case you haven't done so far, head on over to the propets.gg website. There's a special offer right now with the code ROTATION. You can get 10% off. And yeah, you want to do so, not only on this mousepad, but you can customize your own one. So in case you have like a sick logo of yourself, in case you have like a cool PUBG moment you've screenshotted, maybe, you know, maybe you've got a 20-kill game yourself and you put that on your mousepad, who knows. Make sure to go over to propets.gg. Make sure to help out not only the tournament, but also the sponsor. And at the end of the day, once again, rotation is going to give you 10% off. So propets.gg is the website to go.
Yep, sure is. And, well, let's see now. From one potential bridge camp to another, FaZe is currently waiting for anyone to come their way. And look at that. The 3... That is something I have not seen in esports in a very long time, or at least thought about. The 3-seater in esports. Was I blind? Or was Gustav driving the 3-seater?
In all honesty, I was checking out the leaderboard situation. I did not look at Gustav.
It has been a very long time since I've seen anyone drive that in esports.
Yeah, we'll have to get a replay there. Can we get a replay production?
In any case, let's see Oakless and After All again. I mean, this is only, what, the 4th time we see them kind of run into each other in the early game. It happened on Tago, it happened on Miramar, now on Erangel, it's happening here again. And then, 2 teams in and around Watertown. That is also not something you see very often.
No, definitely isn't. But it is, after all, a very strong position, especially in this phase 1. We'll have to see and wait if it's gonna pay out. But at the moment, not so sure about these positions. But I mean, Howler's doing a split, so you can't really say. Okay, now with Twisted Mind's coming in, I'm gonna take all that back. Twisted Mind's gonna potentially try to do something. Oh my god, he only needs to hit 1 shot. That is so unfortunate. Spyro's gonna get out of this alive. But yes, if another team rotates in with this point, shouldn't really happen anymore.
Yeah.
That would be really weird.
It would be pretty odd. In the meantime, teams are still... I mean, when you look at the map towards the southeast, it's pretty interesting to see how quiet things are. But Leos does manage to find Matt, so a solo player in a bit of a no exit strategies available type situation.
Yeah, Leos, though, we gotta talk about him again. He's having one hell of a day right now. And win or die, at the moment, there's a huge reason why they are that far up on the leaderboard, and part of it is Leos. I just gotta remind all of you out there at the moment what kind of performance he's shown. Not only key frags, but also just his presence. The way he fought off that both of these teams in the Tago game in the first match really impressed me. And yeah, his ability to stay alive in these kinds of scenarios is incredibly important for his team.
Sure has been playing pretty damn well here today. Now, well, again, back to Oakless and After All we go. They are currently having a bit of a skirmish down in the bottom half of the leaderboard, but hopefully for both of them they won't go too much into this fight, because I feel like with the positions that they both have and where they're currently sat in the circle, there isn't really a whole lot of reason to fight for these spots, considering they both have one on lockdown already, and not knowing where the next circle is going to take them and where they're set on the leaderboard. I just don't think it's worth to take that fight.
Yeah, no, not necessarily. Well, no, not necessarily. I totally agree. Totally agree. This next circle is really going to decide a lot, because a lot of these teams right now, if you look at the map stream, are banking on a southern circle. And if that doesn't happen, it's going to get really crowded up on the bridge lines, because as we said, like, Water Treatment, essentially it's 2 teams right now covering that exit. Footballers has got the cube compound almost instantly covered if it should shift north. And all the rest of the teams, I mean, we might just see a couple of emergency parachutes at that point again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think for both FaZe and push and shoot, I don't think either of the two are going to be in much of a hurry to get anything going here. I mean, wait and see where the next circle takes you, and then make a play accordingly. You already know you're going to be late anyway. You already know that all of the center is taken. No reason to try and go overzealous here.
Are they going to make a phase 1 parachute rotation again, or are they going to wait for phase 2 again? Because I feel like FaZe has been waiting for phase 2 more often than not, which is interesting.
I feel like you're waiting. They'll sit on the edge and just wait it out, I think.
Yeah, probably.
Because right now they're also Yeah, exactly. And right now they're also kind of in highway territory in terms of they can very easily and very quickly get both up towards Chesnaya and all the way down and around Pochinki, and not expect that there is anyone nearby. I mean, we know that they have no one nearby, but they shouldn't expect there to be anyone nearby anyway. So, if I'm FaZe, I'd be chilling, at least for a little while longer.
Guess so. Except for FaZe, it's only really pushed that are rotating in really late as well. It's been their playstyle so far for most of the finals. So I'm interested to see if that's going to change. I'm not guessing so. They've been, I want to say, semi-successful on these breaches, at least of making it into the zone. But after that, it just dropped off very heavily. So we haven't really seen push in the late game, at least with any kind of control. We saw them in the Twisted Minds 20 kill game. But they didn't have really a say in it, as I said, because of these sends. And I want to see that change. Yeah. Because right now they're sitting in 15th. Not really much more can go wrong.
Exactly. Well, 5 seconds to go. How much of a chaos type situation are going to cause this circle? Well, not really any at all. Okay. As I say that, it does, like, as center and everyone is already in and all this is pretty decent, but you still have quite a few teams, especially out towards that east-northeast side, that have to make their way on in. And look at how many teams in the middle right now are split. ADR on one side, you have Exalt now starting to group up, you have Ascent coming in on the west side, you have FUT Esports up towards the northwest, and all of the southeast side is, I mean, essentially Pochinki and open fields. So you can't really utilize a whole lot of it. So as center, as nice as it is, it's actually pretty hard to play around.
Yeah, 100%. There's very few positions you could, at this point, take that, you know, are kind of safe or haven't been taken already. So you can see Howl is trying that right now. They're rotating south of water treatment, trying to find their way in. Ruins is not completely clear, but I think Naileup. This is even more interesting. Look what Entropic is doing. Entropic, as far as I'm concerned, they put one player up on that parachute, and that's Naileup, and he kind of scouted the area for the rest of 3 to follow. And he scouted that Ruins is clear, so he's making his way, and that's also something we haven't really seen, at least not as far as I'm concerned, with, you know, being done with a parachute. So sending one up and the rest of them rotating on through behind him. So one is flying through by cars. Whatever. Exactly. I'm not sure if I said that correctly, but yeah, Naileup was flying.
Yep, they were flying through with cars into the water as well. And yeah, as you said, I mean, smart scouting strategy to kind of leap one forward and have him at least surpass and lock down a position. And then here we have T-Bone. Sat as I was gonna say a solo player, but actually no. He is sat there with Vart, trying to lock down this position and trying to maybe not allow for Bitfix to get transitioning across.
And Entropic, you can see them make their way across now. They ditched the vehicle, so that's the only thing they really lost on that rotate, which can be an important factor. Which can be a very important factor, but I think they're gambling on this to not end as far off from Ruins as you know, as Southside Pochinki. So I'm thinking they're fine for now.
They well, at least they should be. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not.
Clip.
The bold.
Oh.
The bold action maniac strikes again.
Oh, look at this now. Oh, the setup is perfect. Howl is inside the dip. I don't think they have any idea. Surely these nades are going to hit. First one goes down. Second one pops immediately right beside them. Takes down Laza as well. And they are dead, as you said. I mean, that was just an easy one to predict. But still, we're not dying making that move. I love it.
Huge. Absolutely huge. They get themselves more space to play around. And here comes BBL full speed forward. Michael already gone down. Now Rustenmar falls as well. Great hold here from Mexia. Smash finally. A bit of retaliation coming through. Clip finds one as well.
And they're turning this situation around. Suddenly, it is a 2v2 with BBL still being very much grouped up, and they should know where both of these, at least one of these players is coming in from. Smash, can he hold up some more? He headshots Luca Rooks, but Evos gets the trade, and it's a 2v1 now.
Back and forth, these heavy hitters keep swinging. But Clip needs to defend while these reses are coming through, and now for the esports start going, oh! Any 3 points down here for us to take? Thank you so much! T-Bone charms in, takes one. And just like that, Lucarooks, for what could have been maybe a resible situation of him getting 2 back on their feet, FUT Esports says no. And he's just sat there alone.
Yeah, I just want to point out, T-Bone has been doing this since game 1. This isn't just off of the confidence he's gotten in the last game. T-Bone has done this on Tego already. We remember his push on towards push, going out of the open. He got punished for it, and he still tried it in the last games. And that's where most of his kills came from this kind of aggressive, confidence kind of push. And he's doing it in this one as well. T-Bone is having one hell of a day. And if you've got him in his fantasy team, you should be very glad because we don't see this kind of performance from any player any day of the week.
We really don't. It's been a good showing. We'll hope to see if that's going to continue here throughout this tournament or not. For esports, once again, I mean, shifted away from, but once again, seemingly don't really care. They don't mind playing the edge. They don't mind taking the fights out here. So if Circle goes away from them, somehow, at least today, it's actually kind of benefited them.
Yeah, kind of has. Oh, Ika, actually. With a P90 in hand. I think that's the first P90 we've seen in the Grand Finals. We've seen a Rosa, but not a B90 so far. That was the rotation that we just saw. One of BFG going down. BFG, they do wrap around quite often. They do play heavy edge, and just as much as the Zen does. So it was bound to happen that they will run into each other at some point.
Yeah, let's see now here if DA can fend off. They have heard. Bitfix now seen them as well. More shots coming over the top. I'm a little, I don't want to say disappointed, but given how great of a showing we saw from Bitfix, it was a very, I mean, night and day, where on one day they get 4 points total, the other they have really come out playing well. I had hoped to see more of them here in today's games, given that they were kind of playing off of the high that they ended up on. But here they just, I mean, yes, they get 11 points, but it's still just been so far from the phenomenal performance we saw them play in Phase 3.
Yeah, definitely. Wholeheartedly agree. It's not been the same showing to some degree, but then again, I mean, you have all the EMEA partner teams now in this lobby, especially rotating up towards the edge, where Scent might just be stacked up with a 4-man. That's a whole different caliber, we gotta say. There is that kind of difference to some degree definitely still in there, but we'll see. Maybe they can turn things around. It's still early in the game, 11 points. At least making it up towards the first is already pretty unlikely, but the rest of the, the rest of the placements are still very much up for grabs.
Yeah, sure, as you can see, Daneman now trying to stay safe, but he's only here now going to realize that the position his teammate died in is probably going to be where his tombstone is going to be set to.
Yeah, I don't see a way out of this. Maybe he's going to get 4 circles in a row. Maybe then, there's a way he's going to get some placement points. But even then, someone surely at that point is going to play his position. So, okay. At least he's found himself a good spot.
I was going to say,
that's as good as these cards are going to get.
He doesn't get a whole lot more cover than what he currently has. Maybe if he had a deployable shield, he could put it up in the last spot, so he'd just be completely isolated. But I don't know if that'd be worth it or not.
BFG rotating in. We'll try to find a spot just south of the Pochinki Hill. The western Pochinki Hill. And, yeah, we'll do so. I mean, it's kind of a death trap to some degree, depending on where the next circle goes. Oh, maybe that means... Well, okay, depends. DA doesn't have anyone on that southwestern edge, unless Ascent suddenly breached them. So that means they could go for like a 1 or 2 man play and try to flush them out of the little shack. But yeah, I could see that happening.
Most definitely. I'm very worried that Exalt hasn't up to group up yet. I mean, as soon as this circle pops, you have to fortify the center position. I don't expect them to be able to stay alive, but speaking of fortifying, well, that's exactly what I hope to see on Radiado now. As for the esports, are pushing up close, and here comes Vard with the first one.
And we gotta talk about Vard. He's been so on point throughout this stage as well. He gets the first one, takes Sawabuki, Aixa gets traded though, but he is in a kind of a safe spot, I want to say, just behind the house. Look at Beamy's position. He's very good at covering any potential pushes that could come out of these buildings, as Vard is trying to use these nades furthermore to his advantage. Shurian hasn't been spotted for now.
But esports have been completely unstoppable today, and Vard ain't done fighting yet. Now he does fall, so as I say that, as a matter of fact, he is done fighting, but Hurricane, hello! Oh, no. Get the first nade before you transfer. Fortunately, Hex is there to take out T-Bone, but he's just a solo left alive now.
Oh my goodness, unfortunately that was on cam. He missed some really important shots together, the nade and the Molotov. They will wipe 180 yard, but will get revived as well. So it is down to a 3-man. We've seen what footballers can do as a 3-man, but still, that could have gone differently. Once again, 180 yards, not bad at fighting at all. And this is kind of surprising me as the one team that only had these 6 chances coming in through the qualifiers. They are putting one hell of a performance up.
It sure is, and they sure are. Ascent. Too much pressure on them. They have to leave this position, but they're going straight from one fight, potentially right into another. As Clip spots them from above. No knocks coming through just yet. Actually, as a matter of fact, Kilyakai able to get the double up the hillside, but I think the damage is already done at this point. Kilyakai solo player now left alive, but look at BBL. As soon as they peek over, they get demolished, and they go out first.
Goodness. Yes, and they just got demolished from up top. Push immediately realized that BBL was caught off guard very fast. They might have just... Yeah, maybe they should have just let like, Ascent pull up down there, but I'm not even sure if that was the right position. I feel like they were doomed either way. And Ascent only going to get 1 kill point out of this as well. The rest was stolen by Push 2, so even these 2 knocks not going to help Ascent either. BBL and Ascent just, I mean, essentially taking each other out of this round.
Yep, and look at that. T-Bone once again able to apply pressure, but that's again on that western side, and now Twisted Minds. Knowing that they have a bit of a jump up to that first place, they need to start racking up points, but slowly playing it on forward. They know that they have win or die on the other side of this ridge, and they need to play it very careful with them over there.
Let's see what Twisted Minds can do with this one. FaZe Clan has had good positions so far in a couple of these zones, in a couple of these games, but haven't been able to capitalize on towards it. Maybe this is the difference maker.
Esports have managed to smoke off, managed to isolate themselves. 8C goes down, and you know what? Over that nade, so does the rest of them. Hagatori finds the triple, 1 nade lopped on over. Beamy falls as well. That is going to be the end of Foot Esports. Not too much to do about that one.
Hagatori, they only start as a 3-man pod. Yep. Apparently, maybe someone is disconnected. But yeah, same goes for Entropic. Has had their problems in this game. Yeah, they're covered. Come on, you're not gonna hit these. You're not gonna get the flash at least. I'm guessing.
3, 2, 1. Bada bing, bada. Boom.
Oh, okay. Okay. First one has to sit down. Lucky for Pod at the moment. As he dies now, lucky for Pod that no one's there to potentially make anything off of that knock.
Yeah, it's credit to Lugarooks for finding the knock, but as you're saying, probably won't result in a whole lot more for him as it does go down. And now, for Twisted Minds, they can't really cross this road yet because of how FaZe are playing inside the compound, and they really not only want to, but have to deal with win or die here. I don't think there's space for them to play up here. They need to wrap around. They need to backfill win or die, but they need smokes in order to make the play happen.
Yeah, I feel like Pod really has to make a whole lot of it work. I'm pretty confused why Win or Die is fighting Pod before they fight Twisted Minds at the moment, but I'm guessing they would be in a sandwich position either way. First knock goes the way of Rocks, and that suddenly gives Twisted Minds, who would be stuck at an edge, stuck at a massive disadvantage if they would have just fought Win or Die straight up, the opportunity to go in as a 4-man.
Yep, Pod on one side. Twisted Minds on the other. Extends the spot. The first one down goes perfect. Nix finds the second as well. As Spiro falls, has a molly to work with. Ups to go for the flash though. As he peeks on over, you have a molly. You gotta lob it on forward. There's only one spot these guys can be in. You got to try and see if you can force them off that rock.
Accents doesn't want to use his Molotov just now. Now he's going to throw it if that pops perfectly. Oh, it's go just behind the rock. If that spreads just enough. Twisted Minds is in a big trouble, but they're not going to even survive that. Somehow the Molotov doesn't touch Liu either, and he's still got that one chance. He's still got that one chance. Still, that might just be his spectator back. Don't worry. Liu is not shooting into the ground, but he's still headshots. He's still headshots Rocks, and that means the Montes in a 1-on-1.
Yep. Not looking good for the likes of Twisted Minds. It's just one player. That is what he can do to you. It's going to be close. Is it going to find anything, though? No. A bit too far off the side. Lu, though, in the meantime. A lot of damage coming through and towards him as FaZe has now up to go full aggressive here.
I love it. I love it. FaZe wants to get a piece of the cake on this northern edge, and this is exactly the moment they need to push out of. They should know that both of these teams are down to one player. Lu gets spotted. Jeems doesn't want to risk dying here, as he could be flashed immediately. So, yeah, Correx is there to greet him, and Lu will be flashed out by FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan need this round so desperately. They have fallen behind with just 23 points.
They have, and they've left Vex back in the compound. Too smart, kind of spreading out of the forces on their side. Salt now down the hillside. He comes. Does he find anything with this rotation? No, it's going to be Shinken to find the first one. Marco able to get the duffel out of the backside of it, but he does get taken out. So maybe some res is possible here for push and shoot. But as I say that, nope, Vex is finding them instantly.
And FaZe Clan, I mean, at this point, this is their round to lose, right? We were talking about Exiled, about that huge split, so they are still in this, as they have grouped up. They have listened to you, Toby. They have listened and they have grouped up. And now they're in a prime spot. Ferris is even going to get an entry onto Nolikop as Jeems finds Push, and Push is out as well. Push has made it into late game once again. But, yeah, this time around, not the big points they were looking for either. 13th place, and they're going to remain there for now. Yeah,
it's going to be quiet. And also Denimon. I mean, he's been sat in between these two vehicles for the last 15 minutes. And, well, there you go. Top 4 for you. 4 teams left alive as FaZe 6 is going to start closing in soon. Again, we're killing off a lot of these players early on in the game. But, of course, when we're forcing teams out into the open this early on, it's always going to be chaotic.
More shots towards Orkla's favorites. Hits another one as Ornor gets dropped out of the vehicle and it's just West. And I think one SLR headshot might just be enough. Maybe, but he's going to make it. And he's got a car forward on his own. Maybe Danimon is finally going to let his position shine. Let's say it like that. Maybe he can do something with this. I don't think he's LOS from Exalt right now if he chooses, if he opts to make a couple of meters into that direction. But as of right now, he's staying strong, staying still.
You can see how little they've been looting when he has 20 bullets in one gun and just 10 spares. And they have to make this rotation out into the open. That is going to be very, very difficult. And for Hawkless here, I'm a little worried for Danimon that this, like, his position is essentially the only place they can go towards. Issue becomes now that...
oh, look at James.
Yeah, they're going to die.
This is interesting though, the way Face splits this again. Look at Face split. This is so interesting. You would expect James not to just be laying in a random spot, but this is actually so important because he's that anchor on the northern side, and there isn't another position he could play to really use that position as an anchor. We would have to play further to the western side if he wanted hard cover. Yeah. So I think he's just got that information now, right? Yes, and together with Gustav, he forwards that, gets the first one, now the second one should follow. This is prime play by FaZe Clan. This is the tactics that we were looking for, and FaZe Clan wipes that edge, and that means they are in a prime spot to finish off this game strong now. Now, they do not have to forget Exalt, because if they push out of this as a 4-man, they've got a pretty good Richland as well.
We saw what the solo from Win or Die could do against the 4-man team just before, and I don't think FaZe knows of Levante's position. The good thing for them is they don't really have to care too much because he is currently, I mean, not really a big threat to them. But once they get him down, I mean, obviously, seeing that there are 9 players alive, they know for a fact that there's at least 2 teams up. But once they start the fight with Exalt, if Danimon goes unnoticed and creeps on in, that could be trouble because Ikorexi is now looking in that direction. Yeah. Wait, those vehicles are parked too interestingly. There's gotta be someone in that area.
Yes, I mean... They do look really interesting, I gotta say, but I mean, who knows? Maybe they're just gonna not expect it as well. I mean, that's a possibility too. I wouldn't immediately. Yeah. Exalt, anyways, trying to slowly creep their way up the hill, but they are cautious.
Shift. This circle just spoon-fed to Exalt. They were starting to run up onto the hills, and now instantly falling back towards the compound. The thing is, that compound might be the reverse of a blessing, I suppose, and kind of a curse on them, because if they allow now for FaZe to get a foot inside this circle, which they kind of already have,
they definitely do, yeah.
Then and the next circle doesn't like mega hard shift into that compound, they don't get out of that position.
Yeah, I see what you mean. They're still bound to essentially die, because as you can see, the spot on the very eastern side that is still in is just outside the compound, so it's still very high up on that plateau. It's not further down the ridgeline where they could potentially have trouble finding a spot where they could play it without Exalt shooting them. So it's still very much in the safe waters. All they need to do is not die to Danimon. I mean, that's essentially
Yes, exactly. And now
they're guessing it.
They have seen him.
Yeah. Teams might even go for that next body because he still needs more utility. Danimon is now trying to walk. Oh, good shots from Fex coming in.
That is a great molly to isolate him. I don't necessarily know if that was what James was trying to do with it, but it landed perfectly in order to do that, and that nade should be the downfall of him. No, as a matter of fact, able to stay put for a little while, but Fair is able to take him down, and now it's a 4v4. But look at this. Gustav has claimed center position in this circle. Now, there is still one shift left to come, but how does Exalt play this? I love the fact that they now push 2 out. Art is on one side, Fade is on the rock next to him. They could not have just sat with all 4 inside the compound. I'm glad that they went a little more proactive than that, because if this next circle doesn't go their way, FaZe has, look at that, FaZe has the entire building on lockdown.
Yeah, still, Fex is still in a very... I don't really like his spot. It's still very dangerous, but if he doesn't play, they don't get the information on anyone playing the ridgeline just below Fex, so...
I mean, he has to play
it's
there,
kind of
right?
a tough spot.
He has to be there. He has to not allow for the wrap around the side, and he essentially has like a multi-function position where he can both cover the north side, but also if anyone pushes up close, he can be that spoiler to kind of peek out from behind the rock. I think that's, I mean, I feel like they need to have one in that position.
I just now see that Korexi actually has got him covered, so I'm taking all that back. So Korexi has actually got his whole ridgeline. He's got vision on that whole ridgeline, so he's playing more of a spoiler to some degree. Maybe trying to surprise Exo with some of the angles, because no one can really push up to the ridgeline just below him. Korexi, as you can see, he's got that whole ridgeline covered.
Yeah, sure does. Let's see now, though, as the last circle has popped right in the middle. No one's really at a proper advantage here, but for Exalt, mission number 1 is going to be get everyone safely out of the compound and then start deploying smokes. If Molotov can find the knock here, that would be absolutely huge.
Yeah.
Especially under the likes of Gustav, because he's the one with kind of the overview angle right now.
So unless this hard shifts all the way west, I still see FaZe like at a massive disadvantage. And as you said, someone from Excel has to find that first knock, because it's a downhill battle from there on out, literally. Like, Excel has to fight upwards. We all know how these things go. Then again, I think James doesn't have an eye. Gustav not anymore either. So Excel should probably have massive utility advantage.
FaZe are gonna wait until they get the confirmed they've left the compound. Because right now, as long as Moldog and Fairest has the compound to work with, there's no reason for FaZe to peek, because they can just rest inside the building and then move out. But now, as the circle is closing in, they're just gonna wait for the compound to be shifted out of.
He didn't see Fate. He didn't see Fate. I think that could be massive for Fate, that he didn't see him. And Fax is more, as I said, he's playing more of a spoiler. He's staying very still. He could get headshotted very fast if he isn't careful. Now Artis comes out with a nade. Oh, immediately gets shut down from Corexi, but he is not down yet to the smoke.
Now the smokes are starting to be deployed on both sides. Here, Fate finds Vex. That is one flank taken out. I love that Art just, did everything he could to attract the attention with the smokes and everything. Vex peaks, potentially over peaks, and now one falls down. That is the opening. That is the access for Exalt to push forward here. But James instantly there to respond.
Yes, and look at that look from Gustav. He finds one after James already opens it up. And I think him taking out Fade must have signalized the rest of the team that was the furthest east player. And that's why Gustav can take this space and lurk all the way around. But he didn't find anyone just now.
He has to move now, though. He's still far off to the side. If this fight ends up kind of happening on the southern side, Gustav isn't going to be there in time to assist. So he needs to start wrapping forward if he wants to have an impact here. Fortunately, that is exactly what he has done. But the resist does come through on to Exalt. But for FaZe, not quite the case.
Oh, this might change everything. As soon as his smoke dissipates, he's only got these Molotovs, and then he might just be greeted by 3 players, and they're all healed up now. That knock didn't even matter anymore. Gustav finds the first one. Surely they're gonna peek him together now. Gustav has to go down. What? Oh my goodness! James from up top, together with Gustav, shuts down 3 players immediately, and suddenly the situation is once again head up. And FaZe Clan will keep it clean. How did that? Oh my! The timing of that FaZe Clan peak is sensational. What a team play we just saw. Gustav and James playing that together to absolute perfection.
Gustav, I don't think intentionally, but managed to completely bait the attention, and the timing of the smoke dissipating so James could get the double from above. That was just picture perfect. Let's get Mark back into this one so we can round it off, all 3 of us together. In a blink of an eye, just like that, Mark, that game was over.
Like that, it was very quick. I love Gustav's play. That smoke, though, a couple of seconds later, it could have been the other way around, but James just going through the middle. I was back in FaZe for the win. They needed the win there, though, Felix, because kind of slipping down the leaderboard, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I was saying beforehand, FaZe, they did have some hard circles early on in this grand final, but then again, they also had some great rebounds. We were talking about the last Erangel game where they had early access on towards Erangel military base, so Sosnovka Island, and they still couldn't make it work. So this is going to be massive. I also want to talk about Gustav's play really quick. A lot of these players would have switched to Molotov right there because he still had utility. He didn't. He knew that he had to stay on the weapon, he had to get the bait in, and he knew that he was bound to be peaked by 2 or more players. Really great analysis from Gustav there, not switching to utility.
It was,
and 4 times on that AUG as well. How mad was that? 4 times AUG. He stuck the shots, though, where he needed to. But you know what? Let's not take anything away from Exalt on that, though, because they knew they had to all stack up as a 3 on him, though, right?
Yeah. The issue is once Art falls on the... once the first one falls, they have to commit to the rest. They know that they've lost all kinds of control. And once Gustav starts the flank, I feel like they needed to play behind the smokes in order to try and kind of prevent Gustav from making that play, but with James being able to push up the way that he did there too, there's really not a whole lot, if anything at all, that Exalt could do.
No. It was a very hard push. Obviously, a lot of action though happened in. I quite like this one. Obviously, before that was trying to take the kills and steals away from that entropic fight. But obviously, big crash though for them in towards 800 ADR. Felix, obviously, it was kind of really their only play at this point. They had to kind of work their way into zone, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't blame them for taking this. All I really can blame is Hurricane. He's gonna blame himself, so I'm not even gonna blame him. But I mean, it happens to the best of us. He missed some really important shots. Maybe there were some internet connection issues there as well. It seemed like it. That's the only thing I could really blame in this scenario. But yeah, I mean, I like the play from Foot. It's been working out so far. They still got plenty of frags even in this round, and that straight head-on, isolated kind of fighting style is what got them essentially 20 kills in the last game. So why not do it in this one either?
Yeah, 100%. Bit unfortunate though for Ascend. They're wrapping their way around. They didn't have the information, but they knew the terrain really well, as we all have been playing Erangel for quite some time. And
yeah,
everyone was kind of looking for a little bit. And even at this point, guys, I kind of forgot about After All. I was like, is he still alive behind those two cars? And I think this is the first one, Felix, we started seeing the deployable shields get used quite a bit more.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Toby was saying in the middle of the game, right, Toby, that if he would have had one more deployable shield, that would have been an absolute fortress and no one could have gone close.
Oh no, it's that like lock off, lock down. But he did make a play up here, trying to wrap his way up and around. I think that was his only play. And at this point here, FaZe, for me, did extend over and they kind of put the front line down. I kind of liked that they were waiting, they were baiting Exalt out of the compound. A lot of action though did unfold, and here's this play 4 times Org. Though Toby, as he wraps in, does get the one, but Jameez, he just puts the 2 clean straight down.
Yeah, it was just, I mean, again, not a whole lot of anything that you could do on the side of Exalt. James times his push perfectly, knowing that Gustav has baited all the attention down towards him. I love the kind of instant response to that play. Not many teams will see and react to something like that so quickly. So kudos to James for pulling that one off. But again, I think if you're Exalt there, you shouldn't have been sat on top of each other the way they ended up doing.
No, because they were really split at one point, and then they all condensed into that one side. But Art was doing his job for me. He was just kind of working the angles, getting the attention from Vex, a bit backwards and forwards, and then they all kind of condensed into that side. I think that was the downfall of them. But before we talk about that anymore, let's have a look at the final leaderboard, though, as it stands. And look, no major surprise after an outstanding start to this evening.
88 points in one day.
Wow. That's what you get with free chicken dinners, right, Felix?
This is completely absurd. I mean, Toby was saying maybe that's a record breaker. 88 points. I don't remember the last time someone did that in a grand final. The chicken dinner, I mean, that speaks for itself. I don't even need to add anything. For Esports today, T-Bone got to be called out as well. T-Bone, put up some highlights of these games, please. Put up some POV highlights up on Twitter. I want to see them because you've got lots of them.
That's almost that's 14.5 points per game on average.
That is insane.
That is completely and utterly insane.
And if they didn't have to make that crash, though, they could have been maybe pushing in for those triple digits if they could close up the game number 6. But a good game for them nonetheless. Obviously, we had a big battle, though, between Twisted Minds and Entropic as well, as both those teams were kind of going back-to-back throughout the day. Not a bad start. I don't think for Esports is uncatchable, right? We've still got 3 days to do this, Toby, right?
Yeah, we definitely do. And I think as unbeatable, as immortal as Foot Esports is looking right now, there has definitely been showings on their end where it did not look clean at all. So what they're going to be bringing tomorrow could be a complete upside down of what we're seeing here. Am I expecting that to be the case? No. With how they're playing right now, with how much in sync they seem to be, they are definitely going to have a good tournament overall, regardless of how the next 2 days play out. But having said that, I still think there are teams behind them looking at Twisted Minds and maybe even faced with how they were playing at the end of today that could catch up if they get similar days to what Foot was able to do here today.
100%. Obviously, Felix, any closing statements from yourself after the first 6 games?
No, props to Twisted Minds, props to Foot. I think that was some of the most exciting and crazy games that we've seen in a long time, especially talking about grand finals. Multiple mid-20, I don't want to say mid-20, but at least close to 20 and 20 kill games is something we haven't seen in a long time. And yeah, nothing else to say than props to them. If they can keep on continuing this is going to be done after like 1.5 days.
Mate, insane start though. Look, first and foremost, let's say thank you to PUBG Esports and ProPads.gg. This is the last time you can get your design in, as we will be closing that off, and we would then be getting to pick with these 2 amazing casters, and myself will pick a winner each. Look, that's it really from us though. It has been a fantastic day number 1. There's been a lot of action with those 20-point kills. Hopefully we're definitely going to see this though. Same time, same place tomorrow for day number 2. But that's it from us. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.